things in George Floyd's tissues, but she says we have to look at all the evidence and we can see what happened at the scene. And we can see moment by moment that he had all the telltale signs of a person who's struggling and suffering from not receiving sufficient oxygen. She will say you have to look at all the evidence, and we'll show you that objective evidence as we go through. So finally, I want to talk to you about some of the evidence that you will hear, some of the facts that do not excuse this excessive use of force, but you will hear about them. We will tell you about them. For example, you will hear that George Floyd was a big guy. He was over 6 feet tall. Every police conduct witness we bring to you on the stand, every use of force expert will tell you that his size is no excuse for any police abuse. You're going to hear, obviously, that he struggled with drug addiction, that he had high blood pressure. They'll talk about heart disease, and we will tell you about that heart disease that he had. What you will learn is that George Floyd lived for years, day in and day out, every day, with all of these conditions until the one day on May 25th when he ended the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and that was the only day he didn't survive. That he went into that circle of 9 minutes and 29 seconds is the only day he didn't come out again. You will learn that. It's not an excuse for what happened in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. You will hear what happened earlier on the day on May 25th. You will be able to see how the police approached him in his vehicle over the fake $20 bill. You'll be able to see how when they approached his car, came to his window within seconds, they had pulled out their gun, were pointing it at his head, and were using the foulest of language. You'll be able to see them get him out of his car, put him right away in the handcuffs. You'll see them pat him down so that they know he doesn't have any weapons. And not only that, you'll be able to hear George Floyd, when he approaches the squad car, saying he is terrified to be put into that squad car. You hear him say, I think I'm going to die if they put me in there. I think I'll die if I'm put in that squad car. He was terrified. You'll hear him talk about that. He says he was claustrophobic. And then he asked to count himself. Let me count my way into the squad car. And he starts trying to count 1, 2, up, they manhandle him, shove him into the car with the handcuffs on, and you'll see how he freaks out from that. You hear him saying, I can't breathe in the back of the squad car, and we will show you in the back of the squad car where Mr. Chauvin at one point had his hands around Mr. Floyd's neck in the squad car, and another, his arm and elbow around his neck with Mr. Floyd's head here when they were pulling him out of the squad car, putting him on the ground in the prone position, and when the 9 minutes and 29 seconds begins. But you're also going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, at the time they put Mr. Floyd on the ground that way, there were 5 grown men, armed police officers who were on the scene over a fake $20 bill. There were 5 of them there. Mr. Chauvin and his partner, the 2 officers who shown up there earlier in the first place before Mr. Chauvin was there, and a member of the park police. There were 5 there. For a man who didn't threaten anybody, you will see committed no act of violence in any way, who didn't try to run away, and who was put in the prone position this way with 5 grown men, armed police officers present. None of that, ladies and gentlemen, we submit you will find to be an excuse for what happened in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. We're also going to want you to learn something about George Floyd, George Perry Floyd. His family members call him Perry because he was not simply just an object of the excessive use of force of police. He's a real person. And I want you to learn something about him. At the time that he was killed, he was 46 years old. He was a father, a brother, a cousin, a friend to many. He's originally from Houston, Texas. Even before Houston, he was from my original home state, North Carolina. Fayetteville, North Carolina, before Houston, is where his family was from. He excelled in basketball and football, loved shooting hoops, even to the end, and kept himself fit that way. He moved to Minnesota from Texas for a fresh start. And the rest of this you learn about him. His work as a security guard, that he lost his job when COVID hit. He's a COVID survivor, George Floyd was. And he lost his job as employer was forced to close given COVID. But the point to all of this is that we want you to know something about who George Floyd was as a person, because he was somebody to a lot of other bodies in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sit down in a moment this morning. We're going to show you through the evidence that there was no excuse for the police abuse of Mr. Chauvin. We're going to ask at the end of this case that you find Mr. Chauvin guilty for his excessive use of force against George Floyd that was an assault that contributed to taking his life, and for engaging in eminently dangerous behavior, putting the knee on the neck, the knee on the back for 9 minutes and 29 seconds without regard for Mr. Floyd's life. We're going to ask that you find him guilty of murder in the second degree, murder in the third degree, and second-degree manslaughter. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you wish to open at this time?
Yes, sir.
You may.
You have heard the opening statement from Jerry Blackwell.
Counsel.
This is Eric Nelson,
Members of
the
the
defense
jury.
attorney for Derek Chauvin.
A reasonable doubt is a doubt that is based upon reason and common sense. At the end of this case, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about doubt. But for purposes of my remarks this morning, I want to talk about reason and common sense and how that applies to the evidence that you're about to see during the course of this trial. Reason is an idea that wholly permeates our law, our legal system, and it forms the foundation. And you will see and hear that repeatedly throughout the course of this trial. What would a reasonable police officer do? What is a reasonable use of force? What would a reasonable person do in his or her most important affairs? What is a reasonable doubt? As such, reason dictates and necessitates how the evidence must be looked at and analyzed in every single case. And common sense is exactly that. It's common sense. Common sense tells you that there are always two sides to a story. Common sense tells us that we need to examine the totality of the circumstances to determine the meaning of evidence and how it can be applied to the questions of reasonableness of actions and reactions. In other words, common sense is the application of sound judgment based upon a reasoned analysis. And that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the evidence in this case. The evidence that you will see in this case during this trial. It is, I agree with counsel for the state, it is nothing more than that. There is no political or social cause in this courtroom. But the evidence is far greater than 9 minutes and 29 seconds. In this case, you will learn that the evidence has been collected broadly and expansively. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension employed nearly 50 case agents, analysts, and technicians to investigate this case. The Federal Bureau of Investigation included at least 28 additional agents in their investigation. These agents combined have engaged in an extensive and far-reaching investigation. They have interviewed over 50 members of the Minneapolis Police Department, including the officers who responded to the scene after Mr. Floyd was brought to the hospital. They interviewed members of the Minneapolis Police Department command staff. They interviewed officers who oversee training and policy-making decisions within the Minneapolis Police Department. They have interviewed nearly 200 civilian witnesses in this case. Some of these witnesses saw the entire incident, some who saw a portion of the incident, many who saw nothing, and some who had some piece of information to give to the officers, and others who had nothing. These agents interviewed the numerous medical personnel who attended to Mr. Floyd, and they interviewed the numerous firefighters and paramedics who responded. Agents executed approximately a dozen search warrants in this case to gather information. And in the end, you will hear a term throughout, I believe, this case called the Bates stamp number. The Bates stamp system is a way for lawyers to keep track of the case, to make sure that we are working from the same set of documents, the same set of evidence, to preserve the integrity of the investigation. You will learn that we are approaching 50,000 Bates stamped items. So this case is clearly more than about 9 minutes and 29 seconds. As you all saw during jury selection, the witness list in this case neared 400 people. So how do we begin to analyze and organize this evidence? I suggest that you let common sense and reason guide you. I propose that every witness you will hear from and every piece of evidence that you will see or hear during this trial can be assigned to one of 4 basic locations: Cup Foods, the Mercedes-Benz, Squad 320, and Hennepin County Medical Center. So let's start at the first, Cup Foods. You will learn that on May 25th, 2020, shortly after 7:00 p.m., Mr. Floyd and his friend Maurice Hall entered the Cup Foods located at 38th in Chicago. While they were there, they ran into their other friend, or Mr. Floyd's ex-girlfriend, Chauvin Hill, and he offered her a ride. You will hear from Chris Martin, who is the store clerk at Cup Foods. Mr. Martin observed Mr. Floyd. He watched his body language. He interacted with Mr. Floyd in this moment, and Mr. Martin formed the opinion that Mr. Floyd was under the influence of something. You will see the actual video from inside Cup Foods. Mr. Floyd did use a counterfeit $20 bill to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Mr. Martin realized this, and first, along with another one of his co-workers named Nabil Walter, went outside to the car where Mr. Floyd, Mr. Hall, and Miss Hill were sitting. Mr. Martin asked Mr. Floyd to come in and either buy the cigarettes, exchange, or return the cigarettes. And you will hear from Mr. Martin that Mr. Hall and Mr. Floyd refused. You will hear that a short time later, Mr. Martin went back to the car a second time. He went back to ask them again, please come inside, give us the money, or return the cigarettes. And that second time, again, Mr. Floyd refused. So, at 8:01 p.m., a second clerk from the Cup Foods, named Omar Kamara, called 911 to report Mr. Floyd. And during that call, Mr. Kamara, you will hear, described Mr. Floyd as drunk and that he could not control himself. He's not acting right. He's 6 to 6.5 feet tall. Accordingly, Minneapolis police officers Thomas Lane and Alexander King were dispatched to the scene and arrived at 8:08 p.m. They were driving Minneapolis Squad Car 320, and they faced parking southbound in the northbound lane of Chicago Avenue and were directed by store employees immediately to the second location, the Mercedes-Benz. During this trial, you will hear evidence of what happened in the Mercedes-Benz in the 20 to 30 minutes prior to the police arriving. You will hear from Mr. Floyd's friends, Shawanda Hill and Maurice Hall. This will include evidence that while they were in the car, Mr. Floyd consumed what were thought to be 2 Percocet pills. Mr. Floyd's friends will explain that Mr. Floyd fell asleep in the car and that they couldn't wake him up, that they kept trying to wake him up to get going, that they thought the police might be coming because now the store was coming out, and they kept trying to wake him up. And in fact, one of these friends called her daughter, Miss Hill, Shawanda Hill, called her daughter, Shakira Prince, to come and pick her up because they couldn't keep Mr. Floyd awake. At 8:09 p.m., Officers Lane and King approached the vehicle, and Officer Lane approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and Officer King approached the passenger side. During the course of this trial, you will see and hear the body-worn cameras of these officers that fully capture the entire interaction with Mr. Floyd and his friends. You will see Officer Lane draw his service weapon after Mr. Floyd failed several times to respond to his commands to show him his hands. You will learn that that is an acceptable police practice. You will see the officers struggle with Mr. Floyd to get him out of the Mercedes-Benz and handcuffed. And you will see and hear everything that these officers and Mr. Floyd say to each other. The evidence will show that when confronted by police, Mr. Floyd put drugs in his mouth in an effort to conceal them from the police. At approximately 8:10 p.m., Officer Peter Chang of the Minneapolis Park Police responds. He responds to the scene to assist Officers King and Lane, and he helps in detaining the passengers. You will see Officer Chang's body-worn camera, and you will hear his interactions. This becomes important as we learn about police practices, because what you will learn is that when an officer responds to what is sometimes a routine and minimal event, it often evolves into a greater and more serious event. You will see surveillance videos near Squad 320 from a local business called the Dragon Walk that capture the actions and reactions of everyone present at that location, including evidence of further concealment of controlled substances. During the course of the investigation, 2 search warrants were executed on the Mercedes-Benz. The first on May 27th of 2020, the second several months later on December 9th of 2020. BCA agents located various pieces of evidence during both of these searches, including 2 pills that later analysis by the BCA revealed to be a mixture of methamphetamine and fentanyl. This is what's called a speedball, a mixture of an opiate and a stimulant. You will learn that these pills were manufactured to have the appearance of Percocet. While standing next to the Mercedes-Benz, Officer King and Officer Lane both asked Mr. Floyd what he was on. And he says he is on nothing. Officer King and Lane escorted Mr. Floyd to the 3rd location, Minneapolis Squad 320. The evidence will show that as Officers King and Lane escorted Mr. Floyd to their squad car, a citizen by the name of Charles McMillian walked alongside them. He kind of joined them. And he was encouraging Mr. Floyd to cooperate with the officers. Get in the car, you can't win. The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd and the officers began to struggle as they attempted to get him in the squad car. And you will learn that Officers Derek Chauvin and his partner Tu Tao arrived to assist Officers King and Lane at 8:16 and 48 seconds, almost 8:17. Upon their arrival, the first thing that Officer Chauvin sees is Officers King and Lane struggling with Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin asked the officers, "Is he under arrest?" Yes. And then Officer Chauvin began to assist them in their efforts to get him into the squad car. You will see that 3 Minneapolis police officers could not overcome the strength of Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin stands 5'9", 140 pounds. Mr. Floyd is 6'3", weighs 223 pounds. You will learn that because of this intersection at 38th and Chicago is considered a high crime area, the city installs what's called the Milestone Video System. It's a camera that sits high atop a pole and can surveil the entire intersection. When you see these videos pulled back from afar, you will be able to see the Minneapolis police squad car rocking back and forth during this struggle. So much so that it catches the attention of the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Scurry. This was not an easy struggle. As the struggle continues, you will see and hear both what Mr. Floyd was saying to the officers and the officers' responses to him. Mr. Floyd does end up on the street and appeared to continue to struggle to these officers, so much so that they considered applying what's called the maximal restraint technique. It used to be called the hobble or the hog tie. Mr. Chauvin used his knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left shoulder blade and back to the ground, and his right knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left arm to the ground. Officer King was placed below Mr. Floyd's buttocks, and Officer Lane was at the feet. And you will see and hear them continue to struggle with Mr. Floyd as he's attempting to kick. You will see and hear that a crowd begins to develop, watching and recording officers, initially fairly passive. As the situation went on, the crowd began to grow angry. But here's what you will also see and hear. You will see and hear the conversation between the officers behind the squad car. The crowd is not aware of what they are saying and doing. You will learn that several bystanders, including Donald Williams and Genevieve Hansen, they grew more and more and more upset with these officers. You've seen it this morning. But you will also see it from the perspective of the police officers. As the crowd grew in size, seemingly so too did their anger. And remember, there's more to the scene than just what the officers see in front of them. There are people behind them. There are people across the street. There are cars stopping, people yelling. There is a growing crowd and what officers perceive to be a threat. They're called names. You heard them this morning. A fucking bum. They're screaming at him, causing the officers to divert their attention from the care of Mr. Floyd to the threat that was growing in front of them. At this location, questions emerge about the reasonableness of the use of force. And this will ultimately become one of the decisions that you have to make. To answer these questions, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the evidence will show that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigated the Minneapolis Police Department's training and policies. You will learn about things such as the authorized use of force, proportionality of force, excited delirium, defensive tactics, including prone handcuffing, neck restraints, maximal restraint technique, the swarm technique. You will learn about rapidly evolving situations and the Minneapolis Police Department's decision-making model. You will learn about crowd control, medical intervention, de-escalation, procedural justice, crisis intervention, and the human factors of force. That is, what happens to a police officer or any person when they are involved in a high-stress use of force situation. And you will learn that Derek Chauvin did exactly what he had been trained to do over the course of his 19-year career. The use of force is not attractive, but it is a necessary component of policing. The evidence will again demonstrate that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension conducted 2 searches of Squad 320. You will learn that in the second search of Squad 320, agents recovered several pieces of partially dissolved pills. You will learn that these pills were again analyzed, were again shown to be consistent or similar to the pills found in the Mercedes-Benz, in that they contained methamphetamine and traces of fentanyl. Moreover, these pills contained the DNA and saliva of George Floyd. Which leads us to our final location, Hennepin County Medical Center. The evidence will show that officers made 2 calls for emergency help. Those calls were within 1 minute and 30 seconds of each other. The first call, officers called for paramedics to arrive code 2 because Mr. Floyd had a nose injury. He was bleeding from the nose. That occurred during the struggle. Mr. Floyd banged his face into the plexiglass partition of the squad car. You will see the blood evidence in the squad car. That first call came at 8 o'clock, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds. The second call was what's called a stepped-up call, or a code 3 call, meaning get here as fast as you possibly can. That call was made and placed at 8 o'clock, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. You will learn that paramedics arrived on scene at 8:27 and 18 seconds, just 19 minutes after Officers King and Lane arrived, within 6 minutes of it being called a code 3, and they did what they refer to as a load and go because of the crowd. They came, they picked up rather than attempting to resuscitate him or treat him on the scene, they loaded him into the ambulance and they drove to a location several blocks away to begin their resuscitative efforts. And you will hear and learn that Officer Thomas Lane accompanied them for part of that time. You will learn ultimately that Mr. Floyd was transported to the emergency department at Hennepin County. Efforts to save Mr. Floyd were made at the direction of Dr. Bradford Wankeed Longenfeld. Again, he took important tests. He ran blood samples and blood gas samples. He took obtained very important pieces of information. And you will learn that later that evening, Mr. Floyd was pronounced dead. The evidence will show then that Dr. Andrew Baker of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office conducted the only autopsy of Mr. Floyd. And you will hear of several interviews that Dr. Baker had with law enforcement, where he discusses the cause and manner of death and what that actually means according to what he saw present in Mr. Floyd's body. And some of this evidence is extremely important to the final determination of Mr. Floyd's cause of death. The medical findings include things such as the blood gas test that was taken at HCMC that revealed Mr. Floyd had an exceptionally high level of carbon dioxide. Dr. Baker found none of what are referred to as the telltale signs of asphyxiation. There were no bruises to Mr. Floyd's neck, either on his skin or after peeling his skin back to the muscles beneath. There was no petechial hemorrhaging. There was no evidence that Mr. Floyd's airflow was restricted, and he did not determine to be a positional or mechanical asphyxia death. At the time Mr. Floyd was in the hospital, a femoral blood draw was taken. That blood draw was analyzed by a lab. The results of Mr. Floyd's toxicology screen revealed the presence of fentanyl and methamphetamine, among other things. And it will be important to know the difference between fentanyl and methamphetamine. The autopsy revealed many other issues, including coronary disease, an enlarged heart, what's called a paraganglioma, which is a tumor that secretes adrenaline, swelling or edema of the lungs. And the state was not satisfied with Dr. Baker's work. And so they have contracted with numerous physicians to contradict Dr. Baker's findings. And this will ultimately be another significant battle in this trial. What was Mr. Floyd's actual cause of death? The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd died of a cardiac arrhythmia that occurred as a result of hypertension, his coronary disease, the ingestion of methamphetamine and fentanyl, and the adrenaline flowing through his body. all of which acted to further compromise an already compromised heart. At the conclusion of this evidence, you will be instructed as to the law, the elements of the offense, and the court will give you detailed instructions on what you must find to convict Mr. Chauvin of these charges. But when you review the actual evidence, and when you hear the law and apply reason and common sense, there will only be one just verdict, and that is to find Mr. Chauvin not guilty.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our morning
And
recess
there you
at
have
this
it.
time.
Eric Nelson, Derek
till about
Chauvin's lead attorney,
11:15.
with
I want
his
you to
opening
keep in mind
statement.
that these breaks, we try and keep as much as we can to time, but if bathroom needs and other needs are important, we can expand it a little bit. So I don't want you to be nervous about making sure all of your personal business is done within the 20 minutes. But keep in mind, the 20 minutes is what we'll try and stick to for our morning and afternoon breaks. And so now, Deputy will take you back to the other courtroom. We're in recess until 11:15.
And Peter Cahill, the presiding judge in this case, Hennepin County, telling jurors they will take their first 20-minute break, telling them not to worry about their belongings. They're going to be taken to another courtroom. As you know, it's a very secure building, given the tension surrounding this case, the 18th floor where this trial is playing out. And the most important thing, obviously, that we've witnessed this morning are these sort of split screen, if you will, of these opening statements. We first heard from Jerry Blackwell with the prosecution, and it did not take long before we saw that image, not only seen here in this country but around the world, of Officer Chauvin with his knee to George Floyd's neck. He talked about the application, the use of force. He talked about how the jurors would witness not only the image you see on your screen, but that video. And in fact, he played the video. He talked often about 9 minutes, 29 seconds, and played in his opening statement 8 minutes, 38 seconds of that video. And it was no easier to watch than it was when we were reporting on it some 10 months ago. He said jurors over the course of this trial will notice that from George Floyd, his words grew further apart. His breathing grew shallower. He said, "I can't breathe." And as Jerry Blackwell said on the prosecution, he said it 27 times. You could see Derek Chauvin taking notes a number of times during this opening statement. He said you're going to hear from bystanders, and he talked about use of force extensively. He said it should be consistent with training, that maybe what's reasonable in the first moment won't be reasonable in the next moment. He said you will hear about training involving CPR, that Derek Chauvin knew and was repeatedly trained on CPR, and will ultimately ask, did he sense that when we no longer heard anything from George Floyd, if that would be something that he should do. He said this is not about all police or about policing. This is from Jerry Blackwell, the prosecutor in this case. He said police officers have awful jobs, that they have to make split-second decisions, but then he went on to say this was not a split-second decision. They played, again, 8 minutes, 38 seconds. You could hear the bystanders asking that George Floyd's pulse be taken repeatedly, and you could see Derek Chauvin with a knee to the neck the entire time. He went into the medical part of this case that's expected to be a crucial part of the defense, knocking down what was expected to, that they would hear from the defense, and we did hear that a short time later from the defense team. Eric Nelson, when asked, do you want to present your opening statement, presumably they could have taken a break then, he said yes. Suggesting that he wanted to get right to it to counter what we had heard from the prosecution. He started out by talking about reasonable doubt, common sense. He talked about the number of FBI agents brought in to continue the investigation in this case. He said that what happened at that intersection, once the facts are laid out, that you were to use common sense in deciding what was the cause of death. He talked about the officer size, Derek Chauvin, comparing him to George Floyd. He talked about authorized use of force and rapidly escalating and evolving situations. And he said use of force is not attractive, but necessary, according to Eric Nelson, the defense attorney for George Floyd. I want to bring in Lindsay Davis again, who's going to be watching this trial right here with me every step of the way. And first, I want to start by going back to the prosecution, because we know Jerry Blackwell was up first, and you and I both looked at each other. Often what we try to do in covering these trials is read facial expressions. That's going to be one more test of this trial, because as Derek Chauvin was taking notes, and while he was watching that video, the 8 minutes or so that was played already in the opening statement, you couldn't read his face.
I leaned in that moment to try to see what we could tell, even emoting from his eyes, because he was watching that video as it played. But yeah, as far as any kind of emotion, it was masked, literally and physically, figuratively. But he was taking lots of notes. He was very observant, very alert in that courtroom. And also one thing that I thought was so interesting is the prosecutor kept kind of like a rhyme scheme, as if he was really trying to get it implanted in the mind of those jurors. He kept talking about he didn't let up and he didn't get up. He said that multiple times, maybe as many as a dozen times there. And he made this about the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. As you said, he really tried to emphasize that this was not a split-second decision, that it was 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And then in contrast, you had the defense attorney who said the evidence is far greater than 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And he's really trying to make it about what happened before and leading up and what you didn't see before the camera started rolling. And I thought that what was interesting is that one attorney said that the uphill battle is really for the defense, because you're telling the jurors they can't believe their eyes. And this was something that we heard directly from the prosecutor. You can believe their eyes. One of the witnesses going into today said he had never seen the video. He saw it today. I'm sure he's going to see it multiple times. And something, as you say, watching it again still makes you feel.
Yeah, I was thinking about the people at home having to watch this as well, and so often we, for the evening news or for the morning news, go out of our way to make sure some of the explicit nature of what you're witnessing doesn't land at home if there are other people in the room. But given that this is a trial and our warning is up the entire time, it is visceral, it is difficult, and just as difficult, if not more, 10 months later. Lindsay, I also wanted to ask you about something we heard from both Jerry Blackwell, the prosecutor, and from Eric Nelson, the defense. This was one of the few areas where they kind of crossed over and had somewhat of an agreement. You heard from Jerry Blackwell, not about all police officers or about policing. You heard from Eric Nelson, this is not political or a social cause. Both sides are trying to get the jurors to look at the facts of this specific case. And as you point out, it's going to be very difficult for the defense, no matter what the facts are on the defense side, to go up against that piece of video.
They're really trying to suggest this is not an overarching, a sweeping statement, that this is not about race or any social issues. This is about what happened in this one particular case. I thought it was very interesting in the questioning ahead of time to the jurors, where there was a lot of conversation about race, trying to make sure that that wasn't going to cause the jurors to be partial or biased leading into it. And they allowed a lot of nuance, a lot of introspection and thoughtful conversation from the jurors when they, ahead of time, one of the women who's black said, Black lives do matter because I'm black and my life matters. And at that point, the defense attorney said, yes, it does. You're right. And so I think that it's going to be an interesting distinction and a line that they have to walk in order to try to make this specifically about Derek Chauvin and George Floyd.
And they can make the case that it's not about something bigger, but we know for our viewers, not only in this country, but around the world, this is a conversation that is bigger than this case. Certainly this case is a significant part of that conversation. I want to bring in Dan Abrams, our chief legal analyst. And Dan, you know, much of what you had predicted about what we would hear from both the prosecution and from the defense is what we saw.
Yeah, a couple of little interesting notes, additional color coming from both sides. First of all, from the prosecution. I was interested, and we knew that they were going to be calling police witnesses, but how much he focused on the fact that you'll see the police chief, you'll see other officers, you'll see former officers coming in to say, no, this isn't what police officers are supposed to do. No, this isn't what their training teaches them to do. I think those are going to be very powerful witnesses for the prosecution. Because, look, I guess I'm surprised that the defense attorney, Eric Nelson, didn't say something along the lines of, that tape is hard to watch. Because I think anyone watching that, as Lindsay said, has an emotional response to that. I don't care if you think it was his training or not his training. The bottom line is I expected some more from Eric Nelson saying this is going to be difficult. It's a tough tape to watch. And leaving at least open the possibility that maybe Derek Chauvin didn't do everything according to the book, but that it shouldn't be criminal, but that there was a separate cause of death. But instead, he went all in on the defense, saying he abided by his training. He said he did exactly what he was trained to do. And so that's where I was a little surprised at the tone of Eric Nelson coming out of that video, because regardless of what you think ultimately about the cause of death, you have to be able to at least agree that watching that tape is really, really hard to do.
Dan, I think that's interesting, the lack of acknowledgement of what the jurors had just witnessed. And you juxtapose that with the fact that it did not take long for Eric Nelson to bring up the counterfeit $20 bill up against that 8 minutes of video the jurors had just watched.
Yeah, and look, I understand why he needs to present context, right? He wants to present this as an event, right? Not just those moments on the ground. I get that. That's part of the defense here. Part of the defense is about the drug use. Part of the defense is about how he responded even before this incident occurred. That shows you the mindset of Derek Chauvin and some of the other officers. I get that. But the video's the video. And you just, he sort of really kind of brushed it aside. The one argument he did make, which was substantive about the video, was this notion that because there were these bystanders there, in effect that the officers started getting afraid, they started getting distracted. But if the argument is that his knee was on his neck too long because he was distracted, again, that's a tough legal argument to make, that he wasn't able to do what he's supposed to do because there were people yelling at them, and as a result, he couldn't focus enough on George Floyd. That is kind of what the defense was saying.
Dan Abrams, our thanks to you. To Harry Austin, also watching this with us, host and legal analyst for Law and Crime. And Terry, it was interesting to watch the defense attorney, jump right in with his opening statement, so as if to not let any window of time allow that to settle in with the jurors who had just witnessed this horrific video. And for many of them, they had acknowledged in their questioning before they were selected as jurors that they had not seen the video at that length.
Right, David. You make a very good point there. Eric Nelson did not want that jury to sit and deliberate in their own minds by themselves about what the prosecution had just said. He wanted them to hear his side of the story. And I think Dan raised an excellent point. And it really struck me when Nelson said this. He said that the officers had to divert their attention to the crowd because they couldn't focus specifically on the care of George Floyd when that happened. That actually bothered me. I did not think that was a good defense, not a good enough excuse. What I think he did well, his opening was a little shorter. It was about 25 minutes. I think from a tactical standpoint, he wanted the jury to know, look, this isn't just about the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. He said there were 50,000 bait stamps, 400 witnesses. He wanted to make sure the jury knew that there's more to the story. And from a substance standpoint, obviously he talked about that Chauvin did what he was trained to do. You're going to see all of the policies as far as restraint is concerned. And he wanted to make sure that the cause of death, the jury knew there was a disagreement there. They believed that the cause of death was this, cardiac arrhythmia, and that he had this drug use, and that was why that Floyd died. So he said those two things, but overall, I've got to tell you, one of the things the jury looks at is who's telling me the truth. And I think Blackwell did a good job of admitting to some of the flaws in his case. So he talked about the drug use. And as Dan said, I don't think Eric Nelson did that as well. He should have talked about the video. He should have admitted some of the things that will be problematic in the case. And I think when you do that, the jury is going to listen a little bit better.
So both Terry Austin, Dan Abrams with us, making that similar observation that Eric Nelson didn't acknowledge for the jurors what it is they had just looked at and the horror in that 9-minute video. Terry, thank you. I do want to bring in Pierre Thomas, our Chief Justice correspondent, because Pierre, ultimately what this country is watching after 10 months of reporting on this is a case which did escalate and go in far different directions with such an awful outcome. But it did begin with a counterfeit bill and an initial call to police. And Eric Nelson actually began his argument by talking about that. It's just sort of extraordinary to this day to know that that's how this all began to unfold.
David, you're exactly right. Equal justice under the law. At the end of the day, once they debate the pros and cons of this case, the broader public, all of us who are watching this, will look at this question of equal justice under the law. And one of the issues is that you can say whatever you want. George Floyd is dead over $20. $20. And you heard the prosecutor lay out the fact that when the officers arrived, even though there was no allegation of violence, that they immediately pulled out their weapon, that there was a presumption that this would somehow become violent. That is an issue. And also, I think that many watching this trial, and particularly African Americans, will be looking at the issue of whether there is fairness in policing. I looked at some data. ABC News did an investigation with our own stations, and we looked at some 800 jurisdictions in terms of how police arrest people. And we found that in Minneapolis, for example, blacks are only 19% of the population, but they're arrested 62% of the time, at a rate far higher than their white counterparts.
Pierre Thomas watching the trial with us here as well. I want to bring in TJ Holmes down at our Times Square studios from Good Morning America. And TJ, one of the things that the defense attorney tried to make, the point he tried to make, was that Chauvin was dealing with a rapidly evolving situation, crowd control, de-escalation. But again, the biggest challenge for the defense here is that piece of video that America, the world saw. And you heard those bystanders even asking, check for a pulse, what are you doing? And to look at that video and try to make that case is going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, but we have a lot of people, David, watching today, in the black community in particular, with a sense of trepidation. Because it seems almost in the conversations we've all had, it seems like over the past year, that this is going to be different. There's no way. There's video here. There's almost a 10-minute video. He's on the guy's neck. I mean, how could this be different, or how could charges not come, or how could a conviction not come? But then you think back to a 12-year-old boy in Cleveland named Tamir Rice, who was shot as soon as police got out of the car when he had just a toy gun at a playground. And those officers were never even indicted. You go to Eric Garner selling loose cigarettes, no charges for those officers. You go to Philando Castile, officer was acquitted. You go to Breonna Taylor, who was shot, and the only officer charged in that was the officer that missed her. If he had actually hit her and shot her, he wouldn't have been facing any charges. I bring all those up because the black community is watching with this sense of, oh, here we go again. That even though things stack up, you're looking at it with your own eyes, as the prosecutor said, like he died breath by breath, and you're watching that for almost 10 minutes. But still, you have to wait to see if justice this time is going to work out. And David, we heard it. We've heard that all before. You talked about with Derek Chauvin there and talking about the environment. So oftentimes in these cases, what do you hear? You see something, the crime that took place, it's awful. And then what do we go back to? The story that the defense just told us. All right, he was in the store. He was drunk and out of his mind. They came out twice to ask him to come pay. He wouldn't. He got in the car. He took some pills. He's out of control. He went to sleep. They had to fight with him. Derek Chauvin's only 5'9", 140, and here's a big black guy, 6'3", 223. So we're watching as the community watches once again with this sense of trepidation that here we go again, that even with that kind of evidence, as you all are talking about, hard to overcome, there are plenty of people watching this in the black community going, I wouldn't be surprised if they did find a way. overcome it, Dave.
TJ Holmes making very important points here this morning, that there are going to be comparisons made to so many explanations given before about the actions of law enforcement, and enlisting a multitude of cases. And I want to bring in Terry Moran on this point, our senior national correspondent, because, Pierre, this was something that Lindsay and I chatted about not long ago. When you hear Jerry Blackwell and the prosecution saying that this is not about all police or about policing, you hear Eric Nelson for the defense saying this is not political or a social cause in the courtroom. And that might be true in the courtroom, but we know we have a much broader audience in this country, around the world, because it's being live streamed, who recognize that this is, whether you like it or not, part of something much larger.
It's part of American history. You're absolutely right, David. This is a global event, and the whole world is watching. But I would suggest also that inside that courtroom, inevitably, the jurors, by design, are there to be the voice of the community, not just as finders of fact and those who apply the law to the facts, but on the meaning of it. They aren't going to go rogue, but they're meant to express the sense of the community about this incident, not with a political speech, but with their verdict. They will understand that part of their role is to vindicate the facts of what happened and what they mean for the community. It is inevitable. Jurors understand themselves. Anybody who's ever served on a criminal jury knows it's one of the most intense experiences of your life. You have an enormous amount of power in your hand. The state is asking for the power to put someone behind bars or perhaps even to death. That is a political act. It's an act of power. And jurors understand that the exercise of the power through their verdict matters to the wider community. And I think that is inevitable in the courtroom.
Certainly is inevitable, Terry. Thank you. Rachel Scott, who has been covering this for the last 10 months with us as well, both there at the White House and from Black Lives Matter Plaza, not far from the White House. Of course, this all playing out 10 months ago in the middle of a presidential campaign. It became part of not just this reckoning on race and justice in our country, but became a political discussion about which candidate, President Trump or President Biden, are most capable of handling this moving forward. And Rachel, now that Joe Biden is the president and in the White House had said that the president and several members of this administration obviously will be watching this trial very closely.
Very closely, David. We know that. And we also know that White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said President Joe Biden was personally affected by the death and the killing of George Floyd. She said that it redoubled his commitment to wanting to advance racial justice and racial equity in this country. They have called police reform an urgent issue. But I can also tell you, David, that I have spoken to many protesters who were outside of the White House for weeks, for days, for months, demanding for justice, demanding for change. And they are frustrated by the lack of action, not only by the president, but also by lawmakers. After the death of George Floyd, we did see bipartisan talks around police reform, but those fizzled when Democrats and Republicans could not get on the same page. President Joe Biden said he wants to establish a National Police Oversight Commission in his first 100 days in office. That has not happened yet. So you have the words Black Lives Matter painted on the street leading up to the White House. Activists say that's a powerful symbol, but they want policies that reflect the meaning of those words, David.
All right, Rachel Scott at the White House. Rachel, we appreciate it as always. Let's get back to Alex Perez on the scene there in Minneapolis. And Alex, you were telling us earlier about the significant security presence there and the fact that this trial is playing out on the 18th floor of that building there behind you. And the reason we're all able to watch it live streamed is that decision by the judge, because he said it simply wouldn't be fair given the fact that members of the community and members of both sides in the courtroom, because we're also watching this unfold as this pandemic continues.
Yeah, David, they're taking so many precautions to make sure this trial can move forward in a smooth fashion. You know, all of us have said watching that video play out in the courtroom was very difficult to see. And I think in many ways that was the point, to show just how difficult that moment, that event was. This is what makes this case different than so many others. We have all of that evidence, that video on cell phone that was played in the courtroom and seen around the world. We expect expect as this case now moves forward, the defense will continue to build their case to say that it was not Derek Chauvin's knee, but it was those previous medical conditions, his heart condition and drug use that led to his death. Also, David, we should point out it's not lost on people who are watching, particularly black people, that Jerry Blackwell was the person delivering that opening statement for the prosecution. That decision made just last week. It was supposed to be Matthew Frank, but it was Jerry Blackwell. He will continue with this case as it moves forward now, David.
Expected to last, thank you, Alex, 3 to 4 weeks. And Lindsay Davis will be right here with me. And Lindsay, your final thought here on these opening statements.
Sure. You know, I think that there's such an important distinction that you made as far as how this is playing out inside the courtroom versus globally. And there's been so much conversation about this racial reckoning, and reckoning by definition is a settlement of a bill or account. And the jury is still out on that as far as if that is in fact happening in this country. And a lot of people are going to be looking to this trial to see, are we taking some steps toward equality in the criminal justice system? And lastly, I just want to say there was a minister in Minneapolis who said that there are a lot of black people in that community who don't have faith that there is going to be a guilty verdict here. And he said, because we've seen this movie again and again and again, so much so that we can recite the lines.
All right, Lindsay Davis with us here as well. Our thanks to you, Lindsay, and to Dan and Terry and our entire team. Alex Perez there on the ground. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live, abcnews.com. I'll see you later this afternoon with the entire team for World News Tonight. Until then, thank you for watching, and we'll see you then. Good day.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Macedo. You've been watching continuing coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd. You are seeing the first witness there on the stand, a 911 dispatcher who took in the call that day on May 25th. Let's listen.
Silence so they can work around that and be on the radio and listen to the firefighters. Across the room, you will have our Channel 7 that is closely located to our dispatch group, which is approximately 4 people that are giving out all the calls to the officers.
So when you say the fire dispatchers are somewhere different, why is that?
It's just the layout of our center. I mean, police dispatch is also on across the room away from the call takers. It gives them the ability to be louder if they need to, if someone's hard of hearing or anything like that. The chatter also gets, with everybody together, gets pretty loud, so we have our own different areas for the ability to be on the radio without all of the background noise.
So in any particular shift, there are some people taking calls and some people dispatching calls.
Correct. We are not doing the same. I am not taking a 911 call and then dispatching it.
Why is that?
Minneapolis is very busy. We have dedicated 911 call takers at that time. We wouldn't be able to do it all at the same time.
And then fire dispatches their own fire units for a particular call?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned having 5 or 6 screens in front of you. What are all those screens about?
Those screens have different resources on them. One of my screens is a telephone that has hundreds of numbers in it that I can use to call whoever I need to for any given reason. I also then have a city computer that I can utilize. If I need to find an address because someone may not know it, I can use Google or any other resources I need from the internet. I then have a radio screen that has all of our radio channels on it, along with other public answering points, so we can listen to their chatter in case something is coming into Minneapolis that we need to be aware of. And then I have 3 screens dedicated to the calls that are coming in, the calls that are assigned to police or fire, and it'll tell me all of the units I have available or who is signed in for different things.
Sounds like a lot of information.
It is a lot of information.
How long did it take you to really become a master at your job?
Every day is a learning day. I can tell you that I can learn something new that I didn't know yesterday. To be completely comfortable with police dispatching, it took me about 3 years to get comfortable there.
And as part of your training for that job, did you have to learn about how the City of Minneapolis Police Department divides up the city for coverage?
Yes, that's all geography for us, based off of the precincts and then how the precincts break down into different sectors.
And can you describe for the jurors then, and by police coverage, you're talking about how officers are assigned, correct?
Correct.
And so how is the city of Minneapolis divided up for police coverage?
There are 5 different precincts in Minneapolis, 1 through 5. Within those precincts, they all have different sectors. Those sectors are given to the officers. They have specific sectors that they belong to. And based off of the geography of the call, you would assign a certain unit to a different call, or to that call. And if you don't have a unit to cover that area, then you would have to take a unit from a different sector to cover that, leaving the sector they came from available.
So can you describe for the jurors, let's take, for example, the 3rd precinct. Are you familiar with the 3rd precinct?
I am.
And describe for the jurors generally what the 3rd precinct is.
The 3rd precinct has 4 sectors in it. The first one being 310. That is the top of the precinct. It goes down to Lake Street. And then the middle would be 320, and the lower half being 330, the east side being 340.
And so what generally in area of Minneapolis are we talking about?
For the 3rd precinct would be South Minneapolis, east of 35W.
And when you use these terms like 310 and 320, what is that really referring to?
It refers to their sectors to correspond with the call signs that they use.
And so in a typical shift, how many officers would be assigned to each sector?
Typically you have 1 per sector, and then you have a sector squad or a precinct-wide squad that would be assigned to the whole precinct.
And so when officers are assigned to that sector, they're known by that sector number, not their names or their badge number or anything like that.
Correct.
So when you're dispatching, you dispatch to 320 because they're the 320 car.
Correct.
And so if you dispatch a call and that sector car is not available, what's the process there?
You move to that 360 number. It is a precinct-wide squad. If there is not one available, then you move to the most closest available squad.
So somebody has to go out of their sector to respond to that.
Correct.
And what's a priority call?
A priority call is a incident where someone calls in within 10 minutes of the situation happening, or there's the suspect that is still on scene.
So what's the significance of calling that a priority call in terms of dispatch?
The significance, we would want to get someone there as soon as possible. It's no longer, it falls still into the, how would I say this? It's still happening. There's a possibility of the person still being on scene. It's not a report call that they would go not code 2.
And so describe for us then what code 2 means.
As far as I understand, code 2 would be not using lights and sirens. They're going without those.
So it sort of makes sense for a call to be priority if you've got a suspect still there, want to get an officer there right away.
Correct.
And so code 2, from your training and experience, means proceeding without lights and sirens. Are there other codes that are used as part of the dispatch process and the policing process?
We have code 4, which would be scene safe. Okay. If we're working with other agencies, such as EMS, and they're staging in the area, which means they're not going in unless police have deemed it safe for them, police would let us know that the scene is code 4. And then they would proceed in.
And so between 2 and 4, is there a code 3?
There is a code 3.
And what does that mean?
Code 3 means emergent. So they need them as quickly as possible.
Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit. In your job as a dispatcher, you do a lot by hearing what's going on, getting calls. Is there also some things that you can do visually in terms of seeing what's going on outside of in the city of Minneapolis?
The majority of our job is all through listening. From the first call that comes into us to dispatching it to radios between dispatch and the responders. At sometimes we do have cameras available to us. They can be up simply for the fact to know what time of the day it is, to know what the weather might be out or at that time, to keep us as up to date so we can understand how or what questions to ask our callers depending on the day or what it looks like. But we do have cameras available to us if needed.
So explain where these cameras are. What do you mean that there are cameras?
As far as I know, they are around the city. I don't specifically know where each one of them is, but they are up, and we do have access to them. Not specifically the dispatchers, but they are cameras that are available for usually camera operators, which are some police officers that operate cameras to use, and then we can use them as well.
So how do you see them, when you're working as a dispatcher, how do you see the video from those cameras?
Just like the TVs in this room, they're on the wall for us to use. There are approximately, I believe, 6 TVs.
And so it's a way for you to see what's going on out in the streets?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And, how often in your job do you think you look up at those and see what's going on?
It depends. Depends on how busy we are. Sometimes we are going from call to call to call, and you start at 5 o'clock and somehow it's already 9 o'clock in the afternoon, and you don't know how you got there. Sometimes we can look up and see what it's like outside, and you can watch the people walking by. It all depends on the day.
So in communicating with police officers who are out working, there are different ways that you can actually communicate with them and talk to them.
Correct.
What are the different ways that you can do that?
First, we use our radio. That is our formal way of communication with giving out calls and information. We also have our CAD system, and that is the computer system that allows us to take the calls from 911 operators. They come over to us at dispatch, and then when we dispatch the call, we're also giving that same call to the officers or the firefighters to their computers so that they have the same information that we're giving out. Through that, we also have what would seem as an email system, and we can use that to send messages to if needed.
Can you also make phone calls to officers?
We can.
And so you may have sort of already answered my question, but just to be clear about it, tell us the typical process when a citizen makes a 911 call, how that comes through the call center and becomes a call to police officers for assistance.
So everything is, the first question we ask is, what is the address of the emergency? It's the most important thing so that we can send help right away if needed, but it also allows the calls to be coded to the correct dispatcher. We have 3 dispatchers working all at the same time, and they're in charge of different precincts. My channel, which was channel 1, is precinct 3 and 2, and the other channels involved have different precincts. So the address allows us to give it to different dispatchers so they can disseminate that information.
And so a call goes to a call taker.
Mm-hmm.
They give information to you to do the dispatch out.
Correct.
And so were you working on May 25th of last year?
I was.
Okay. What was your shift? Do you remember that day?
My shift was a middle shift. I started at 14:30, which is 2:30 in the afternoon, and I worked until midnight 30, which is 12:30 at night.
And I think you told us your responsibility then was which areas of Minneapolis?
Channel 1, which would be precinct 2 and precinct 3.
So then the other channels have the other precincts.
Correct.
And so what was your assignments? What were your job duties on May 25th of 2020?
As a police dispatcher, it was to take the calls that came in from 911 and to dispatch them to the police officers.
And incidentally, I think I may have forgot to ask you, is there always a sergeant on duty when you're serving as a dispatcher, a sergeant on duty out in the streets in each precinct?
Yes.
How many sergeants are there generally on?
It depends on their shift, minimal of one.
And as part of your duties, do you often have contact with those sergeants about calls and other matters?
Yes.
Now, on that date, May 25 of 2020, did you dispatch a call to officers to a location known as Cup Foods?
Yes.
And did you receive that 911 call?
I did not.
And but you dispatched a call about that?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that location, Cup Foods?
Yes.
And do you know the intersection where that's located?
38th in Chicago.
And is that in the city of Minneapolis?
Yes.
You know what county that's in?
Hennepin.
Okay. And why are you familiar with that location?
It's a place where I've been in the area before. Excuse me, sorry. And also it's part of our geography to know certain landmarks that stick out. It's a place where we have to be ready to understand where it is. So if someone tells me they're at Cup Foods, I know where that is. It's 38th in Chicago, and I can use my computer system to get that address.
So fairly familiar with the city of Minneapolis.
Yes.
And were you aware at the time if there was one of these street cameras for that area?
I did not.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn that there, in fact, is a camera there that could show the incident you had called?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you also then look at some video for this incident at that location?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a little bit. Prior to coming into court, did you have a chance to look at what we've marked as Exhibit 151? You don't know that, but it's the VisiNet or CAD printout from part of this call, correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, can we turn on just the witness's screen, please? Can you put up 151, please? I'm showing you what we've marked as Exhibit 151. Do you see it on your screen?
No. Oh.
Now, do you see it?
Yes, I'm using the judge's computer.
Okay. First of all, do you recognize what this document is?
Yes.
And how would you refer to it so I get it right?
It is the printout version of the call that it came in from 911.
So as calls are processed through the center, a record of that is made that looks like this.
Yes.
And is this kept in the ordinary course of the business of the call center and keeping track of what it does?
Yes.
And have you on prior occasions relied on something like this to recall what happened during a call?
Yes.
And is it something that you're able to see even sometimes during your shift?
Yes.
And would this come up on one of the multiple screens that you have if you wanted to?
Yes. Everything looks different. It would take a lot of explaining, but yes, we see all of this information.
Your Honor, then I would offer Exhibit 151.
And you did.
Objection. 151 is received.
Now, Ms. Scurry, I'm going to ask for 151 to be put up on the screen so we can all see it. And starting here with the first page of this document, and I'll represent to you that we have not included the entire document, right? This is just a portion of that information, correct?
Correct.
So what I'm going to ask you to do here with the first line is tell us, run us through that first line and tell us the information on that very top line.
The first line is from the call taker. It is a query of the plate that's in the call, and then we use a lot of abbreviations for quick hand information to the dispatchers, and it would say outside on 38th Street reporting that there is a male provided a counterfeit bill to the business. The suspect is a black male, 6 foot taller, sitting on top of a blue Mercedes ML320 SUV, license plate boy Robert John 026.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this blown up a little bit so it's easier for everybody to read along with you, and at least the first couple lines, just so that it's bigger for us all to see. So the first column on the left, self-explanatory, that's the date.
Correct.
And then the time, also probably self-explanatory. What does user mean?
User would be how you identify different persons involved. This person, you can tell, is a call taker. It's the first two letters there, and then it has their ID number. We all have our own ID numbers.
And so what's your ID number?
Mine is 1230096.
But this first user number that starts with a CT, you're familiar with who is assigned that number, or generally who has that number?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It's given to our certain, everybody has their own specific one. If I needed to query that to find out who it was, it would tell me who their name is. But I also know that that's a call taker based off of the first two letters.
And then type, what does type mean?
It's the response.
So that's outgoing information.
Yes, I believe. I don't exactly know what that means actually. Right.
Okay. So that first line, query, somebody's asking to run a license plate, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then the next line, can you describe for the jury then what we're seeing here, all that's in capital letters?
So everything we write is usually in capital letters, but the first three letters are OTS. It's our short term for outside. And then just on 38th Street, it's providing the information of where. We try to be as clear as possible and paint a picture. So outside on 38th Street, reporting that there's mail provided a counterfeit bill to the business.
And so is this the information that the call taker provided to you to make the dispatch to officers?
Yes.
And as part of this process, does that information also go to the officers in writing?
Yes, all of this information is sent to them when they're assigned the call.
So this is available to them in their squad car as well?
Correct.
And we see then there's a description of the vehicle, correct? Blue Mercedes?
Yes.
And then there's an address.
Yes, that is the query information. That goes in there so we can... Sometimes plates don't match vehicles. It is the reason why we ask, along with the license plate, what kind of vehicle are you seeing? So when we run that plate, we can say this is a stolen vehicle and it doesn't match, or the plate doesn't match because it might just be wrong.
So here, cleared at 2419 Ilion Avenue North, what does that mean?
That is the registered owner's address.
Of the vehicle that's described there?
Yes.
All right. And so then the next line, no screening questions asked, what does that mean?
Due to the pandemic, we have certain questions that we ask, and there were no screening questions asked based off of the person not being the person they're calling about. So the caller, as far as we know, they're not going to have contact with but no screening questions were asked to let the officers know that we don't know if they've had any COVID contact or symptoms.
Okay. So then, taking this information, then did you dispatch a squad car to respond to this call?
Yes.
And who did you, well, first of all, if you could tell us which sector of the 3rd Precinct, well, I assume this was the 3rd Precinct, correct?
Correct.
Which sector would this fall in?
This falls in 320 sector.
Okay. And did you, in fact, dispatch then to 320?
I originally dispatched this to 330.
And why is that?
320 was not available.
And you knew that from your work previous that day?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you, did you make an actual dispatch to 330 to respond to this call?
Yes.
And so when you do that, make that oral dispatch, do you base it off this information that you're reading right here?
Correct.
All right. And prior to coming to court, did you have an opportunity to listen to a copy of that call?
Yes.
And we played that for you?
Yes.
And did that appear to be an accurate recording of the actual call that you made?
Yes.
And we've marked that as Exhibit 10. And, Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 10 at this time.
10, please.
Can you play Exhibit 10, please?
24, 23, May 25, 2020.
330, as you can start, is the only available out of your sector to Cup Foods on Chicago, 3759 Chicago. On 38, they are reporting that there's a person who used a counterfeit bill at the business. Suspect is a black male, 6 foot or taller, sitting.
It's not that. So just so we're clear, that's not quite the end of the call, is it?
No.
All right. We will try again and see if we can get the whole thing to play.
Mr. Frank, take a moment.
So in your call out, then, you passed along essentially the same information as in the written part we saw in Exhibit 151.
Correct.
Slightly different based on just what you're reporting out, correct?
Correct.
Also, inside record.
Just to help those of you watching at home, we are watching again the trial of Derek Chauvin. Currently, the first witness is on the stand, the 911 dispatcher who was part of the team that took in that first 911 call on May 25th, the day of George Floyd's death. Right now, it appears the attorneys and the judge are having a conversation. There was a technical difficulty while playing that 911 call. Now, under normal circumstances, the attorneys would approach the bench and the attorneys and the judge would have a conversation there at a low volume so that the rest of the courtroom and particularly the jury could not hear. In this case, because of COVID restrictions, they are having those conversations via headsets. So occasionally we will lose audio. Just wanted to explain what was happening. Sounds like they're resuming again the questioning. So let's listen in.
Before we play it, so the first thing that records is actually not your voice. That's just an electronic voice marking the time of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we'll try Exhibit 10 again.
Tape 04-23, May 25, 2020. At 3:30. 3:30, as you could start as the only available out of your sector to Cup Foods on Chicago, 3759 Chicago. On 38, they are reporting that there's a person who used a counterfeit bill at the business. Suspect is a black male, 6 foot or taller, sitting on the hood of a blue Mercedes. License plate boy Robert John 026, possibly intoxicated as well.
Sorry. Squad 320, could you put this call in pending priority 9? We can take that forgery.
Copy, 30 option, Chris.
Copy, cancel time's coming.
So that is the total dispatch you had regarding this incident with the officers out on the street, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to back up and run through this a little bit. And if you can tell us, Cup Foods is in which sector?
It's in Sector 320.
Okay. And you initially called this out to 3:30, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who was working in 3:30 that day?
I don't specifically know.
Okay. And so when you start your shift, you just know there's a car out there that's 3:30, you're calling to them.
Correct.
And after that, 3:30 called back and said copy, correct?
Correct.
And what does that mean?
It means they acknowledge that they've been given a call.
Okay. And subsequent to that, there was a call from 320, correct?
Yes.
And what was the substance of that call?
They said they would take their call.
Okay. So based on what you knew about 320 being busy, what did you take from that exchange that 320 was now calling in?
That they were able to at least put their call in pending and they could come back to it and then take their call.
They also mentioned pending priority 9. What does that mean?
That means that I didn't clear them from their call. Sometimes I will clear a squad for whichever reason. If it's report, advised, sent, there's a multitude of different reasons. And I instead just put it back in pending so they could pick it up later to finish whatever they needed to do.
And then 3:30 ended up calling and saying cancel, thanks 20, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what did that mean?
That they were no longer going to be going to the call and to thank them.
And so when you're making, when you're doing that dispatch, at some point did you ask to send additional officers there?
In the initial one, no.
Correct, but did you eventually?
Yes.
All right. So if we can go back to 151, please. And again, we'll expand that first page so we can see it easier. You'll see a line at 201008. So that would be 81008, correct?
Correct.
And that's your identification number, correct?
Correct.
And so tell us what that line is about.
These are the actions that I did to back the squad 320 up with 330 and then 830.
And so when you're saying backed up 320 with 330, what does that mean? What do you...
Additional squads are en route.
Right. And so did you request that, or was that information you got that they were going to back up 320?
I backed them up.
Okay. Do you recall why?
I believe, I don't remember specifically, that I heard something loud in the background and asked for additional squads until code 4.
And you did that as well with 830, correct?
Correct.
And what does 830 refer to?
Squad 830 is a park squad.
And by park squad, you mean what?
They're a Minneapolis park officer.
So it's the park police, work for the city of Minneapolis as well.
Correct.
And so they can respond to calls in Minneapolis, even though it's not in a park.
Correct.
Right. And so then can you tell us a few lines down at 201102? Do you see that line?
Yes.
And describe for us what is listed there.
They are taking one out.
Okay. And what does that mean?
They are taking a person out of the vehicle.
Is that customary for officers to call that in?
Yes.
And then right below that is a license plate number, correct?
Yes.
All right. And we have removed the identifying information from that, correct?
Correct.
That's why there's a gap there. Mm-hmm. And though there is a street address in Minneapolis, correct?
Yes.
And that's on Ilion Avenue?
Correct.
Where is that in Minneapolis generally, do you know?
That is in the 4th precinct.
So which side of Minneapolis is that?
That is on the north side of Minneapolis.
And so this information has gone out to the officers as well, that address?
Correct.
And then following down to 2012-21, do you see that entry?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors what's depicted on that line?
It is Squad 320 is code 4.
And so that means what to you?
Scene safe.
And incidentally, this 2012 is military time. That's 8/12, correct?
Correct.
I suspect you're far more accustomed to translating that than the rest of us.
Very much.
Yeah. And then the next line down, can you describe for the jurors what's there?
It says 830 is out with Squad 320. That is when the squad arrived.
That is when the what? I'm sorry.
The 830 park squad is now with Squad 320 at that location.
Okay. And then if we move down to the next line, a whole bunch of stuff there. Mm-hmm. Not really concerned. That's just all coding for some information requested, I assume.
Yes, that is 830 put something in the call.
Okay. So then we'll move to the next page, and we'll expand this so we can see it. And actually, these 2 pages, we'll probably pull up both at the same time so we can look at them as we go along. Drawing your attention to the second line at 2020-11, do you see that?
Yes.
And can you describe what's listed there, what that line is about?
I believe I heard EMS code 2 for a mouth injury requested by the squad.
And so that's 320 calling in for that, correct?
Correct.
And so code 2, you told us earlier, means what?
Non-emergent.
And then describe for us then what's depicted in the next line at 2021-35.
Squad 330 requested EMS code 3.
So this is now
upgrade.
330 upgrading the call to code 3. Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
And so they're asking for the ambulance to come quicker.
Correct.
And just to be clear, when we talk about EMS, we might think of that as an ambulance, right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next line at 2027-21, can you describe for the jurors what's depicted there?
It was information for the paramedics that police had the male restrained on the ground.
And incidentally, are you able to tell who called that in, whether it was, or which squad it was?
I would be able to if I read the portable number.
Okay.
But I did not.
But not on this printout, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then the next line down at 2028-36. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what that line has there?
So we first start out with a different number, so the long numbers with all the zeros, and then that is a paramedic writing into the call. and it says Rig 412 is requesting fire code 3, so we're adding additional agency to that.
Now explain why, like, is EMS different than fire?
Yes.
How so?
EMS, we have 2 different EMS companies we work with, North and then Hennepin County, Hennepin EMS. And this is them writing in here, adding the additional fire. Fire is clearly firefighters, but they are medically trained. They can be anywhere in the city close to within 4 minutes.
So this is the paramedics calling in
additional support
from the fire department.
Correct.
All right. And then if we skip down 2 lines to 2031-12, tell us what's listed there.
Per engine or rig, this is the paramedic rig 412. EMS is now located at Park and 36, so they no longer are on scene.
And so for those last 2 lines we've looked at, the EMS people are sending information to you or to this call center.
Everything's shared.
Okay.
So we have a shared computer system that we use. And when you start adding additional agencies, everybody gets the same information so that everybody can be informed on what's going on.
And so this information then as well goes out to the fire department?
Correct.
Is it a separate thing you have to do, or is it automatic as part of the sharing?
It is an automatic thing once you are adding the agencies.
Okay.
So fire would not be able to see that unless they had their own call.
And so the line above that is the multi-agency fire is adding fire in?
Correct.
And so skipping down a couple lines now to 2033-02, can you describe for the jurors what's in that line?
It says via Metcom, EMS would like the fire department for patient condition at the requested location.
And this is something you dispatched out?
Correct.
And so that's, what's the import of this information? What's being communicated here?
I no longer knew what was going on. And I asked our partners, our agency, other agencies, via Metcom. It is a resource group that we have that we can connect radio to radio instead of phone to phone. It's faster. And I asked them what was going on, and that's what they told me, so I put it in the call so that everybody had that information.
And the next line down at 2034-10, can you describe where that information is coming from?
It's coming from the paramedics, and it says full arrest.
Okay. So that's something they're reporting into this our shared system, full arrest.
Correct.
All right. And the next line after that, 2034-30.
Again, coming from paramedics, or they said engine or rig 412. The paramedics are working a full arrest.
And the next line down again now is you calling in, or you handling this information, correct?
Yes.
And what are you dispatching out there?
Adding information that the fire department is en route to Park and 36.
And then the next line down, 2036-07.
That is a different ID number, and it starts with F, which means it's coming from one of our fire dispatchers. It says engine 17, fire is 2 minutes out to 36th and Park.
And the next line down, if you could just describe that for the jurors, the 2048-23.
That is EMS transporting to HCMC.
And then finally, this last line, 2055-06, in the column after the time, 3:30, correct?
Yes.
So what does that mean with that code being there?
The information that they provided.
Right. So is this 3:30 calling in?
They didn't call in. This is information they put directly into the call.
All right. How do they do that? What is
They
it?
have their computers. It's a laptop, I believe, in their cars that they're able to provide information that way too.
And so on this line, it references the status of the AP. Do you recognize the abbreviation AP?
No.
Okay. You don't know what that refers to?
No.
Okay. And so this is really a timeline of what happened during these calls, correct?
Correct.
All right. So during this call, you know why we're here today, of course, because of this incident, correct?
Correct.
You have since learned the identities of the officers involved?
Correct.
On May 25th of 2020, did you personally know any of those officers?
No.
And during this time of this call, did you have some opportunities to look at the street video from this location?
I did.
And can you describe for the jurors how you came to see that?
While working at my position, we have 2 cameras or 2 TVs on our walls, one on both sides of the walls, so either side of the room can see. While I was dispatching calls, because this call was not the only call that I had to dispatch to officers in different precincts, I noticed that the cameras were up at 38th in Chicago and that we were able to see what was going on.
And did you recognize what was depicted in the video?
To the best of my knowledge.
And was Cup Foods in the video?
Yes.
And did you recognize that as Cup Foods?
Yes.
And was that consistent with what you knew to be 38th in Chicago?
Yes.
And so did you also, when you observed that, see some police officers?
Yes.
And can you just describe when you first looked up there in general kind of what you saw?
When I just saw the squad car. I didn't see the police officers.
And did you watch this video feed for a period of time?
I went in and out of the camera and being able to pay attention to it. I did not watch the whole video. Or as it was happening, I did not watch the whole time.
And why not?
I still had calls to take care of and things to give out to the police officers.
So we've marked a copy of that video. Did you have a chance to view that before coming into court today?
Yes.
And you understand that we cropped it in the sense of on one side of the video there's a huge sign that kind of obscures that whole area. But the rest of the video, does it fairly and accurately depict what you were able to see?
Correct.
So, Your Honor, we would offer what's been marked as Exhibit 11.
Any objections? Sidebar, Your Honor. Yep.
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to interfere and again explain what's happening here. We are watching the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd on May 25th. We're currently hearing the testimony of the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Lee Scurry. The defense attorney, I believe, asked for a conference with the judge, and so the attorneys are now talking to the judge, something no doubt that came up in that testimony that they want to discuss privately. They don't want the jury to hear this conversation, and so they're having it via headset instead of approaching the bench because of COVID restrictions. And it sounds like they're resuming that testimony. Let's listen.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start showing Exhibit 11, and I'm going to let it run for about 15 seconds, and then I'm going to pause it, okay? All right, so if you could do that, please. All right, so I'm going to ask to pause it right here. Now, as I said, other than cutting out the big sign on the right side, does this fairly depict what you were able to see when you looked up at the screens on May 25th of 2020 regarding this incident?
Correct.
And you said when you first saw it, there were no officers. Now we obviously have seen some officers walking into view. Were you still able to watch it when they did walk into view?
I was in and out of this video, so I do not remember them walking to the car.
All right. And what do you remember, seeing the next time that you looked up?
I believe they were getting into the back of the squad car.
All right. And do you remember then the next time that you were able to see it, generally what was depicted?
I believe they were still trying to get into the back of the squad car. It was moving a little bit, and then I went back to my screens.
And I think what I'd like to do is have this run, and if you could just watch the video and tell the jurors, when you were able to look up what parts that you remember seeing that day during your shift, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I believe this is close to where I started watching.
So obviously you can see some police officers here. Did you recognize them individually?
No. And then I know I didn't watch that much, and then the next time I looked, they were opening the door. I do remember that.
Okay. Which door do you mean?
The driver's side back seat. This is what I remember seeing.
And so for the record, we see the officers now trying to put Mr. Floyd into the back seat, correct?
Correct.
The timestamp on the top, for the record, reflects about 8:17 and 10 seconds when you said that, approximately.
Yes.
Now the officers have opened a rear passenger door. Do you remember seeing this part of the video?
Yes. I remember seeing the squad move.
And what do you mean by move?
So like now you can see the squad is moving back and forth.
It's not like being driven, but moving back and forth.
Right.
And for the record now, the timestamp at the top is 8:17:50 approximately.
And I know I wasn't able to watch all of this.
So at some point here, you had to turn away and do your job.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember what was the next thing you remember seeing?
The next time I remember looking up is they had moved from the back of the squad to the ground.
All right. And so when you see that, let me know, and we'll just make a reference to it at that time, okay?
Okay. I don't exactly know when they moved to the ground. I just know that when I looked up,
right,
we were no longer in the back seat.
Because you've told us that you remember seeing them on the ground with him, I want you to point out the time in the video that looks familiar to what you remember seeing when you say that you saw them on the ground with him, just so that we know, okay?
Okay. I believe this is when I started watching again.
So for the record, the timestamp at the top reflects 8/19/25. So this is what you mean by them having him on the ground?
Correct.
Do you recall how long you were able to watch around this time?
No, honestly, I was in and out of looking at the cameras and then going back to my screens to make sure I wasn't missing anything, added remarks, getting out calls, and then would go back to the screen again.
Now, and actually I think what I'll do is just pause it here. After seeing this, at some point, then did you look back to the screen?
To back to working?
No, back to this video of the
Yes,
scene.
I was in and out of looking at this screen and then my work.
And at some point then, did you go back to this and how did it appear at that time when you went back to it?
It had not changed.
And what do you mean by that?
They were still on the ground. The whole situation was still the same.
Had there been other changes to the scene? Were there other people in the...
I didn't pay attention to the surroundings of what was going on. I just know that they hadn't moved.
All right. But at some point, did you see other citizens in the video?
I cannot remember seeing them. I just remembered looking up and seeing that the situation hadn't changed.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long that was?
No. It was long enough. It was long enough that I could look back multiple times.
Okay. And so when you did look back, still on the ground, like depicted here, essentially.
Correct.
And what did you think about this when you looked back and saw that it hadn't changed?
I first asked if the screens had frozen.
Why did you ask that?
Because it hadn't changed.
Okay. And did you find that it had frozen?
No.
How did
Well,
you
I
know?
was told that it was not frozen.
Did you see the screen change yourself?
Yes, I saw the person's moving.
So what did you start thinking at that point?
Something might be wrong.
Why?
We don't get these videos often, or, video at all, unless it's looking at the bridge or just looking at people walking. We very rarely get incidents where police are actively on a scene. And they had changed. They had come from the back of the squad to the ground, and my instincts were telling me that something's wrong. Something is not right. I don't know what, but something wasn't right.
In what ways were you thinking that something was not right?
It was an extended period of time. Again, I can't tell you the exact amount of time. And they hadn't told me if they needed any more resources. It's a multitude of different things that ran through my brain. But I became concerned that something might be wrong.
Wrong with what? What are you thinking?
It was a gut instinct of, in the incident, something's not going right. Whether it be they needed more assistance, or if there just something wasn't right. I don't know how to explain it. It was a gut instinct to tell me that now we can be concerned.
And what did you decide to do?
I took that instinct and I called the sergeant.
And do you recall who the sergeant was that you talked to?
It was Sergeant Kluger.
And why did you call a sergeant?
The sergeant is the police officer's supervisor.
You're not a Minneapolis police officer.
No.
You haven't gone through like the use of force training.
No.
But in your experience, you felt something was wrong here that a sergeant needed to know about.
Correct. If this was a form of use of force, I was calling to let them know.
Why would you involve a sergeant in a call that might involve the use of force?
Sergeants are usually always notified for use of force.
And so did you in fact call Sergeant Kluger?
I did.
Have you ever in your career before called a sergeant for something like this?
Multiple. For an incident like this?
Right.
To be exact, no.
Okay. Where you had this instinct and felt something was wrong and you needed to call a sergeant about. Have you ever had that incident or that situation before this incident?
If something was wrong with a call, yes. And not, I don't know how to say this, not if, I can call the sergeant for anything because they are a resource. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I can call them regarding calls if something doesn't look right in a call, if there's a caution note, if there's something that they can do beyond the scope of the call, I can call them.
And have you had a chance to listen to a recording of that call you actually made?
Yes.
And that recording is made as part of the business of the call center. It records that traffic.
Everything's recorded.
All right. And we played a recording of that for you previously?
Yes.
And was it an accurate recording of your call?
Yes.
And we've now marked that as Exhibit 12. In Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 12.
No objection. 12 was received.
And at this time, we'll play that call, all right?
2030-44, May 25, 2020.
Hey, this is Jenna with Channel 1. Hey, what's up? Hey, so just wanted to let you know about the person with a knife at 2602 Bloomington. And then, I didn't know, you can call me a snitch if you want to, but we have the cameras up for 320's call. Oh, did they already put him in the, they must have already started moving him. And 320 over at Cup Foods. Okay. I don't know if they had used force or not. They got something out of the back of the squad, and all of them sat on this man. So I don't know if they needed to or not, but they haven't said anything to me yet.
Yeah, they haven't said anything unless they're just a takedown, which doesn't count, but
okay.
I'll find out.
No problem. We don't get to ever see it, so when we see it, we're just like, well, that looks a little different. All right, thank you. Bye.
Good, bye.
2031-33, May 25, 2020.
So I'm going to walk through that just a little bit. At the very beginning, you spoke kind of fast and you identified yourself. Can you just describe for the jury what you were saying there?
I told them my name was Jenna and that I was Channel 1 dispatch.
So that's meaning the dispatch for 3rd Precinct.
Correct.
And then you talked about something involving a knife. Is that related to this case at all?
No.
That was from some other call?
Correct.
And then you used the term snitch.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
At that moment, it was a word that just came out of my mouth, but it's out of the scope of my duties to call a sergeant if there was any use of force.
And so that's what the purpose, well, tell me, what was the purpose of making that call to him and giving him that information?
Voicing my concerns. Like I said, we don't see incidents. My job is mainly all listening.
And by the time you made that call, you said something to Sergeant Pleger about, did they take him already? By the time you made that call, were you still able to see the video from the street camera?
Yes, the video was still up.
And what did you see at the time that you were making that call?
That nobody was there.
So you were aware an ambulance had come to the scene?
Yes.
But the ambulance was not in the video at that time?
Correct.
So is that the reason why you made a reference to them being gone?
Yes. So I was speaking to the rest of my team over there and asking a question to them while still on the phone with the sergeant.
So probably a better time for me to ask this question, but have you ever, prior to that date, made a call like that to a sergeant?
No.
In your job? Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, should we take our lunch break, or would you like to do short cross-examination?
No, I think we should take our lunch break.
All right.
If there is one matter I'd like to discuss with counsel on the court.
All right. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break. Lunches should be delivered to your room soon, so we'll see you at 1:30.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Macedo. You've been watching continuing coverage there of the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd. The trial started this morning with opening statements from trial attorney Jerry Blackwell, who's working for the prosecution pro bono in this case. Blackwell told the jury the prosecution intends to prove Derek Chauvin used excessive force in restraining George Floyd on May 25th, and that excessive force caused the death of George Floyd. Now, Chauvin's defense lawyer then presented his opening statement, saying Chauvin did exactly what he was trained to do, that the force he used, kneeling on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes, was reasonable and authorized force, and that force is not what ultimately killed George Floyd, pointing instead to Floyd's underlying heart condition and drug use. The prosecution in the case, even during the opening statements, made clear that that argument would be made and that they intend to refute it, and did not waste any time showing that viral video that so many have seen that a bystander took of the incident in play. That video was hard to watch, but throughout the course of this trial, for the sake of transparency, we are going to try to show you everything that we can unfiltered. So I do want to warn you that throughout the course of this trial, you will see and hear things that are graphic, hard to watch, and hard to see. But for more on what we have seen so far today, I'm joined now by civil rights attorney Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Kristen, what stood out to you so far? It was a very powerful opening statement, particularly from the prosecution, playing that video, and also before then prepping the jury and we the viewers for what we were going to see. And he continued to say 929, 929, referring to those 9 minutes and 29 seconds that he says that Officer Chauvin had his knee on George Floyd's neck. On the flip side, we heard the defense attorney make his opening statement and make very clear this case is about far more than those 9 minutes and 29 seconds. What did you think of those opening statements, and what did you think so far of what we heard from that 911 dispatcher who thought to herself after seeing surveillance video of the event that she should call a sergeant and let the sergeant know what she was seeing on video?
Yeah, so kind of just beginning with the opening statements, I thought Mr. Blackwell did a phenomenal job just outlining the theory of his case. But in addition to outlining the theory of the case, you'll notice that he completely humanized George Floyd, who we will not be able to hear from. That's what homicide prosecutors have to do consistently. They humanize him. They talked about him as a brother, as a son, as a cousin, and they talked about that they're going to bring in testimony so that they can further humanize him. In addition to that, like you mentioned, Mr. Blackwell talked about the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, which I think was really effective because everyone's heard about this trial, right? And everyone has heard about the 8 minutes and 46 seconds. But when you hear that it was actually longer, it really, at least for me as a person, made me feel like, oh my gosh, could we even get more egregious than the 8 minutes and 46 seconds? And Jerry Blackwell answered that question like that, and he consistently did it throughout his opening statement and said, yeah, we can get worse than 8 minutes and 46 seconds by going to 9 minutes and 29 seconds, where Chauvin's knee was on Mr. Floyd's neck. He also showed indicia of oxygen deprivation, and I think this is really, really important for the prosecutor to show it. And Mr. Blackwell did it in such a methodical way to simplify it for the jury, who are not, going to be all medical professionals, who are not going to be toxicologists by trade. And so he outlined that, and that's really important because the crux of this is going to be whether or not the prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Chauvin caused or intended to cause his death. And so, as you heard from the opening statement from the defense, there was a lot of turning as to whether or not this was a result of a heart stoppage because of fentanyl overdose. But Mr. Blackwell did such a great job outlining the indicia of the oxygen deprivation, talking about how Mr. Floyd had internal and external indicia of this oxygen deprivation. This was not a fatal heart attack. He went through a great way to kind of just outline that. He talked about how there was a rug burn and damage to Mr. Floyd's nose. He talked about how there was no medical injury to his heart. He did go in front of all of the negative evidence that talked about, whether or not there was a heart clog, as whether or not there was going to be drugs in his system, and he outlined that. But then he went through methodically talking about Mr. Floyd's struggle. And this was not only important from a causation and intent standpoint, but it also helped to humanize and further talk about the empathy of this man's death, how he struggled, how he tried to stop, how he called on multiple occasions, 27 times, how he was having trouble breathing, how he was on his back was to the ground with Chauvin's knee up against his neck, and how he could have been moved to the side. He also talked about the extensive training that Chauvin had to show that Chauvin knew that in this state, when you put your knee on someone's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, that they wouldn't be able to breathe. And he even went through to simplify it for the jury, talking about how the lung needs to expand and how Mr. Floyd's lung was unable to expand. I also really loved how he talked about good trouble. And we all know, and really the world knows what good trouble knows. And we know that what that means because of the late John Lewis. And he turned that crowd, which defense talked about as a growing crowd and how the police perceived the crowd as a threat. He turned that crowd into just bystanders taking a look and being shocked and disturbed as to what they saw, to kind of further prove that indicia of intent. Alternatively, so whereas the prosecution was talking about your eyes don't lie, look at what happened. These 9 minutes and 29 seconds really define this case. The defense, on the other hand, said, no. Use your common sense. There's more to this story. They went into great lengths, and it was a short opening by Mr. Nelson, but he went at great lengths to talk about how this was not about social justice, which I think was kind of rebutted by the good trouble comment. Mr. Blackwell didn't spend a lot of time talking about social justice, but we all know what good trouble means. And so when Mr. Nelson was talking about it, he was talking about, he tried to highlight the crowd as a growing crowd, as perceiving threats, as calling names to the officer. And that was his way of showing the jury that this crowd was growing, and so that the officers had multitasks, and that their jobs were their attention was diverted, if you will. He also spent some time talking about the lack of reliance on Dr. Baker, and I think this is a really important point, because Dr. Dr. Baker was the person who performed the medical autopsy. And this is going to be really important because that is something I think that the prosecution is going to have to stand in front of. The fact that Dr. Baker is not going to be able to say what the exact cause of death is. But again, I think one of the things that's clear with the law is that there can be multiple contributing causes of death to allow the prosecution to meet its burden.
And this cause of death issue is going to be a key one in this trial. And I think it's important to note that the jury doesn't have to find that Derek Chauvin and his knee on George Floyd's neck was the sole cause of death, but that it was a substantial factor in his death. And it seems that, I mean, we know that that's going to be a key part to this, and it was a key part to both opening statements. As you pointed out, we heard from the prosecution that while he had a heart condition, there's no evidence that his heart suffered an injury here or that it suffered blood loss, which would be indicative of a heart attack, that if he had a fatal arrhythmia, which is when the heart falls out of rhythm, that causes instant death. And here the prosecution is saying you can see 9 minutes and 29 seconds in the course of watching that video that George Floyd did not die instantly. They tackle the drug overdose theory and essentially saying that when someone dies of an overdose, they essentially look like they fall asleep. In this case, we hear George Floyd on the video calling out for his mother, begging for his life, saying that he's in pain. So the prosecution is trying to dismantle that argument before the defense even makes it. But then we hear the defense come out saying, now, there's no evidence of asphyxiation. There's no bruising to his neck. That the toxicology report did reveal methamphetamine and fentanyl in his system, and that they also revealed, they say, a tumor that releases adrenaline into the system. And so they are saying their theory that they're going to put forward is that this was a combination of his heart condition, perhaps a swelling of the lungs, and essentially a cardiac arrhythmia, they said, as a result of his underlying heart disease, drugs, and adrenaline combined. I mean, essentially, this is going to come down a lot to the testimony of medical experts, several of which we're going to hear from throughout the course of this trial. But I'm curious how you think they did in trying to plant that seed now from the beginning, and how important is that for them to plant that seed for the jury and lay out how they're going to go about trying to prove what in the end caused George Floyd's death?
I think the prosecution did a phenomenal job planting that seed, because throughout the opening statement of the defense, what I was looking for was evidence of the fact that there was a heart stoppage, right? And what I was specifically looking for was what Mr. Blackwell pointed out, such as, instantaneous stoppage as he made it. There was no fatal arrhythmia, as you pointed to. And what he said, what Mr. Blackwell said, and what I hope to hear, obviously, from the medical experts, was that, there was no stop and drop. We all saw that 9-minute video where eventually he was, and as Mr. Blackwell put it, and I thought this was great terminology, unbreathless and pulseless. But before that, we see him calling for his mom. We see him saying, please, I can't breathe. And Mr. Blackwell did a phenomenal job saying that's not what an overdose looks like. Right. And, unfortunately, drug addiction has affected many people in many ways. And many of us do not think drug addiction looks that way. Right. And so it's easy for us to defer to Mr. Blackwell without hearing that medical testimony yet, as to, concede that, yeah, you're right. An overdose doesn't look like that. It looks like someone who has fallen asleep or is dead asleep. It doesn't look like someone who is struggling or showing the same patterns and behaviors that Mr. Floyd was suffering through before he then passed away. Similarly with the heart damage. And I think one of the things that really was highlighted in Mr. Blackwell's opening statement was the fact that Dr. Baker, who I believe the defense will probably rely upon, didn't even find anything that was significant enough within that heart, within Mr. Floyd's heart, to even take any pictures, concluding that it was so unremarkable that Dr. Baker didn't even need to photograph it. And I think that's really key to kind of highlight what the medical examiners are going to say. The other thing I took away from Mr. Blackwell's opening statement was the fact that their medical expert, and I want to just take a second to say that, one of the things that the opening statement of Mr. Nelson pointed out was one of the medical experts they're going to call is Dr. Baker. I thought Mr. Nelson did a phenomenal job saying they can't even rely on their own county's medical examiner. right? But Mr. Blackwell did a phenomenal job getting in front of that for the jury, so it wasn't such a hard blow. What Mr. Blackwell said was, hey, we got the person who trained Mr. Blackwell, or Dr. Baker. We got the person who has been in the field longer and can tell you exactly what has happened here. He also, I think the other thing that was important about what Mr. Blackwell did is he didn't hide behind Dr. Baker's results. And he even went through all of the breakdown was, I thought, phenomenal how he went over. Dr. Baker didn't mark this as natural. He didn't mark this as natural, which would have been a heart attack or an arrhythmia. He didn't mark it as accidental, which would be indicative of a drug overdose. Obviously, suicidal and undetermined were not really relevant here, but those were two big things that I thought was really important. Instead, what Dr. Baker did was he marked it as a homicide, right, which means the taking of a life by the hands of another. And I thought that he did a phenomenal job with that. Again, defense, they're not required to deliver an opening statement, especially not at this point. And I didn't really hear that much in terms of, rebutting some of the things that Mr. Blackwell effectively stated. Although we'll see what happens when Mr. Nelson or one of his teammates cross-examine the medical experts offered by the prosecution.
It did seem the prosecution did more of trying to anticipate what the defense would argue and tried to rebut those right off the bat in the opening statements, more so than the defense seemed to try to do with their opening statement. But in addition to cause of death, the other two key things that we're going to hear is about excessive force, whether the force used against George Floyd was in fact excessive, and intent. And a lot of that came out of the prosecution, and again goes back to the prosecution saying you can believe your eyes. We heard Mr. Blackwell there saying over and over again, talking about what we see in that video and saying over and over again that Derek Chauvin doesn't let up, doesn't get up. And he just walks through the length of time and all the things are happening as Derek Chauvin continues to keep his knee on George Floyd's neck. Everything from when he's not resisting arrest, when he's not responsive, when he's not breathing, when they don't hear a pulse, when the paramedics come, even when the emergency responders put the gurney right next to him. He says he doesn't get up and he doesn't let up until finally the emergency workers need to move George Floyd onto the gurney. That, I imagine, is going to come into play to try to show intent and excessive force, because as the prosecution pointed out, one of the barriers on police force is that it has to be used only to the extent necessary to get someone under your control and to get someone in handcuffs. And so the knee on George Floyd's back and on his neck is no doubt going to come into play there, as well as just the positioning of putting him on his stomach in what they call the prone position, as that also has a reputation of being dangerous, which they're going to say they're not trained to do. The defense, on the other hand, is going to argue that even though we expect to hear from the Minneapolis police chief that they're not trained to do this, that we're going to see in training manuals and so on, that they are in fact trained to do this. And they're going to argue that Derek Chauvin simply did his job, he did what he was trained to do, and if you want to point the blame at the people who trained him to do these techniques. How did you think they did on that back and forth?
I thought it was effective. But I got to tell you, one of the things that really wasn't covered in this, and I think we'll see this throughout, is, okay, well, maybe that is the case in terms of the training and Chauvin trying to take away, basically try to eliminate the intent by saying, hey, this is what I was trained to do. But again, it's a reasonable person standard. Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs, right? And the restraint was 9 minutes and 29 seconds. That's tough to overcome. The man was in handcuffs. If the restraint was a minute, that's tough to overcome. But you're timesing that by 9 times, right? I can't imagine that whatever witnesses the defense may be able to call will be able to testify that that training was appropriate for an individual who was handcuffed and already restrained, right? And was already yelling out, I can't breathe. And then at a certain point, 8 minutes in, stopped moving. I can't imagine they're going to be able to get around that.
Now we have
that training.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We do have law enforcement officials that we're going to go to right after you to dig into that a little bit deeper. But I do want to pick your brain a little bit before I go over to them on the charges. You know, as civilians, we sometimes watch these cases and we react from emotion. But ultimately, there are 3 charges that Derek Chauvin can either be acquitted on or found guilty of: second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, or second-degree manslaughter. Walk us through, as an attorney, when you're watching this, what are you listening for in order to see if the prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he meets the criteria for either or all of these?
Yeah, so the main thing that I'm looking for is intent and causation, right? Because we know, unfortunately, that someone died. Mr. Floyd passed away. He died. So what I'm looking for is, did Chauvin's action cause Mr. Floyd's death? And then the second thing I'm looking for is, did Chauvin mean to cause Mr. Floyd's death? And mean doesn't mean that has to be premeditated or pre-planned. It doesn't mean that he went in saying, I want to kill this man who offered a counterfeit dollar. It can also be recklessness, right? Placing a knee on someone's neck while they're no longer moving around, that can be a form of recklessness. That can be a form of showing that, you know, your behavior was unreasonable, right? That's that use of force, the excessive use of force. Was it excessive? And that really goes down to the causation and the intent, really. And then, of course, also with the second-degree manslaughter, that was negligent and consciousness awareness that what you're doing was going to cause bodily injury or death. And again, from what I'm hearing from the opening statements, which is not evidence, right? But certainly Ms. Scurry's testimony, the 911 dispatcher's testimony, shows me that, you know, and I think this is going to be really difficult for the defense to overcome. You know, if she, who is just merely viewing it on a video screen, and that video was not as close as what we saw from the 9-minute, 29-second video, and certainly wasn't as close as Mr. Chauvin's eyes onto who was actually acting on George Floyd. If she was disturbed from afar, certainly he should have been, because again, you look at that objective standard, right? You're looking at whether or not he intended to cause serious bodily injury or specifically death to Mr. Floyd, and those are the 2 things that you're looking for. And if she was disturbed from afar, certainly he should have been disturbed, and notwithstanding the fact that he has the training, he has the level of expertise that should form the knowledge base that he knew that type of behavior could have caused that death, right? And did cause that death. Again, not saying that he's going to necessarily be found guilty, but those are the things that I'm looking for, that causation and that intent.
All right, Attorney Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, it's great to have you. We appreciate the analysis, and I know you're going to be standing by, so we're going to be checking in with you again today. But as I said, right now we're going to go over to some law enforcement officials to dig in a little deeper on that issue of policing and how it all comes into play. Regardless of the outcome of this trial, George Floyd's death has had a tremendous impact already on racial justice movements and policing in America. So we want to talk about what has changed in policing already and to look ahead to the possible impact of this trial. And for that, we're going to go to President of the Black Police Experience, Sonia Pruitt, and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Robert Boyce. Sonia, Robert, thank you both for being here. You know, we heard there from the prosecutor, Jerry Blackwell, focusing on Chauvin's responsibilities as a police officer. I want to listen to a part of that quickly and then get your reactions.
I recognize the badge of my office as a symbol of public faith, and I accept it as a public trust to be held so long as I am true to the ethics of police service. Symbol of public faith, ethics to police service, sanctity of life, all of this matters tremendously to this case, because you will learn that on May 25th of 2020, Mr. Derek Chauvin betrayed this badge when he used excessive and unreasonable force upon the body of Mr. George Floyd, that he put his knees upon his neck and his back, grinding and crushing him until the very breath, no, ladies and gentlemen, until the very life were squeezed out of him.
Robert, Police standards are going to play a big role in this case. What did you think hearing the prosecution kind of laying out some of the arguments there in the opening statement that they're going to be making, that this was not in line with police standards and that this was excessive force?
Well, what's surprising, Diane, and to me when I saw this was that the question is, did Derek Chauvin step over those guidelines? Surprising to me was the fact that the Minneapolis Police Department still okayed that type of restraint, which is a suppression on the neck. As part of policy. And we see this from time to time. New York City Police Department stopped any neck compression in 1993. Chicago followed many years later in 2012. And then there's other departments across the country still have not done that. But nonetheless, did Derek Chauvin step over those guidelines? Did he do that? The 8 minutes, the 9 minutes that he was on there. After he was cuffed, and that's a key element here, he was handcuffed. When you handcuff a perpetrator in the street you just fought with, now all of a sudden you have to make sure that he is able to breathe right, is treated well. So that little section right there, that little checkoff, that once he's cuffed, things change. So I think Mr. Blackwell has really pushed that point today. I think he's going to keep showing that video as much as he can, because it's a terrible optic. It's horrible for American policing. It's changed a lot in the way we do in training and how we treat people once they're handcuffed, once they're in custody, because we still don't have a response for people in mental distress in the street that we meet to recognize it immediately. This is what it is. Clearly he was, and what to do and how to handle that person once we have them in custody.
And Robert, I just want to follow up on that a little bit, because we expect that we're going to have a bit of a debate during the course of this case over whether or not that kind of restraint was really approved by the police department or not, whether it was part of their training or not. We're going to hear from both sides on that, we expect. But it sounds like what you're saying is even if they did approve that kind of restraint, once George Floyd was in handcuffs and not resisting arrest, it was no longer called for. Is that right?
The handcuffs are a game changer, because now all of a sudden you're responsible for that person. You'll see police officers time and time again get into a shooting, trading shots with an armed perpetrator, and then after shooting him, then giving him CPR to save his life. We've seen that time and time again. The things is, and his police department seems to be walking away from him now, saying this is not what we intended, which I think is the key here. Now, if you look at the autopsy, Mr. Nelson is going to continue to hammer away at that. The toxicology reports, the fact of the ill health that Mr. Floyd was in. So this trial started off quite quickly. It's really going to be an interesting thing to watch.
And Sonia, I want to pick up on that point of CPR, because we did also hear the prosecution saying that Derek Chauvin was trained in CPR. Not only did he not help George Floyd in this case, he didn't let anybody else help him either. And that goes in addition to all of the obvious arguments now being made about the excessive force and the knee on the neck in general. We've seen this lack of CPR and lack of response in some other cases that have been caught on video as well. How common are these kind of restraint tactics and that lack of response after, even when the person is in clear distress? How common is that among police departments in your experience? And do you expect that to change because of this case?
Well, I don't know how common it is, but anecdotally, I would say that it should not be common. I don't think that is common. But here's something that I have been noticing since before I even left policing. This thing where officers will place their knee on someone's neck and head. And I had been seeing it so much so that I'd asked a colleague who worked at our police academy, hey, are they training this across the country? Are we training to use our knee to restrain someone? Because I've never been trained personally that way as an officer. Is that something new that I'm missing? And he says, absolutely not. You can kill someone with a blow or enough pressure to the head, neck, or spine. So that's the first piece. Secondly, I just want to skip real quick to the part about the defense's opening statement and where he talked about common sense. That, I guess, that is going to be the thread through his defense. But it is common sense as a human being. Let's just take police officer out of it. As a human being, that when you hear someone say that I cannot breathe, that you take note of that. There is, as a police officer, a duty to not only intervene, but there's a duty to care for the people who are in your custody, whether they are a suspect or a witness or a victim. And we just don't see that here, at least not when we watch the video, we don't see that. And so then we talk about reasonable. What's reasonable? Is it reasonable for a police officer? Because there's a little bit of a different standard by by the Supreme Court. They actually leave it wide open what's reasonable for a police officer. But I still contend that as a human being, and you are dealing with someone else that you see as a human being, if they say they can't breathe, then you check that. And you make sure that they get appropriate care.
The other part of the defense's opening statement that stuck out to me, and I want to get both of your reactions to this, was when he talked about, you know, the overall argument is that this is about far more than those 9 minutes and 29 seconds. That's the argument that the defense is trying to make and trying to argue against the prosecution's assertion that we can all just believe our eyes here, watch what's on the video, and believe what we see and go with that. He's saying a lot of things happened behind the scenes, like the conversation among the officers behind the patrol car. We can't see that. But also he tries to paint the picture of what it's like for the officers to be hearing that crowd, to see the crowd growing, to hear the crowd growing more and more angry, and essentially saying that, you know, the police officers felt they were under threat, they were being called names, they were being screamed at, and that caused them to divert their attention away from George Floyd, away from caring for him, and divert their attention instead to the threat that they started perceiving around them. Robert, I'll start with you, but I'm curious to hear from both of you what you made of that argument.
Well, I think the fact that these are tense situations and you want to get that individual off the street as fast as possible. I will say when I watched the entire video, and you have to watch these things a couple of times, Mr. Floyd started saying he can't breathe before he was on the ground. So I think he was in some kind of trouble at that point. It's difficult to say. We may never know. But that adds to the chaos in the street when you're doing it. They did call for an ambulance that did come and did remove him. But again, the thing was he was on the ground. He probably should have been sitting up at that point. And at some point, that neck, you know, the neck compression is just can't get past it. It's tough to watch. So it's that type of thing. Yeah, it's an excitable situation. I've been in them. I've wrestled with people for my life. I thought at the time it's tough just to turn these things off all of a sudden when you got them cuffed. But that's the issue right there is what's the reasonable position of what would you do with your training, knowledgeable of the fact that this person could have some challenge, something within him that causes his demise. The question is now was it over the top? And the video pretty much shows a long time sitting on the ground like that. And
Sonia, what did you think of that? I mean, having, you know, as a law enforcement officer, what is it like when you're in that situation? And do you think that was that argument will hold weight with the jury, that these officers felt that they were under threat by this growing crowd and that influenced their behavior that day and the way they would have maybe otherwise focused their attention on George Floyd?
Yeah, so first we have 5 police officers. Okay, so there were maybe you have a crowd. Yeah, I've been in crowds by myself. But there were 5 police officers. Second, why not pick up your radio if you feel you're in such danger from a crowd and call for backup? Call for additional officers, call for a police sergeant. That did not occur. And third, I'm going to speak directly to what I saw Derek Chauvin doing, which is with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck. If I thought that if that were me, which it would never be, but if that were me and I was holding a person down who I thought was going to struggle and the crowd became unruly, then I would have to rethink what am I doing here? We've already got this guy in handcuffs. Maybe I should stand up just in case we need to protect ourselves from the crowd. So none of that argument for me makes sense as law enforcement.
All right, Sonia Pruitt, Robert Boyce. It's always great to have you both. If you could stick around, we may come back to you again, but we're going to go live to Minneapolis now, where our correspondent, ABC's Kenneth Moten, is there standing by live. Kenneth, we've seen demonstrations outside the courthouse even before this trial started. What's it like there today?
Well, Diane, people are reacting to what we heard in court this morning. You've been going through the analysis in the past few minutes or so, and we know those details from the opening statements. They were graphic. Those are the details that people heard and they took to the streets. We have been hearing people on these streets behind me. The courthouse is right over my shoulder, my right shoulder here. And even though National Guard, they're on the scene, police have increased security, they're still allowing people to demonstrate around this courthouse. And so we've been hearing those chants that we've been so familiar with when it comes to Black Lives Matter. And for people here in Minneapolis, Diane, remember, occur. Yes, the world saw that video. The world has seen this story. The country has reacted to this story of George Floyd and the death and murder of George Floyd. But the city of Minneapolis, the family of George Floyd, they've been living this every day for nearly a year now. But when you hear the details from the prosecution, really, again, going into those graphic images, painting a picture about what happened just about 4 miles away from where I'm standing right now, it's a visceral reaction that's happened here. And Diane, there's this one moment that I want to go back to, and I want to read this from the opening statements from Jerry Blackwell about painting that picture I talked about. He says to the jury, "Ladies and gentlemen, you will see the road rash on the shoulders from being pressed into the pavement from the layers of the skin, the same with the knuckles on his hand when impressions he said the damage to the nose of George Floyd pressed against that pavement." Again, really, really graphic images that people here have heard that testimony. And so as they hit the streets, there's a lot of passion there. There's a lot of anger there. And that is what we're hearing there on those streets. Again, we're in the middle of this lunch break that's happening right now. We believe that these demonstrations will go every single day of this trial. We saw them every single day of jury selection. Last night, there were vigils that were held. There were demonstrations and protests that were held inside churches, again, on the streets around this courthouse. We expect the intensity will pick up as this trial goes on. Obviously, also depends on the witnesses we hear from and any new details we hear as well. But Diane, just an emotional time here in Minneapolis today as those opening statements got underway.
Yeah, it's an emotional day. I think for anybody to watch that video, it's hard to not have an emotional reaction to it, even if you've already seen it multiple times, let alone for people there watching this all unfold in their home city. Kenneth Moten, live for us in Minneapolis. Thank you, Kenneth. And Kenneth is going to be following this coverage for us throughout. We're going to be checking in with him throughout the course of this case. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, though, but our coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin will continue in just a moment. Stay with us.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's
Good Morning America.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source. Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues, The Hunt, True Crime, 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, The War Among Us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, with America's most watched newscast. #1 in late night versus the competition. The #1 news magazine on Friday nights. #1 in politics across this historic election versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Wednesday night.
We are going to Hollywood. So if you want to hit it big and make it in showbiz, you're going to need some help from powerful people.
One person with power can turn your world around.
She goes, I have a role. We think you would be perfect for it.
It was a dream job.
This is where things start to go off script.
There is no film. It's a scam.
Oh my God. You know, they say people in Hollywood can sometimes be a little sketchy. Honey, you have no idea. I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con.
Wednesday night on ABC.
What if someone said to you,
Shut up.
Shut up and dribble.
And dribble.
shut up and what? Tuesday night on Soul of a Nation.
For me, I was just like, play ball and be quiet. When you hear that, that's disrespectful. It's crazy.
Black athletes speak out.
Here we are right in the thick of things.
And change the game.
It was about them raising their voices as athletes.
This was national news.
So powerful.
Tuesday night.
Soul of a Nation. Soul of a Nation.
At 10/9 Central on ABC.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the first day of the trial of Derek Chauvin. I'm Diane Macedo, joined now by my co-anchor Terry Moran. So far, we've seen opening statements happen in this trial. The prosecution laying out the argument that Officer Derek Chauvin used excessive force against George Floyd on May 25th, and that ultimately that excessive force is what caused George Floyd's death. They also wasted no time showing that now viral video of the incident with Officer Derek Chauvin with his knee on George Floyd's neck, something the prosecution now says lasted 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And they are saying that is the crux of this case. You can believe your eyes, watch that video, and watch what happened for that lengthy 9 minutes and 29 seconds. The defense, on the other hand, is laying out the argument that it's about so much more than those 9 minutes and 29 seconds, trying to tell the jury there are things that happened that we did not see in that video. The conversation between the officers behind the squad car, what was going through those officers' mind, and arguing that Derek Chauvin did exactly as he was trained to do, and that ultimately it was not the knee on George Floyd's neck that ultimately killed him. And quickly, we want to go back to Kenneth Moten, who's there on the ground in Minneapolis, particularly for those viewers now just joining us. Kenneth, tell us what the scene's like there and how people there on the ground in Minneapolis are reacting to what we heard today so far.
Well, Diane, let's go back to the video for a second here. Diane, there are people who go out of their way to not watch that video of Derek Chauvin with his knee and the neck of George Floyd. There are a lot of people who've seen the video, but again, there are a lot of people who can't stand to watch it. They can't stand to see that man take his final breaths. We heard Jerry Blackwell, the prosecutor there, really lay it out and say this was him, a man you saw taking his final breaths. You saw the life leaving his body. You saw him reacting, twitching, again, graphic details there. And so when you hear and then you see this graphic video played out here in court, it had a reaction. It had a reaction here in Minneapolis. I'm sure it had a reaction for anyone who was watching it across this country and across the globe. And so here on the streets of Minneapolis, there's a couple of things that are happening here. Yes, there's a lot of outrage. There are a lot of people who want to see justice done, but we're also in the middle of a pandemic. And so I will say, as I look down to the streets below me here, they're actually kind of quiet. We don't see much traffic. We don't see much foot traffic. There are demonstrators on the street, but I believe that there will be more if two things that were happening. If the weather was actually warmer, as you see a little bit of sun here, if the weather was warmer, and if we were not in a pandemic, I think we would see more people on these streets. But because of the 45, 50-degree temperatures here in Minneapolis, and because of COVID protocols and restrictions, Minneapolis is a city that's been taking it pretty seriously. Even when we went to dinner last night, Diane, I can tell you that it was reservation only, strict protocols, what's happening inside inside the courtroom with only one family member from George Floyd's side, one family member from Derek Chauvin's side allowed in the courtroom, people masked up. Those protocols that we're seeing are having an impact on this trial. And so, again, protests, they're still happening, demonstrators still in the streets. But when they hear and when they see that video, 9 minutes, 29 seconds of Derek Chauvin's knee in George Floyd's neck, it is still a strong reaction. You would think that somehow that it was able to, over this amount of 10 months or so, that the anger would possibly start to die down. But really, Diane, people are even more emotional, even angrier about that, especially as it really rips open a very fresh wound here in Minneapolis. And you talked about kind of that methodical approach in the opening statements from Jerry Blackwell, truly laying out what this jury would see in this trial over the coming weeks, which, again, this trial could last up to a month. And then for the defense, Eric Nelson, just going right to the definition of reasonable doubt, because they are trying to prove, as you said, that Derek Chauvin was following policy, protocol, what he was trained to do over his nearly 20-year career as a law enforcement officer. But the prosecutor saying, no, he was trained in CPR. He was trained to help a person in distress. And even though they were trying to arrest George Floyd, they could see that he was in distress, that he could not breathe, that he was saying, I cannot breathe, and that this man who is trained in law enforcement, who's trained in first response and also in first aid, and being able to give CPR, that he did not do that. And they will put up witnesses to say that this was not right, that this was not done properly. And so that's where we are right now. We will see, obviously, what witness is up next and how much power that witness will have over the mood here, the tone here, because, yes, there's what's happening inside the courtroom, Diane, but what's happening outside is also important, as so many people call for justice. We mentioned those vigils, those demonstrations, the prayer vigils that happened in churches last night. Quite emotional, as we heard from George Floyd's family members. It was really almost like a Sunday church service as they prepare for this day and the weeks ahead, because they knew that they were going to be emotional. They know they're going to be emotional. And so what we heard from those leaders, those civil leaders last night was, look, America is on trial. The criminal justice system is on trial here, not just Derek Chauvin, Diane.
And Kenneth, it's I want to, among the facts in dispute here that we heard in the opening statements, are what the scene was like at 38th and Chicago, now George Floyd Plaza. We heard from Jerry Blackwell, the prosecutor, describing as bystanders. He said it was a bouquet of humanity, and he showed a picture, the other side of the camera. Who was taking those pictures? And it was a group of people, a kid, people from different walks of life, obviously, trying to stop this from happening. On the other hand, I thought there was a very interesting choice. Eric Nelson, defending Derek Chauvin, said, the officers were worried about that scene. They were worried. Is that in some sense the neighborhood itself there, South Minneapolis, being put on trial by the defense in trying to get an acquittal for Derek Chauvin?
Well, all eyes, we know, are on the city and what will happen, because we know also that there are 3 other officers who are awaiting trial in August. And so their lawyers are watching what happens inside that courtroom as well. Obviously, it's Derek Chauvin who's facing the more serious charges with manslaughter, second-degree murder, third-degree murder as well. And so obviously what we expect to also know that some of the same witnesses that we hear from during this trial could be some of the same witnesses we hear from that trial in just a few months or so. And so, Terry, yes, when it comes to the criminal justice system being on trial, America being on trial, Minneapolis and how they handle this, this will be very important, and I think it will set the tone after, in this country, we've seen so many other cases. We heard earlier that when it comes to Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, for those who, obviously didn't have a day in court, for those victims who are not here, who don't have a voice, who are no longer with us, this trial is for them as well. And so when we see those images on the street, there's so much more behind them than exactly what you see.
Great point. Kenneth Moten, thanks very much. We know you'll be there throughout the trial, at least in these early stages for us, and we'll get back to you. Thanks,
and
Diane.
Terry, I know that you have. You're not an attorney, but you might as well be, some say. But with all the experience you've had covering court cases, you were there at Court TV, and even here for ABC News, the number of cases you've covered. So I'm curious just to get kind of your take. What did you think today, not only seeing the opening statements and how the prosecution and defense presented their case, but also the first testimony that we heard from the witness, the 911 dispatcher?
It feels very familiar to me, having covered trials for the better part of a decade and seen a lot of them. There's something about the organization of a trial into rules of evidence and the narratives that compete for the jurors' beliefs and their conviction that settles things down. This is a global event. America is on trial, as Kenneth just told us, because of the nature of our history and of the nature of that image, that terrible image. And obviously, the most difficult thing this morning was to have to watch the death of George Floyd again. And the thing that occurred to me in that is what he said. One of the things the prosecutor said is he can't speak to us. Well, he did. One of the crucial issues in this trial will be causation. What caused George Floyd's death? He's telling us. He's telling us on the ground. I can't breathe. My stomach hurts. His voice is deepening in a way that we will hear from expert medical testimony is consistent with a homicide, with the asphyxiation. There'll be a lot of evidence on both sides of that, but in this case, the voice of the victim is heard horrifically describing his own death. I thought that was very significant. And then our first witness, Jenna Scuddy, who is the dispatcher, one of the things that was very persuasive to me is she said, look, I didn't know what I was looking at. And in the call she makes, she's so concerned. She says, I don't want to be a snitch here, but that ain't right. That just doesn't look right to me. And the humanity of that same feeling each one of us have when we see that tape, I think is a good piece of evidence for the prosecution, although limited because she says, she wasn't watching it constantly and she's not aware of all the facts. But it was the way they wanted to open their case, with the video, and then with one of the first people who saw what was going on away from the scene saying that wasn't right.
And visuals, no doubt, are going to play a big role in this case because we've all seen the video, not only today during opening statement, but so many of us had seen it, long before the day that it happened or in the days after. So this is a case that is in some ways unique in how much of it was caught on camera. But now the trial itself is being streamed live, broadcast on camera for the country and the world to see. And we heard Kenneth talking about the COVID restrictions, only one family member in. The number even of the jury was limited to only the 14 for that reason, the number of press people allowed inside the courtroom. But the reason that we are able to watch these proceedings unfold live is largely because of COVID itself and the judge determining that, this family has a right to a public trial, and the only way to do that during a pandemic is to broadcast it live. How much do you think that is going to play into the way this trial plays out?
Well, huge, and depending on what happens in the verdict, it could have a tremendous impact on our country. And I think the reason was Minnesota doesn't generally, as a rule, televise criminal or civil trials. It's difficult to get the camera in and broadcasting. In this instance, as you say, Judge Peter Cahill said this is important. We would usually open the the courtroom to the public. We can't do that, and it's because the people have a right to a public trial. It's not just the people involved. It's not a private matter. The case is the people of Minnesota, the state of Minnesota against Derek Chauvin. And courtrooms were made as essentially communications devices, great big galleries. They held trials on market days in order to get the maximum number of people watching the justice system at work. So it is an aspect of democracy, not just sensitivity to the families who can't get in there. And one thing to go back to George Floyd and his moments, you heard Prosecutor Jerry Blackwell talk about the critical nature of that evidence itself, George Floyd's own voice. And I want to go back to what Jerry Blackwell said about that, about those minutes in which George Floyd is trying to communicate what's happening to him.
In this 9 minutes and 29 seconds, you will see that as Mr. Floyd is handcuffed there on the ground, he is verbalizing 27 times, you will hear, in the 4 minutes and 45 seconds, "I can't breathe, please, I can't breathe." You will hear Mr. Floyd as he's crying out. You hear him at some point cry out for his mother when he's being squeezed there. He's very close to his mother, you will learn. You will hear him say, "Tell my kids I love them." You will hear him say, about his fear of dying, he says, "I'll probably die this way. I'm through. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me, man." You will hear him crying out, and you will hear him cry out in pain. "My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts." You'll hear that for yourself. "Please, I can't breathe. Please, your knee on my neck." You will hear it, and you'll see at the same time while he's crying out, Mr. Chauvin never moves. The knee remains on his neck. Sunglasses remain undisturbed on his head, and it just goes on.
And that last detail struck me, Diane. His sunglasses didn't budge. He didn't even take his hand out of his pocket to adjust them. There was nothing happening underneath him to jostle his sunglasses or even make him concerned about it. You know, I've got a 6-year-old boy. He's always knocking my glasses around. He's 40 pounds. I thought that was the kind of real life detail that jurors might latch onto as part of the matrix of their decision.
And the defense seemed to want to spend some time on cause of death because that's going to be a big part of this trial. The prosecution, of course, is arguing that it was that excessive force, what they say is excessive force, Derek Chauvin putting his knee on George Floyd's neck. Also, the police in general putting him in a prone position on his stomach. That combination of things is what contributed and ultimately caused George Floyd's death. But we hear from the defense, they're going to argue this was a combination of a cardiac arrhythmia, a result of an underlying heart condition that George Floyd had, and drugs as well as adrenaline, which they seem to intimate could come from a tumor that was described and found in one of the medical examinations of him. So how far do you think that debate will go? We have a number of medical experts that are on the witness list for this case. How much do you think is going to boil down to that debate over what ultimately caused George Floyd's death?
You know, Diana, it seems to me that is where the defense is staking its case. They need reasonable doubt. They don't need to prove how George Floyd died. They just need reasonable doubt that it's the way the prosecution describes. And you could hear the first sense I heard of any kind of, not weakness, but vulnerability in the prosecution's case is when the prosecutor, Jerry Blackwell, said, "We are going to hear expert evidence that you don't always see in an autopsy, signs of asphyxiation of the way we believe he died. You don't always see that. Tissues being damaged by the lack of oxygen and that kind of stuff." And I thought, okay, well, that's him essentially preparing the ground to answer what will be the defense's main line of attack. Is they can't prove that he died because of what Derek Chauvin did. And Eric Nelson, who is Derek Chauvin's defense lawyer, of course, he got up there and he spelled out exactly that this autopsy opens the door to another cause of death, one in which Derek Chauvin is not responsible for. Take a listen.
But you will also see it from the perspective of the police officers. As the crowd grew in size, seemingly so too did their anger. And remember, there's more to the scene than just what the officers see in front of them. There are people behind them. There are people across the street. There are cars stopping, people yelling. There is a growing crowd and what officers perceive to be a threat. They're called names. You heard them this morning. A bum. They're screaming at him, causing the officers to divert their attention from the care of Mr. Floyd to the threat that was growing in front of them. At this location, questions emerge about the reasonableness of the use of force.
All right, well, that was obviously not about cause of death, but about another line of the defense, which is that the officers were afraid at 38th and Chicago, now known as George Floyd Plaza. They were afraid because of that crowd around it. And one of the things we saw the prosecutor do is show the pictures. These look like a bunch of normal people horrified at what they were looking at. It did not look like a mob getting ready to attack. Now, policing is a very hard job, and that will be one of the issues in this case. What was Derek Chauvin's and his colleagues' fear of this crowd, that feeling of threat that Eric Nelson just described. Was that reasonable, or is that a red herring the defense lawyers throwing out in front of the jury?
Yeah, it does seem in a way that the prosecution anticipated that the defense was going to make that argument, and so wanted to show everybody, here's what that crowd looked like, or at least one of the images of what that crowd looked like, to let viewers and the jury decide for themselves if they thought that was a reason for these officers to feel threatened. But I also just wanted to kind of button up the conversation around cause of death that we're going to hear unfold, because you mentioned Dr. Baker, the chief medical examiner that performed the autopsy. That testimony is going to be a large part of this case, and this is where it seems the prosecution has the biggest challenge, and that's because Dr. Baker has said that he couldn't say whether George Floyd would have died of other causes if not for Chauvin's knee on his neck. And so that is where we are going to hear the defense go after reasonable doubt. And now we're hearing that the trial is about to resume. I want to go back over to Kenneth Moten, who's on the ground there in Minneapolis. Kenneth, what are you seeing?
And Diane, I want to go back to the point that Terry was making about the defense strategy here, to talk about the size of George Floyd, to talk about how the officers responding thought he was a threat. And people here in Minneapolis on the streets, and also I'm sure people at home watching across the globe, are saying this is the scary black man defense here. This is the bias that we're talking about. And here's an important point, I think, to make when it comes to this jury. Yes, they are supposed to take into account what they hear in that courtroom. That's what they're legally required to do. No outside influence there. But we've been going through a racial reckoning for the past 10 months since the death of George Floyd. And I think any reasonable person would say that this has had an impact on the jury and the jurors there in that room who will be deciding the fate of Derek Chauvin. The past things that the conversations we've been talking about over the past 10 months. And one of the big topics we've been talking about is racial bias in policing, in community policing. How do the police react when they see a black man, especially one who's over 6 feet tall? And so that's why we're hearing the defense talk about the size of Derek Chauvin versus the size of George Floyd. Will that have an impact? As Terry said, it'll be interesting to see.
You know, and Kenneth, I wonder on this question of what is outside that courtroom. We do ask juries to be finders of fact and appliers of the law in this specific case. That's one of their roles. But there's a reason they're chosen from the community. And the reason is because the community needs to have trust in the process, and inevitably, as you say, the values of a community are going to be expressed. All those acquittals in the South of all those white men who killed, black people, acquitted by all white jurors, well, that was the expression of the community. And I think one of the reasons that the jury pool in this case was, I think they worked to make it a diverse jury, is so that the full voice of the community can be heard. Talk a little bit about the trust or lack of trust that people in Minneapolis and black people across the country have in the jury system. Where do you think that is?
It goes generations, we know, Terry. We know that it goes back long before we came onto this earth, where there's been a distrust, a mistrust when it comes to the black community and how the police were used to control black communities when it comes to voting rights, when it comes to policing our communities and black communities. We know that when it comes to justice, it hasn't always been served. The justice system, who does it work for? Those are the questions that people in the black community ask over and over and over again with each and every case, with Ahmaud Arbery, with Breonna Taylor, with George Floyd. And so, of course, the people here in Minneapolis are asking those questions about, will justice work this time? And so when you start to hear the defense of Derek Chauvin laid out this morning, people say, yes, we've heard this over and over again. And when it comes to policing in black communities, again, has that policing, does it really protect the community? Does it really protect the individual, the black individual in those communities? And so when George Floyd was approached, he was seen as a threat, according to the prosecution, to those witnesses on the scene. And so you're already hearing from the defense that, yes, when it came to in the first moments they laid eyes on George Floyd, they saw a person who was a threat. Why did they see a person who was passing allegedly a counterfeit bill as a threat that needed excessive, and then, as we know now, deadly force? And so the reason from the mistrust is because the same storylines continue to play out and play out and play out. And, there's that saying, fool me once, fool me twice. And there are people in the black community who feel like they've been fooled several times. And so they're not willing to concede that they think that justice will go their way this time.
And Kenneth, I wonder if that has changed at all throughout the course of today with hearing the opening arguments and how that was laid out. Do you think that people feel differently now than they did before we saw that this morning?
I think they know that going into this, with the racial reckoning, with the conversations we've been having throughout our communities, throughout corporate America, these folks know that there's still a long way to go. And there's a lot of this trial to go. We're here at day one for what could be 1 month. And so I think there is a lot of trepidation. There's a lot of people who are sitting back, waiting to see what other testimony comes from other law enforcement officers, from the witness list. And so at this point, I think they're just waiting to see what happens beyond day one here.
And Kenneth, will you talk a little bit about George Floyd's family and the role that they have played in the community, trying to bring the community together, and in this case in particular? How closely are they working with prosecutors? What's their role here?
Very closely, and I think that's why we saw the change in the prosecution's stance and the staffing. We know the state is handling this. We know there are veteran prosecutors who are handling this case. And again, look who we saw give the opening statement for the prosecution. Jerry Blackwell, the only black man on either side there in that courtroom. That was intentional. The words he said, the way he used them to describe what happened to George Floyd when he was encountered by police, what happened to George Floyd as he lay there on the ground gasping for air. All of that, Terry, as you know, was extremely intentional to evoke this emotion from the jury to make sure they really understood what was happening there on May 25th. On that day, again, just about 4 blocks from where we are here. And so that picture that they're painting and using Jerry Blackwell to do that, it was quite powerful. And then people saw on the other side that it seemed a little emotionless from the defense about how they laid out the defense for Derek Chauvin there, and immediately getting kind of technical by laying out, well, what is reasonable doubt? And so you're seeing the prosecution say there is no reasonable doubt that Derek Chauvin didn't do what he was supposed to and is responsible for the murder of George Floyd.
And Kenneth, I want to talk a little bit about what's coming up in this case, because there are some key witnesses and some key testimony that we are expecting. We've already seen that viral bystander video where we may hear from the teenager who shot that video. We may see some body camera video. We may hear a bit from Chauvin's past. And we may also hear some spark of life testimony from family and friends of George Floyd aimed at humanizing him, something that's unique there in Minneapolis. We're coming up close, it seems, to the resuming of the trial. But if you could quickly, Kenneth, just touch on what we might hear from that spark of life testimony, because they do have to tread carefully not to get into George Floyd's character.
That's right. But even we talked about humanizing George Floyd, because we know there's been a lot of demonization of George Floyd, like there have been when it comes to any person who's died at the hands of police. There's that period of the shock of it happening, And then it was, well, what did that person do wrong? What was that person doing? And then people ask the question, but did they deserve to lose their life over allegedly passing a counterfeit bill? And so what we'll see the prosecution do is line up several witnesses who are not only the technical folks, like that 911 dispatcher we heard from this morning, but we're also going to hear from a lot of people.
That you have been a 911 dispatcher for approximately 7 years at this point. Is that correct?
Eric Nelson.
And I just kind of want to roughly go back over. You described
Is now
sort of
over. The
four
trial's about to
areas
resume.
that
Let's
you
listen
do.
in.
Correct?
Correct.
So as I understand it, the first area is there are days or shifts where you have, you may be the actual call taker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so as a call taker, a citizen calls 911, you pick up the phone and respond to whatever that call for service is. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you'll type it into a system. That information will get sent over to a dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
And the dispatcher is the person who is in charge of communicating with and assigning officers to calls, correct?
Correct.
And there are days when you show up for work and you're assigned to be the dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
You also described a third part of your job is to be the fire dispatcher, which is separate from police.
Correct.
Now, in preparation for trial, I believe on March 2nd, you met with members of the prosecution team, correct?
Correct.
And you made a statement, apparently made a statement that police is more fluid than fire. What did you mean by that?
Correct. So when fire calls come in, let's start over. There are most generally not times where the fire department comes upon an issue. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen where we can assign a rig that's come across someone who might be down on the ground or anything like that. But when a structure fire comes in, it's not because they were out driving around. It's because someone called soft flames or smoke, whatever prompted them to call. And then we send the rigs to where they need to go.
Okay. So basically, whereas police, they may be driving around and they may just see two people fighting on the corner, stop and have to deal with it, right?
Correct.
And so dispatching to police officers is a different process than dispatching to fire.
You are correct.
All right. So we've got the call taker, the dispatcher, the fire dispatcher, and what was the fourth aspect again?
We call it our Channel 7. It's an information channel. We mainly use it for officers coming in for off duties.
Okay.
Or when someone reports a lost child, we have different computers that we use to make sure we can log them appropriately in our national database.
Okay. So the Channel 7 responsibilities may include, when you say off duties, those are police officers who are hired as security at local businesses, things of that nature?
Yes.
So even though the officer is not on duty as a Minneapolis police officer, a business hires them and they still act as a police officer, correct?
Correct.
Now, and then there are those other, the lost children, things of that nature.
Yes.
Right? You also described that the city of Minneapolis is comprised of 5 precincts, correct?
You are correct.
First precinct being downtown, is that correct?
Yes.
And downtown is broken into 2 sectors, correct?
Correct.
And then you have the second precinct, which is the northeast, right?
Correct.
The third precinct, which is the southeast, right? The fourth precinct, which is the North Minneapolis, northwest side of the city, right?
Correct.
And the fifth precinct, which is the southwest side of the city.
You are correct.
All right. And each of those 5 precincts, like the first precinct has 2 sectors. Mm-hmm. The third precinct, you said, had 4 sectors, right?
Correct.
And so essentially, there would be 2 squad cars downtown, 4 in southeast Minneapolis, and that's the totality of the police force in those 2 parts of the city. I mean, as far as patrol.
Patrol. At certain times, it can be more. It depends on the shifts and when they're on.
So there may be an event or a concert, and they may bring in extra people, or something's going on where they would need extra officers?
Correct.
And oftentimes, there are fewer officers than are assigned sectors, correct?
There's usually always at least 1 squad per sector.
Okay. But those, like, officers call in sick or they go on training, and so the numbers of officers on the street at any time shifts from time to time.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that as a dispatcher, you're not a police officer, correct?
Correct.
You have not been through the police academy, through police training, things of that nature.
Correct.
But you don't know all of the police officers in the city of Minneapolis, right?
No.
Okay. Now, in terms of your previous testimony, you indicated that listening is a big part of your job.
Yes.
You said that the majority of your job is done by listening. Can you explain what you mean by that?
We are in a room with no windows. We work off of a phone and a radio the majority of our time. The other times would be only if we had some kind of video to show us, anything like that. Then other than that, we are always on a phone or radio.
Okay. Now, you said that there are 6 televisions, you believe, in the dispatch room. Is that right?
Throughout the whole center, there's 6 on the walls, 2 large ones on the ends, and then there's 1 in fire.
Okay. So
9 total.
9 total. Sorry, I had to do some quick math. And I'm just trying to get this set back up here, if I may have just a minute here. There we go. Okay. Those televisions don't have the City of Minneapolis cameras up all the time, do they?
No, they do not.
Those televisions may have other information up. They may be off. I mean, they're not constantly on all the time.
They're always on, but you are correct. They're not always on cameras. We have other information that we put on those screens that we can have constantly running as reminders. We also have other screens that we utilize throughout the day, too.
All right. And then in front of you, you have 4 or 5 different computer screens itself. And it sounds like it's a very, moving job, right? Now, you testified that it's very rare that you actually see an incident that you've dispatched on these city cameras.
Correct.
Does it happen once a year? Like, is this the first time you remember it ever happening? How rare would you say it is?
I can't be specific, but there might be, in the whole time that I've been a dispatcher, maybe 3 to 4 calls that I've seen on our TVs.
Okay. And usually, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that may be brought up is because there's something that triggers someone to operate that camera and put it up, right?
Correct.
So you don't control the cameras.
You are correct.
You don't have access to the cameras through any of the screens in front of you. Is that right? Someone else who maybe like a manager or a supervisor has to do that?
Correct.
All right. But this incident was specifically brought up on the cameras, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I got this all. You also were previously interviewed in connection with this case by Special Agent Brent Peterson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was back on June 9th of 2020 at approximately 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that was at the FBI field offices, or where was that?
It was over the phone. I was not in town.
Okay. So you had a phone interview with Agent Peterson, and I believe you had your union lawyer or something with you as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you, on May 25th, you were Channel 1 dispatch. That covers both the 2nd and 3rd precinct, correct?
Correct.
And there were, again, the 4 sectors of the 3rd precinct, Squad 310, Squad 320, Squad 330, and Squad 340, right? And you didn't necessarily know who the officers were assigned to those cars.
Correct.
Have you subsequently learned who the officers were who were assigned to those squad cars?
Yes.
So who was assigned to Squad 320?
Officer Lane, and I do not know how to correctly pronounce the other officer's last name. King.
All right. And Squad 330 was Officer Chauvin and Officer Top, correct?
Correct.
And the other cars did not come, right? Squad 310 or 340 were not on scene, right? And ultimately, 830, did you identify who Squad 830 was for the Park Police?
I didn't.
Okay. Now, when this call initially came in, you again were not the call taker this day. You were the dispatcher, right?
Correct.
And so the call taker comes in, takes the call. You see the information that the call taker puts into the computer system, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that that information is also being seen in the squad cars of a Minneapolis squad car, right?
Correct.
So when the call taker types in this information, it's visible to the officers in the squad car.
Yes.
And it allows them to respond as well. You can respond. Lots of people can respond to various calls, right?
Correct.
All right. I am going to go back to, with the court's permission, I believe this was Exhibit 151, which was the computer-aided dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Let's see if I can get rid of some of this stuff here. All right. Okay, so the call initially comes in at 8:02 and 13 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And as you described, that the caller reported that outside the reporting party that there is a male provided a counterfeit bill to the business. Suspect is a black male, 600 plus, I mean 6 foot or higher.
Yes.
Okay. Sitting on top of a blue Mercedes-Benz ML320 with the particular license plate. And it also noted that it appears this person is under the influence, right?
Correct.
So at the time that the call came in, you would have seen that this person was suspected to be under the influence by the caller, right? As would the officers in their cars.
Correct.
And so you indicated that you had initially did you say you radio dispatched Squad 330 to this call?
Initially, yes.
Right. And that was because, and do you recall where they were at the time you dispatched them?
No.
Excuse me. Back in June 9th, when you spoke with Officer Peterson, or Agent Peterson with BCA, would you dispute me if I said you told him that they were at the precinct at the time of the call?
I would not dispute you.
Okay. And so it's, at that time, you believe that Squad 320, which was the sector car, was tied up, but they had not cleared something from the computer? Is that right?
Right. They were still on the call that they had been working on.
So let's talk about when an officer finishes a call. Is there something that an officer is supposed to do to say, hey, I'm done with this call, I'm on to the next one?
It is, they can either clear over the radio with us, clear me, whichever report, advise, send, whatever. There's a multitude of things. Or they can clear themselves. On my screen, I have a status screen that shows me when a car is clear, when a car is en route, when they're on scene, and when they're code 4.
Okay. And so on one of these screens that's right in front of you, you have some sort of representation of each of the sector cars that you're responsible for dispatching. So if, for example, you have a call in Sector 310, and 310 is already occupied with some other call, you can send 320 or 330 or 340, or even somebody from a different precinct or sector, correct?
From a different precinct, it requires more conversations with a sergeant to pull response cars. It's a policy of calling people and getting their permission to use their cars. But yes, if someone is busy and I don't have a 360 or whichever precinct 60 car to use, then I have to go to the closest available. Or if there's no one who's close and I only have one squad available, that's the person that has to go.
Okay. So when you are looking at your computer screen, do you see all of the precincts' cars and their availability, or do you only see the second and the third precinct
I only see the second and the third.
Okay. Now, so you indicated that ultimately Squad 320 kind of took the call back, right?
Correct.
They said, hey, we're clear. We're going to go handle this call at the Cup Foods, right?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the, you said you were familiar with the 38th and Chicago intersection?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And does it get a fair number of police calls to that area?
That I don't have the statistics for.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be able to rattle off of a yes or a no.
Okay.
In the last year, yes. Before that, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay. Now, Squad 30 was ultimately Squad 320 was ultimately backed up with Squad 830, the Park Police, and Squad 330, Officer Chauvin's squad car, right?
Correct.
And again, do you recall why you backed these officers up?
Initially, I believe I heard a loud something in the background. I would have to be reminded of what exactly I heard, but it was loud. And so until they were code 4, I started a squad to back them.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. You can't just hear what an officer is doing at any given time, listen in on their calls, right?
No, they have to radio us to let us know what's going on.
All right. So when an officer pushes his button on his radio, or however they do it, it opens up the air or the microphone, so to speak. And that's what you're talking about. You're trained to listen, right?
Correct.
And when you spoke with Agent Peterson, do you recall telling him that you heard lots of yelling and things of that nature at one point when Squad 320 said they were taking one out?
I don't remember specifically. I believe I told him that because that was the reason why I asked for assistance.
Right. Squad 320 didn't call in and say, hey, we need help. You heard something that was concerning to you and you sent help.
Correct. And then when they said they were taking one out, had they said that first, I would have also started it then.
Right. And so Squad 830 was the first to respond?
Yes.
And I believe that they responded, let's see, at 8, 10, and 38 seconds, right?
These actions right here, the one with my numbers where it says backed up with 320, or 320 with 330 and 330 with 830, that is me using my tools at dispatch to just back them up. I don't see the arrival times on here.
Okay. So this, you see here, 525 at 20:12:21. 320C4, that's code 4.
Correct.
Meaning all clear, right?
To my understanding, yes.
And then 830 out with 320 at 20:12:55. So roughly 40 seconds or 34 seconds later, Squad 320, or excuse me, Squad 830 is out with 320,
correct.
Right? And then there was an inquiry to get some information, right? And ultimately then at 8:20 and 11 seconds, there was a code 2 call for a mouth injury, right?
Correct.
Meaning, code 2 again, meaning just come in the matter of due course. No need to rush.
Routine, yes.
Routine, right. And then at 20:21:35, so again, about a minute and 24 seconds later, Squad 330 EMS code 3.
Correct.
So someone assigned to Squad 320, either Officer Chauvin or Tao, called EMS and stepped them up to code 3.
Squad 330.
Squad 330, right, which would be Officer Chauvin or Officer Tao.
Correct.
All right. And they, code 3 means get here as quickly as you possibly can, right?
Correct.
Lights and sirens.
Correct. That's right.
Now, this particular document, Exhibit 151, does not have the arrival times, correct?
Not printed on it, no.
All right. Are you familiar with other documents or other printouts that would show various arrival times?
Yes.
And it would show other people who are associated with the case? Like what time, like who is assigned to which particular squad car?
Yes.
Okay. If I may have just a minute, if we could take this down, Your Honor. Mr. Frank, I'd be referencing Bates stamp 7438 for your information. Would it refresh your recollection, or would it help you to identify arrival times if you were to look at what's called an incident detail report?
Yes.
Ask you if you can show this screen to the witness. This hasn't been offered, Your Honor. I'm sorry?
I can't kill those screens, but not that one.
If I may have a minute. All right. Now, the incident detail report has a much more detailed time of like first keystroke of when somebody starts typing, what time officers arrive. Every single time is documented very closely, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you disagree if I told you that the phone was picked up from the 911 caller at 8:01 and 15 seconds?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. And I know that you don't have this right in front of you, but because of some redactions, I just have to walk you through these times.
Okay.
Would you agree or disagree, or would you agree that the first unit was assigned at 8:04 and 28 seconds?
Yes.
And that would be squad 330 was en route at 8:04 and 28 seconds.
Correct.
Then 320 took the call at 8:05 and 11 seconds and indicated that they were en route. So very short time, right?
Very short time.
Would you agree that if I told you that squad 320 arrived at Cup Foods at 8:08 and 10 seconds?
Correct.
Squad 330 being assigned to Derek Chauvin, Tu Tao. Squad 830 being assigned to Peter Chang of the Minneapolis Park Police. Squad 320 being assigned to Officers King and Lane.
Correct.
Now, in terms of
So this is a sidebar conference. Attorneys talking with Judge Peter Cahill, and in that courtroom, the sound drops out because the attorneys, as they normally would, do not approach the bench. They speak over the headphones like that, so he drops the sound. So the conversation continues between the judge at the bench, and it looks like the defense lawyer wants to wrap him up, something. But they must converse over those headphones for COVID restrictions. And usually in a courtroom, they'll approach the bench. Sometimes there's a sound muter in the courtroom, but that's why the sound drops out. It's just the attorneys and the judge.
We're going to go back to old school methods and print out some paper. We'll get there.
So they're printing out the log of the 911 call that Ms. Scurry took. The defense lawyer had been merely reading her line by line, millisecond by millisecond, what happened, and the judge thought, in the interest of time, might as well give her the full log. Some of it apparently has been redacted from the public, and that was one of the reasons that defense lawyer Eric Nelson thought he could not provide it to the witness directly. So now what's happening is they're printing the piece of paper, and she will get it, be able to answer the questions, hopefully more efficiently. All right, so the printer's operating slowly, like the wheels of justice in that courtroom. And it looks like Jenna Scurry's still waiting.
To speed this process up.
Mr. Nelson?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
So for purposes of stipulation, EMS code 2 for a mouth injury was called at 8:20 and 11 seconds. EMS code 3 from squad 330 was called out at 8:21 and 35 seconds. The arrival time of EMS is 8:28 and 36 seconds. Am I reading that correct? So 8:28 and 36 seconds, EMS arrives, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then EMS didn't stay on scene, right?
No.
They left. And they indicated that they went to 36th and Park, right?
Correct.
And they didn't go to 36th and Park, did they?
EMS? That's where I believe they were.
Okay. So to your belief, they went to 36th and Park because that's what they called out, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall fire having trouble finding EMS at 36th and Park?
Yes.
Okay. Because they didn't go to 36th and Park, they went to 36th in Chicago, correct? Or do
I actually don't know. After those comments, I did not know that's where they went.
Okay. So ultimately, there was some confusion between fire and EMS about where EMS actually was. And you heard that radio chatter.
I asked the questions on Metcom, which is reflected in there, and then relayed the information that I had of 36th and Park, which was also added into the call. Other than that, I didn't know their locations.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you said that you were watching this video, and you were still watching your rest of your work, right?
Correct. I was actively still working.
So you look up for a couple seconds, look down, do your work, look up, look down, from time to time throughout the course of this incident.
You're correct.
All right. And so it's fair to say that your attention wasn't necessarily focused directly on the cameras and what you were seeing.
Correct.
And you but it was concerning enough to you what you did see that you called Sergeant Pluger of the Minneapolis Police Department 3rd Precinct, right?
I was concerned. Yes, because of the time of the length of the incident had not changed.
Okay. So you called, we listened to your video, or the audio of your call with Sergeant Pluger, and you called Sergeant Pluger at 8:30 and 44 seconds.
Is that the time of the call?
Correct. 20, 30, 44.
Yes, and that's the first time we spoke.
So the first time you spoke was at 8:30 and 44 seconds, and in fact, during that phone call, you must have looked back at the camera and saw that they were all gone at that point, right?
Correct.
Because you said something to the effect of, "Oh wait, they're all gone," right?
Correct.
And your time that you had called into the MetLink was at 8:31 and 12 seconds. Does that sound right to you?
For the Metcom hail?
Right.
Correct.
Then ultimately, Squad 330 indicated that they were going out to check on the status, and it says AP of the AP. That's something that Squad 330 typed into the system.
Correct.
And that was at 8:55:08, right?
Correct.
Now, again, you were concerned because of the length of the time that you saw this incident unfolding, right?
Correct.
And I think you said that at one point you thought maybe the camera had even frozen.
Correct.
Right? Because it seemed to be kind of prolonged, right? You can't hear anything on that video, could you?
No.
You had no idea what officers were talking about amongst each other or what they were talking about with others who were present, right?
You are correct.
And again, you, not being a Minneapolis police officer, are not familiar with the use of force requirements, correct?
You are correct.
All right. But you are aware that when uses of force are made or used, sometimes you'll hear dispatch, the officer call for a sergeant because they need someone to review a use of force, right?
Right.
And you, at the time you called Officer Pluger or Sergeant Pluger, you hadn't received any sort of a dispatch from Squad 320, Squad 330, or Squad 830, hey, we need a sergeant to review the use of force.
You are correct.
Now, every single time the Minneapolis Police Department uses force, do they go through the dispatch process?
Of using the radio?
Well, to get to the sergeant to report the use of force.
As far as I know.
Okay. So you don't know whether someone called up Sergeant Pluger on a cell phone and said, hey, we need you down here.
Correct.
And so because at 8:30, when you called Sergeant Pluger, you had not yet heard that dispatch, right?
Correct.
And sometimes when a use of force incident occurs, that call may be to the sergeant to review the use of force, may be fairly quick, and sometimes it may take a few minutes, right?
That's true.
And
yes.
It just depends on the circumstances and the situation, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that there were these TVs. There are more cameras within the city of Minneapolis than 6 or 9 TVs worth, right?
Yes.
Are the televisions, are they split screen where you can see 5 or 6 cameras at one time, or is it one big TV with one big camera?
It is split screens, and then you can go into different camera views.
Okay. Looking back through my notes, when you watched the video here in court, you said that it was similar to the video that you had watched previously, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the video that we just watched in court seemed to be moving very slowly in terms of kind of choppy?
Pace. Yes.
Right. So an incident that you watched it in real time, subject to a few seconds of delay for the signal to get through, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to see if it makes a difference if we look at it on my computer. If we could, this is Exhibit 11. Yep, it should be plugged in. Can we put it up? There we go. It's day one, Your Honor. So. All right. So now when you watch this same video, it seems to be moving in a little faster time.
Correct.
Because these cameras actually transmit real-time occurrences.
Correct.
And you said that you first kind of took notice based on your estimate at 8:17. So I'm going to just skip forward here a little. This is 8:17 and 38 seconds. Back it up here a little. So this is 8:17 and about 30 seconds, and this is when you first sort of took notice of these cameras on the squad car, right?
Correct.
Or at the call center. Now, in terms of the pacing of this, is this more consistent with real time?
Yes.
And one of the things you ultimately told Agent Peterson was how you noticed how the squad car was rocking back and forth during the struggle.
Correct.
And if you could just watch this and tell me when you start to see that happen.
Well, it's currently shaking. And now I'm currently shaking.
And by rocking back and forth, the car is actually going forward, a little backwards, and it's happening over and over and over again, right?
Correct.
And it's happening pretty much consistently during the course of the interaction of the officers, right?
Correct.
And that back door is opening and closing on the officers, right?
Correct.
Now, the other things that you notice when you look at this intersection, this is a pretty busy intersection, right?
Correct.
Lots of cars coming by, lots of people wandering about. This was May 25th, pretty nice spring day in the middle of, or not long after being cooped up inside here.
Correct.
So now, ultimately, you observed and you saw these officers using force, right? Or what you believe to be force.
With taking him out of the squad?
Right. Or putting him in the squad.
Yes.
And there was, what you observed was a struggle between officers and the person they were arresting, right?
Correct.
And that the struggle ultimately resulted in that squad shaking back and forth.
Correct.
And when you ultimately called Sergeant Pluger, you said, I don't know if this is a use of force or not, right?
Correct.
And Sergeant Pluger told you that it could be just a takedown.
Correct.
And a takedown wouldn't require a supervisor.
Correct.
Ultimately, you know that Sergeant Pluger responded to the scene, right? And is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. And that's confirmed in the computer-aided dispatch or the incident detail report, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Frank, can you redirect?
Mr. Gray, just a few follow-up questions. I'm going to put 151 back up on the screen for you because I think in the questioning, I think counsel had asked you about MetLink, I think was the term he used. I just want to clarify that 2 points. So if we could put it. And I want to just clarify those times as well. So if we go down to the time of 20:31:12, and if we could just expand that out so we could all see it a little better, please. I think counsel had asked you about this 20:31:12 and that being the Metcom call. Having looked at this, what time was your Metcom call?
So the information I added was at 2033 for the Metcom. That is our resource that we use radio to radio in the metro, so we can be quick and be able to get information back and forth.
So that 203302, what is the purpose of that entry right there? What are you reflecting?
I'm asking basically what is the reason why fire was added. I got on there and asked, what do you need fire for? Because there were no additional comments of saying why they were needed code 3.
And so what you've typed in there via Metcom is, and you sent out, yes?
Yes.
Is to tell what?
The information that I got via Metcom was that EMS would like the fire department for patient condition at the requested location of Park and 36th.
So that's the answer you got, is that that EMS wanted them to go there.
Correct.
All right. And so that was information you received before 203302, but you sent out at that time.
Correct.
Okay.
There's the time of me typing and putting it in there.
When you have referred to your work duties that day, you can take it down, thank you, as Channel 1, how does that signify you from other dispatchers?
We have 2 other channels. There's Channel 2, which is in charge of the north side, and then there's Channel 3, who has downtown in the 5th precinct, and then we have a relief dispatcher who's there to help us when we take our breaks or when we need to get up for any given reason.
So when you dispatch over Channel 1, does that go citywide or just precinct-wide?
Just on those 2 precincts. I have my own dedicated channel.
Having been questioned by opposing counsel about your call, as you sit here today, have you changed your mind about the reasons why you called Sergeant Pleger when you did?
No.
You were asked about the number of screens that you have up, looking at all this, and still being able to see what was going on in this call from the city camera. That's been your work setup for about 7 years, correct?
Correct.
something you do on a daily basis is keep track of all these moving parts.
Yes.
And that video that's up there, when it's not sending out work messages, can put up these city cameras, correct?
Correct.
But you don't control that.
Correct.
Do you know who or what office controls that?
It can change. Sometimes the supervisors at our center can pull up cameras. Like I said, sometimes we put them on there just to see what the weather is. Especially if we have inclement weather, if there's storms coming through, we can see actually how severe they are when people are calling in. Sometimes they put them up for incidences if we can see anything, and those cameras can be taken away from us to the fact that the base, which is the precinct desk, has control over them and can move them to wherever they need to when they need to.
So what you're saying is that those cameras, where they're pointed and when they're available to you, can be controlled by members of the police department?
Correct.
And in your 6 years by this date and 7 years now, it's a rare incident for somebody to put an incident up on the screen like that.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gurry. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Statement calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Alicia Euler.
Just walk over to the judge.
You stand right behind your chair to start with. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
All right, have a seat. And just to make sure that we can hear you, we're going to have you take your mask off. I'm going to leave mine on, but and before you begin, and so we can test out the microphone, could you give us your full name, spelling each of your names?
Like my whole name?
Yep.
Alicia Marie Euler, ALISHA MARIEEOYLER.
And I think I'm going to have you pull up just a little closer to the microphone. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Slisher.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And Ms. Euler, the key I'm going to give you is that when you speak, you should be able to hear your own voice over the speakers, all right? So just lean close enough to the microphone to be able to do that, all right? So first, I'm going to ask you a few questions so we can get to know you a little better. How old are you?
23.
23. And are you originally from Minnesota?
No.
Where did you grow up?
No, I'm from Arizona.
You can kind of pull back. You're actually speaking.
I'm sorry. I don't like this. Okay.
Yeah, I just need you to speak towards me.
Okay, I'm good? All right.
Thank you. And you can even pretend you're yelling at me if you want to, or make your voice hit the back of the room, all right?
Okay.
So you said that you grew up in Arizona, is that right?
Yep.
What part of Arizona?
Just Arizona.
The whole state?
Yep.
Okay. When did you make your way over to Minnesota?
I don't know. A while ago.
Were you still in high school?
Yeah.
Did you attend any schools when you moved to Minnesota?
Yeah.
Where did you go to school?
Red Wing.
In Red Wing, Minnesota. Where else did you go?
St. Paul.
St. Paul. Okay. What's the last grade you completed through high school?
11th.
Okay. Can you tell the jury the different cities or towns that you've lived in since coming to Minnesota?
I guess Minneapolis.
Okay. Minneapolis, and I assume Red Wing for one?
Yeah, St. Paul.
And St. Paul. Okay. Are you currently employed?
No.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of jobs that you've held?
I used to work at Speedway.
And which Speedway, do you recall the location?
38th in Chicago.
All right. What did you do at Speedway at 38th in Chicago?
I'm a shift lead.
Shift lead? What does that mean?
Not like a regular employee, but not a manager, like kind of in the middle.
Okay. So not a lot of us have had the experience of working as a shift lead at Speedway, so I'd like you to just tell the jury a little bit of what's your day-to-day job like when you have that job?
I work at a cash register. I do paperwork. If a customer has an issue, I handle the issues.
Okay. You also work as a cashier?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to train other people or supervise other cashiers?
Sometimes.
How long did you have that job, Ms. Layler?
About a year.
Did you start as a shift lead, or did you have a different position? You started as a shift lead? Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of hours you would work there? Was it a full-time job?
Yep, I work 40 hours a week.
Okay.
Well, I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you typically start your shift?
Between 2 or 3 to closing, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock was closing?
Yeah.
Was it a pretty busy store?
It has its moments.
Okay. Well, I'd like to see if you recognize the area. First, I'd like to show just the witness what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 1. Oh.
Once again, the judge is having a brief conversation with the lawyers. He's doing it over the headphones, as they do in these COVID days, just talking about something out of the hearing of the jury and us, and that's why he cuts the sound. Should be over momentarily as Alicia Euler takes the stand, gives her background a little bit. This is the second prosecution witness, Prosecutor Steve Schlischer, doing the questioning.
All right, Mr. Schlischer.
Thank you. Ms. Euler, we're ready for you now. I'm going to show you, first I'm going to offer Exhibit 1. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. If you can take a look at the screen. Just the one in front of you.
Oh.
All right. Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see the Speedway where you used to work?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
All right. So, do you have something that looks like this in front of you? A little stylus? All right. What I'd like you to do is just take this and see if you can draw a circle around the Speedway where you used to work. Thank you. All right. And the name of the store directly across the street, were you familiar with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
What's the name of that store?
Cuff Foods.
You ever go in that store? Were you a customer there?
Not really.
Not really? Just a place across the street where you worked?
Yeah.
Okay. And then do you see what's directly across the street if you cross 38th Street from Cup Foods?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that building?
Yeah, I didn't know that's what it was, though.
What did you know it as?
I never really paid attention to it.
Okay. recall whether or not you were working on May 25, 2020, Memorial Day?
Yeah.
And where were you working?
At Speedway.
At Speedway, all right. And do you recall when you began your shift?
About 3 o'clock.
And do you recall specifically what you were doing at the Speedway that day?
Ringing up customers.
And at the cash register?
Yeah.
Can you just, again, using your stylus, point or maybe put a little X around the area in front of the store where the cash register would be?
Like right here.
Okay. Are you able to see the outside across the street from the cash register?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes? And you said you began working at 3. I'd like to draw your attention to a little after 8 o'clock in the evening that day. Do you recall something that caught your attention outside of the Speedway?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what caught your attention?
The police, like in that area, it's always police.
When did you first notice, or where did you first notice the police?
I would say like on the corner, right, like diagonal, like across the street, like right here. Oops.
Okay. And so for the record, that's across from Cup Foods, across 38th Street in what is labeled on Exhibit 1 as Dragon Walk. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Please tell the jury in your own words what it is you saw that caught your attention.
Just the police, try not to cuss, just them messing with someone.
Okay. And when you say messing with someone, and thank you for not cussing, but when you say messing with someone, could you please describe what you mean by that?
Like, I don't really know how to explain it, just like disturbing somebody before we found out who it was.
Okay. Now, did you eventually find out who the person the police were disturbing, in your words?
Yeah.
Who's that?
George Floyd.
Had you ever met this person before?
No.
To your knowledge, you'd never been a customer in the Speedway?
No.
Okay. Can you please describe for the jury what you saw after you first noticed the police having this interaction with the person you now know to be Mr. Floyd?
Can you say that again?
So can you just describe, after you first noticed the police having this interaction with Mr. Floyd, what did you see happen?
In my handcuffs.
You saw it. Where was Mr. Floyd when you saw him in handcuffs?
Over here, across the street.
Okay. In the area where you first indicated by the Dragon Walk?
I believe so, yeah.
And then what did you see happen after Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs?
I don't remember.
What's the next thing you do remember?
Oh, God.
Are you a little nervous today?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Just take your time. And we have plenty of time to get through this, okay? And so, just backing up, you'd indicated that Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs, and just think to yourself what you next remember seeing after you noticed he was in handcuffs.
I think they ended up putting him in the police car thing.
And which police car? Where was the police car that you saw?
The one right across from Cup Foods.
Okay. Now, before you saw that, did you see the police take Mr. Floyd across the street?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes? All right. So after you saw him in handcuffs, you saw him being taken across the street and then placed in the car right outside of Cup Foods. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you owned a cell phone, correct?
Yeah.
You owned a cell phone at the time. Yes?
Yes.
And did you do anything with your cell phone as you began to notice this incident involving Mr. Floyd and the police?
Well, as you guys seen that on the security thing that I had my phone.
Right, you had your phone. Did you do anything with your phone?
Like recording it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'd like you to do first, before we get to the point where you start recording, just explain to the jury what you saw after you noticed the police officers putting Mr. Floyd in the car.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I can't think right now.
Well, you indicated that you began recording with your cell phone, is that right? Mm-hmm. And during the time that you've been speaking to the police about this, you've provided your cell phone recordings to law enforcement, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
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 All right. And there were a total of 7 cell phone recordings that you personally took, is that correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed each of those cell phone recordings, correct?
Yeah.
And those cell phone recordings, do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on the street that day?
Yeah.
And 2 of those cell phone recordings were actually made from inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And then the rest were outside of the store.
Yeah.
Now, those cell phone recordings, the individual clips, have been marked and disclosed to counsel as exhibits 2 through 8. You wouldn't know that, but they have. And at this time, I'm going to offer exhibits 2 through 8. Okay. Yeah.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
2 through 8 are received.
And then, Ms. Euler, you also had an opportunity to review a surveillance video, is that right?
Yes.
And the surveillance video, for the record, is Exhibit 11. Having reviewed that video, did that video fairly and accurately capture things that you observed when you were working at Speedway on the 25th?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were able to review that surveillance video in a format in which all of your cell phone videos, or I guess I should say 6 of the 7 cell phone videos, had been spliced into or put next to the surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
And that kind of gives a perspective of when those individual videos were shot, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the combination of the 6 videos that we've just received and Exhibit 11, which has been offered and received, would that composition better help you and assist you in explaining your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
All right. And that, for the record, is Exhibit 9. I offer Exhibit 9.
Any objection? 9 is received.
And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and publish Exhibit 9. I ask you to take Exhibit 1 down. And when I say publish, I mean I'm going to play it, and at times I'm going to stop and pause and have you explain some things. All right?
Okay. Okay.
All right. If we could begin publishing Exhibit 9, please. And I believe we're paused at 7 seconds. At this point, you can see, and I'm going to place a circle around the officers. You see them there?
Yes.
And are those the people that you saw interacting with the person you now know to be Mr. Floyd?
Yep.
And your first interaction that you noticed was actually across the street by the Dragon Walk. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as Mr. Floyd's being taken over the car, I think that we will soon hear your first recording. So if we can resume play.
shit going on over here?
After you made that short recording, and that was you, I suppose, narrating?
Yes.
Okay. After you were narrating that portion, you continued to watch?
Yes.
Now, at this time, Ms. Euler, did you notice any bystanders, anybody in the street?
No.
Approaching 8:16 and 30 seconds. Ms. Euler, were you continuing to watch the events as you were working the cash register at Speedway at this time?
I believe so, yes.
We've paused at about 8:17, and at some point, did you notice some other police officers arrive on the scene?
I think so.
Let's resume play here. Okay, and let's pause. Now, at this time, I'm showing you two other individuals who are joining the first two officers that you saw. You noticed those?
Yeah.
And what did you see those two officers do after they arrived?
I don't remember.
Well, let's continue. From your vantage point inside the Speedway, were you able to hear anything outside?
No.
All right, let's pause here for a moment, and we're at 8:18 and 10 seconds. Now, as best you can, describe for the jury what you recall seeing the officers do with Mr. Floyd prior to getting to this point.
Before this point?
Before this point. For example, did you see Mr. Floyd get into a vehicle?
Like off of what we just watched?
What do you recall seeing with Mr. Floyd and the squad car just before we get to this point?
Like when they drag him out?
Okay. All right. Let's resume. Okay. Now, we're paused at about almost 8:19. I asked you previously about bystanders and noticing bystanders. At some point, as you made these observations, did you see a crowd of bystanders gather?
Not till like after.
After what?
Like after they did yeah.
Okay. So at this point, you're not seeing a crowd either in the immediate area or across the street at the Speedway?
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's resume play. No, you can keep going. All right, I'm going to pause here. And this is at 8:20 and 20 seconds. And I ask you some questions about some people, again, some bystanders in the area. Do you know who this person in the lower left corner wearing sandals and shorts and a black shirt is?
No.
Don't recognize him, never seen him before?
No.
Do you know the person in the dark shirt, hooded sweatshirt, and the blue pants?
No.
Never met her before either?
No.
Okay. Or how about the child behind her in the green shirt?
No.
Not familiar with her either?
No.
Okay. If you please resume. I'm going to pause for a moment here. Do you recognize that person, that officer? Do you recall seeing an officer interacting with a group of bystanders who would later gather?
I think so.
Can you physically describe that person as best you can remember?
I don't really know. It's been so long.
Do you recall previously talking about a bald police officer?
I think in one of my videos I was talking to a person.
Okay, a bald officer. Do you recall as you sit here today what the bald officer did?
I think he was like yelling at people, like before or after this.
Do you also recall describing a tall officer?
Yeah.
What did the tall officer do?
I think he was like, I don't remember. There's so much.
Let's resume play.
There's always some shit going on.
Pause for a moment. Now, what we heard there that was imposed at the same time as the surveillance video was your second recording. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And again, that was your voice when you said there are always some...
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Had you continued to watch these events out the window that entire time?
Did I watch it outside?
From inside?
I think I went outside to smoke a cigarette.
All right, I'm going to ask the play to resume and ask you to pay particular attention to your video on the right side, okay? Freeze. Yeah, go a little bit further. Stop. All right. Now, showing you what appears to be a reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Recognize that?
Yeah.
Who's that?
That's me.
Okay, so that's you recording the events reflected in the window, correct?
Yep.
So based on that, would you agree that you were inside the Speedway at the time this particular recording was made?
Yes.
Resume, please. Pause. Now, can you please explain to the jury why did you continue to record what you were seeing here?
Because I always see the police, they're always messing with people, and it's wrong and it's not right.
I'm going to then direct your attention to the right side of the screen as well. You see that you briefly turned your camera away from the officers in the squad car towards the area that's right by the Dragon Walk. Is that right? Yeah. And can you tell the jury what you see here?
I see people standing there, but that's not why I shifted the camera.
Can you explain why you shifted the camera?
Because that's where it started from.
Okay, so when you say that's where it started from, I think your description initially was that there were some officers who were, to use your words, messing with Mr. Floyd.
Yep.
Okay, and this is the area in which they were messing with Mr. Floyd?
Yeah, when it started.
I'd like to resume play again, please. Let's pause for a moment, and you can see that that would have been your second recording has stopped. And at this point, we're continuing to watch the surveillance video. Please resume. We could freeze here. Let it go just a little further. Stop. All right. So again, I've already asked you about some of the people in the crowd, and you said you didn't know them. I want to add some of the folks. There's a person in a white T-shirt. Do you recognize that person?
I don't know that person.
You've never seen that young woman before?
Not before like this.
Right. And then I think walking by, I don't know if you noticed, there was a couple with a child. Had you ever seen them before?
No.
Okay. And then there's a gentleman here in a dark hooded sweatshirt. Had you ever seen that person before?
No.
Please resume. Now, at some point, you indicated that you'd gone outside of the store to smoke a cigarette. Is that right?
Yep.
You continue to watch these events unfold as you were outside of the store?
Yep.
As you were watching from outside the store, did you see any of the bystanders interact with police officers?
I think they were like yelling at each other. I don't really know what they said. I was kind of too far away.
Couldn't make out any specific words?
No.
Do you recall seeing a woman with a black shirt and a white headband?
No. This was like a year ago, a long time ago.
Go ahead and resume. All right. If you could pause. All right. I had asked you about seeing a woman with a black shirt and a white headband. I'm wondering if now looking, if this refreshes your memory at all about this person.
No.
All right. From outside, then, at your vantage point, outside of the Speedway, you began what is now your fourth recording, and I think for the record, that starts at about was it 8:25:26? Please resume.
Oh no! I know that the tall dude that's leaning on his feet, they had him in the other side of the car, and then he pulled him out on the ground.
If you could pause for a moment. Right. Whose voice was that?
That was mine.
Okay. And were you describing to someone who was standing next to you what you just witnessed earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could resume, please. it seems that you've spent a lot of time watching this encounter.
Yeah.
And you were continuing to occasionally record.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could resume, please. Did you hear that ambulance in the background? Mm-hmm. At some point, do you recall an ambulance actually arriving?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. As best you can remember, can you describe what you saw after the ambulance got there?
I think the person was going on a stretcher.
If we could resume, please. Stop. And at this point, you can see that the ambulance has arrived, and there's a ambulance worker coming out of the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yeah.
In the time that you've been watching up to this point, did you see this individual ever get up from the first position he was in when he first went down?
I don't remember.
Please resume. Stop. All right. So you see that the street camera has now changed positions, is that right?
Yeah.
And
yes.
Do you recognize that person?
That's me.
That's you. Okay, so that's you, and you're holding your cell phone?
Yep.
And that's you recording so we can give the jury a good idea of where you were at the time you were taking that footage. Okay. And that's when the ambulance arrived. You continued to observe. Please resume. Do you ever personally observe officers get up off of George Floyd?
I don't think so. I don't know.
If you could pause, back up about 2 seconds.
I think I was more so like I was recording it, but I was also like trying not to get hit by the cars coming in the gas station.
All right, understood. All right, if you could resume that, please. You can see the stretcher is fully out here. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then I want to draw your attention again to the last officer closest to the head of the individual on the ground. Did you see him change position at this point?
No.
Okay, please resume.
Turn now to Candace McCoy. She's a professor.
And then you made your final recording as Mr. Floyd was taken from the ground, loaded onto the stretcher, and placed in the back of the ambulance. if you could pause, please. And then you see that at approximately 8:29 and 29 seconds p.m., Mr. Floyd is fully placed into the back of the ambulance. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Please resume. And at that point, if you would pause, please, at 8:29 and about 52 seconds, I believe, 52, 53 seconds, you stopped recording. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. And you can take that down now. But what did you see after the ambulance pulled away?
There was just a bunch of people yelling and fighting, and I didn't really understand why, but now obviously we know why.
What did you do after you stopped? After you stopped watching outside?
I went back to work.
And that would have been around about 8:30.
I don't remember.
Do you remember when your shift ended?
10 o'clock.
And so you worked up until 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Do you recall what you saw after you left work that day?
Tape. There was a bunch of tape everywhere, and they made me instead of going down Chicago to go home, they made me go around and down the street, all the way down, I think 35th.
Was the scene had crime scene tape around it?
Yep.
And you weren't able to access it. Did you make another recording of that crime scene tape?
I think I did.
And at this time, I believe we've already received Exhibit 7, and I'd like to publish Exhibit 7, please.
Would you have a break?
Yeah, that'd be good. Well, you know what? I'm almost finished here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if we could just publish Exhibit 7. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Exhibit 8. All right. If you could pause, please. And Ms. Euler, you described the scene being taped up with crime scene tape and you weren't able to access it.
Mm-hmm.
Does this show the area where the crime scene tape was?
Yes.
All right, if you could resume play, please. And stop. All right, and you can take that down. What did you do then after you made that recording?
I went home.
And at some point, you were contacted by police officers, is that right?
Yeah.
They talked to you about what happened, took a statement from you?
Yeah.
And you voluntarily provided the videos to them, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Council's going to have some questions for you, but I think we're going to take a break first.
Let's take our 20-minute break. Let's reconvene at 3:25.
And then there is our first afternoon break. Hello, everyone. I'm Terry Moran. You're watching ABC News Live, of course, streaming coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin. And this break comes after somewhat slow, steady questioning of the prosecution's second witness. Her name is Alicia Euler. She was in the store across the street, the Speedway store across the street from the arrest of George Floyd and the kneeling on the neck by Officer Derek Chauvin, the defendant in this case, which eventually led to the death of George Floyd. That is the prosecution's case. Alicia Euler noticed something wrong going on. She made a couple of short videos, and they were matched with the public video, the surveillance video, if you will, of the 38th and Chicago intersection to show that she saw something that she didn't think set right with her. and she came out at one point. Prosecutor Steve Schlischer trying to get her to go back to that moment. It's been a long time. Didn't look like they had prepped her really for today's testimony. But basically what she's doing is what the first interview, first witness, Jenna Scurry, offered, which is when she was watching the same scene, this scene unfold on camera from her vantage point as a 911 dispatcher, it struck her as wrong too. So basically laying the groundwork that this was not an ordinary takedown. This is not an ordinary arrest, that people who just watched it while it was happening knew it was wrong. And so I want to go out to Minneapolis, where our Ken Moten is covering this for us. And Kenneth, this is one of those witnesses who brings a slice of the pie, if you will, for the prosecution. And that is, I think, twofold. First, she did sense something wrong in that arrest. And then the other thing, we heard from defense lawyer Eric Nelson that one of the reasons those police used that level of force was they were concerned that there was a threat at that intersection. Well, we saw it. We saw it through the camera that the city has installed right there at 38th and Chicago. We saw it through Alicia Euler's video, and it looks like a pretty normal evening at that intersection. What'd you think?
I thought that video is important. Terry, we knew that video would be key in this. Surveillance video, cell phone video, any type of tool that could be used to tell the story here. We knew the prosecution was going to use that. We knew that this is their, I wouldn't even say secret weapon, it's their weapon against Derek Chauvin and his defense to say, yes, 24 hours in a day, but these are the crucial minutes and the crucial time here leading up to George Floyd's death, leading up to what they say is murder, and they've got the tool of video. They've got surveillance video, and they've got that cell phone video. And so that's why we saw with that 911 dispatcher, them telling her, when you looked at this video, what did you think? And I thought that was a very key point in her testimony, Terry, when she said she actually thought the video had frozen because those officers were sitting there. We know Chauvin with his knee in George Floyd's neck, the other officers who were helping him. She thought that the video was frozen and that there was a still image that she was looking at. No, they were just there on top of him for several minutes. Then we have this latest witness, that employee, who decided to, like many who were on that scene, whip out her cell phone and to record what they were seeing because they felt like something wasn't right. And so people at home may be asking, why these two witnesses first? There are, I think, 400 potential witnesses on the list. Why did they call these two? And for the prosecution, we think that the thinking behind this is they want to lay the groundwork, that story leading up to that very, very crucial point and what happened during this event, what happened as they were trying to arrest George Floyd, to get control of him in that moment, and the fact that it took 9 minutes or longer as they were on top of him before they got off, paramedics moved in. So we saw this methodical time that was taken here to go through piece by piece, second by second of this video, of these videos that we're seeing, from the surveillance video to the cell phone video to even the moment that the ambulance arrived. And what did the witness think when she saw all of this playing out? And so they really want to put, almost like they want to put the jurors there at that intersection, Chicago, there on May 25th, when George Floyd was taken into custody. Almost like they're telling the jurors to close your eyes for a moment and imagine yourself there. But they've got the tool, they've got the weapon of the video, Terry, and it's just incredible how video, and so, from cell phone video to surveillance video, has really changed the game when it comes to these trials. Terry, I know you've been covering these trials for quite some time. I've seen a number of trials, and when you've got the video evidence to back you up and back up, the prosecution of a defendant, it is key. It is so crucial, and it's so important. We know that when it comes to video, right down to body camera video, it's either helped police officers or it's truly hurt them, and really shown exactly what has happened. And we know that some things can be taken out of context, but when it comes to George Floyd having that knee in his neck, there's no ambivalence about it. We saw Derek Chauvin with his knee in George Floyd's neck, and in essence, this is what ignited a country, angered this nation to see that image, that that video, that hard-to-watch video. And again, that is what was shown this morning in opening statements. And now the video we're seeing right now, these other videos, these lesser-known videos that we really haven't seen. There are some new pieces of video that the public has not seen that are playing out in court. We knew this would happen as well, and we do expect potentially even more of this evidence, more videos to show up as they bring these witnesses on. Terry?
Absolutely, Kenneth. That the democratization of video, in some ways, is one of the things that led to this rising, not just obviously among Black Americans who had direct understanding of a lot of the issues that we're talking about, but frankly for people like me, for white Americans who, through these videos that you're talking about, surveillance, body cam, bystanders, we're seeing the reality of policing in America, and that led to this movement. Kenneth, I'll get right back to you. I want to get to our expert guest trial lawyer commentator. Robert DiCello is a veteran trial lawyer, veteran prosecutor as well in the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office, that's Cleveland, and also now a defense lawyer as well. And thanks very much for being with us. I just want to get your take, as you've seen the prosecution, put on your prosecutor's hat for a second, how they're opening this. From the opening statement, I don't know how much of it you saw that Jerry Blackwell did, in playing that video that really rocketed around the world and caused such anguish around the world as well, that is the heart of this case. And now these first couple of witnesses laying the groundwork for people seeing this incident from different angles. The 911 dispatcher and now Ms. Euler from across the street. How do you think the prosecution is proceeding in this case?
Well, Terry, thank you. The most important thing that the prosecution has done to this point is establish that the time frame of the case that matters most to the state is the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Early on, it was announced as a major part of their case that was going to be the focus of their prosecution. Now, as we've seen in the witnesses that have come forward to date, we've had two. The first witness, the dispatcher, again, they played the tape, and they keep playing the tape. They keep showing the tape. And I think if you're on the prosecution side of this, you want to show that tape from as many different angles as you can in the crucial 9 minutes and 29 seconds that are there. And they're only showing really, from different vantage points, different aspects of that. And I think it's really powerful, and I think really for the viewers to understand, they're also taking a very remote position. That is, they're taking the camera from the street corner, and they're showing that through the eyes of not only Alicia Euler, the individual who was at the Speedway gas station, but we're talking it through early on with the dispatcher. So they're making good on their promise right now of focusing on the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. That was their clearest message. Also, repeated through the direct examination of this Speedway witness that we're watching right now, the gas station witness, was the idea that at no time does Chauvin move off of the body of George Floyd. So they're showing the number of men, they're showing the positioning of the men, and they're showing the weight of those men on video. And, in trial, there are three voices. There's the prosecution's voice, that is their witnesses. There's the defense voice, that's their witnesses. And then there's the video. And that voice is usually the loudest voice of all.
And I want to just follow up on what might be a secondary piece of evidence, the kind of evidence that they're seeing in these videos. I mentioned it. One of the things that surprised me this morning is defense lawyer Eric Nelson, in trying to lay out, really not the whole defense case, but saying one of the reasons that this arrest proceeded in the way it did, with so much force. As he said, there was an altercation in the vehicle, and then he said there were people behind them, there were people around them. These officers felt under threat. These videos from this distant perspective across the street, essentially, as you point out, show you that intersection. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but it looked to me like a fairly normal evening there.
It did. It looks like a fairly normal scene. Obviously, Alicia Euler, the Speedway gas station worker that we're hearing from now, is also giving us some of the color, the local flavor for that spot. I think the most important thing she does is she's honest. She's frank. She doesn't often remember things. She's not a charismatic witness. But again, what they're doing is they're using her to show that video. And they're stitching together in small pieces her video excerpts with the actual video from the street corner that the dispatcher had testified to earlier. This gives us, as Kevin mentioned in his reporting, this gives us a sense of the space that we're in. And from storytelling of any kind, whether it's trial storytelling or any kind of storytelling that you're into, knowing the space, knowing the environment that the story takes place in is extremely important, and that's what they're leading with right now.
All right. Robert DiCello, thanks very much. DiCello, excuse me. I want to go back to Walter Madison now, who is a veteran defense lawyer, and you may remember him. He represented the family of Tamir Rice, the 12-year-old boy who was shot and killed by police officers in Ohio, by a police officer in Ohio. Seconds after they pulled up, he had a toy gun. It's really one of the cases I just can't get out of my own head, sort of ever. And Tamir Rice, his lawyer, his family lawyer, Walter Madison, joins us now. Thanks for being with us. And so much at stake, really, for so many families, like the family that you've represented, obviously like the Floyd family. And I just want to get your take on how you feel this case is proceeding in opening statements, the direction you sense it going, not just as a criminal defense lawyer, a veteran lawyer, but as somebody who has taken a direct hand in these issues.
I think the state of, not Ohio, but Minnesota has done a marvelous job at recruiting the viewer and the jury's, most importantly, their perspective, giving them a feel. It's very sensory, it's sensual in a sense that you have your scene witnesses, you have the 360 camera, and the 911 operator. You have the time that was taken in very meticulous detail in the opening statement to lay out as a preview what you can expect. And I think emotionally, I believe that they're appealing to all those other cases, the Tamir Rices, the Eric Gardners, and all the others who did not get their measure of what we're seeing here, which is justice. And it's been absent, and I think that the judge in this matter is very wise to have this broadcasted live so that we can all be participants and get that sense, that overwhelming, that balm, if you will, for all the wounds and for all the years and decades and maybe even centuries at this point of misuse and abuse for those underserved and marginalized. And I think, equally, though, I believe that the defense is doing an adequate job, but more than adequate job of pushing back and giving a more total perspective of what an officer must see and how it is more than just the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. It's a totality of circumstances and that human factor that Mr. Nelson harped on in his open, the human factor, which you cannot really perceive from a body cam perspective because that's first person. You don't get the full 360. So I think each side has done a marvelous job of setting the stage and giving this jury a lot to unpack. But with respect specifically to your question, I think that this is very heartfelt for a lot of individuals who've been victimized by this type of abuse.
And Walter Madison, if I could pick up on that for the Rice family, for so many families for so many years, and for all of us, it's a lot to freight the trial of Derek Chauvin. He's actually the defendant here. With what does justice look like, do you think, for someone like the family of Tamir Rice and for so many others? And is it fair to Chauvin?
Well, it's at this point it's morphed. Justice for some may just simply be coded for revenge. Justice is just often just acknowledgement that we are human, we exist, and for far too long, this type of abuse has just been, I guess, if you want to say, part of the job. The 9 minutes and 29 seconds that we witnessed, it's very difficult, and it's understandable how one could avoid viewing that at all costs. It's confrontational, it is emotional, it's hurtful, and it's symbolic in a number of ways. There's a saying, the man has his foot on my neck. Well, we see that, and people can feel it, and for many, they witness a murder. And that is just so confrontational for black and white. But measure of justice at this point is being a participant, is being acknowledged, and it's being vindicated by those who were there to protect us. A very important thing was mentioned, that there were at least 3 witnesses who called the police on the police. And often victims and their families feel that police were put here to protect us, but who shall protect us from them?
And that has been the story of so much American law enforcement. Walter Madison, thanks very much. I think I'm going to go back to Kenneth Moten on a point that Walter raised, this sense of justice. Look, there is so much at stake, really, for all of us in this trial. It's a trial of one man, and he deserves a fair trial, of course. But I know that there are concerns about security around this trial. Well, what can you tell us about how Minneapolis is handling that, what they're looking at in terms of potentialities, and what you feel there in the city itself?
Well, we know state and local leaders are monitoring this scene here at the Hennepin County Courthouse. There was just a briefing, probably about within the last hour or so, just to give the media an update on how security preparations are going, how big is the security force that we see around the city of Minneapolis. And I'll tell you, there's not a heavy-handed police presence here. We know that police increase their presence. There are a few more officers on duty working during this trial, but we don't see officers lining the street. I mean, Terry, you know, there in Washington, D.C., after the insurrection, the level of security we saw with the National Guard coming in, nothing like that, of course, but we know National Guard troops are still here at the courthouse, right up to the doors, right around it. I think my colleague Alex Perez said it was like a fortress earlier. So they were making sure to keep this building right here behind me on the 18th floor secure. No other trials and other court business happening inside this building besides Derek Chauvin's murder trial. And so, again, National Guard troops have been called up by the governor. They are keeping watch over this building and the surrounding area and the blocks around it. But the police also backing them up as well, making sure to keep this all as safe as possible. Demonstrators, they're still being allowed to do their thing, because we know that as this trial goes on, we expect, Terry, more and more supporters, George Floyd and his family, to arrive here. We know George Floyd's family members who live out of state, out of Minneapolis, are starting to arrive today as well. I actually saw some members of the family yesterday who were arriving because there were vigils, there were church services pre-court, pre-trial that were happening as they were preparing for this big moment here, and a big moment for them, obviously, because that was their family member, but really a big moment for the nation, Terry.
All right, Ken Moten, thanks very much. Judge Cahill, back in the courtroom, we are expecting the cross-examination of Alicia Euler by defense lawyer Eric Nelson. She an eyewitness from across the street.
I don't know if that's you or me here. So I'd like to ask you a few follow-up questions, if that's okay.
Okay.
If the court would, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1, as we had before. And I think that you indicated that you were about right there, right? When you first observed everything?
Yeah.
All right. Now, can you just describe for me generally, like, the inside of the Speedway? Like, would you have been facing customers, looking out the window to your right? Would you have been standing forward and looking out the window?
It would be like to my side.
Okay, so if you were in the subway area, or excuse me, the Speedway area right here, in this area that you're talking about, like your back would have been facing that way?
No. Yes.
Yeah. And so when you observed what happened over in this area, you would have been looking back over your right shoulder.
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you first observed, that's when you first observed the police interacting with Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And you observed him get handcuffed or put in, he was in handcuffs at that point, right?
Yes.
And you observed them walk him back across the street towards the area here where the squad car was.
Yes.
Correct? Now, again, you said that you were working, you were taking care of customers, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
And obviously we know that you didn't film the entirety of the incident from the beginning to the end, right?
Right.
And that's because you were working, right?
Yeah.
In part, at least. And I think as we saw from your video, there were cars coming in to get gas, there were people coming into the store, that type of thing was happening, right?
Yeah.
All right. And you ultimately, you remember that you gave a statement to an agent with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Yep.
His name was Brent Peterson. Would you disagree if I told you that that was on May 28th of 2020?
Okay. I don't remember the.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have no reason to. It was within a couple of days of this incident, right?
Yeah.
And do you recall telling Agent Peterson one of the things that you didn't understand was why they took him back out of the car?
Yeah.
Because based on what you observed Mr. Floyd get into the car, both doors were shut, correct?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, according to your video, the taller officer just pulled him out of the back of the squad car.
Yep.
All right. Now, you also, do you recall testifying or telling Agent Peterson that the people in this area here, there was a female cop?
I don't remember.
All right. Yeah, sorry. Do you remember a female police officer being there?
I don't remember. This was so long ago.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review, well, did you ever have an opportunity to review a transcript or an audio recording of your interview with Agent Peterson?
Say that again?
Prior to coming in and testifying, were you ever given a copy of your transcript?
I seen it or heard it.
Did you read it?
No.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your transcript?
Not really.
Okay. So you don't remember ever telling Agent Peterson that there was a female officer on scene?
It could have been, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of officers.
All right. Now, you testified that you took the first two videos from inside the speedway?
Yeah.
And then at some point you went out into kind of in the middle of the parking lot area, right?
Yep.
Or the entrance where cars would be coming in to get to the gas pumps?
Yep.
You were out there on your break, right?
Yep.
And I think we saw, based on your video, that what you did is you sort of zoomed in so you could get a closer camera view, right?
Yep.
And you zoomed it to the maximum that your camera would allow you to zoom in?
Yep.
Right. And from where you were standing, ultimately when you were outside, you had the opportunity to make observations about what the officers were doing with Mr. Floyd, right?
Okay.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Yep.
And you had the opportunity to make observations about kind of what else was going on, right?
Yeah.
In fact, in one of the videos, you actually had a conversation with someone else, right?
Yep.
So if you were standing across the street from where Mr. Floyd and the police officers were interacting, you would have one view, but you would agree that when we look at a camera, that's just kind of one perspective, right?
I mean, I guess, but there's multiple cameras, though.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is that when you're recording, your camera is only going to capture what's out in front, right?
Yeah.
But when you're recording, you said you were, looking, making sure you didn't get hit by a car, right? So you have the ability to turn your head from left to right. You can look up, you can look down, you can talk to people, and you can look around, right?
Okay, yeah.
But your camera's still in that one fixed position.
Yeah.
All right. So you were able to make observations. As this incident progressed, would you agree that more and more people started stopping and watching what was going on?
Yes.
There were some people standing in front of you. There were some people standing to your right. Recall that?
Yep.
And then obviously there were the people that were closer over by where the officers were as well, right?
Yeah.
And then even on the, kitty corner from where you were, right? There were people standing there watching.
Yeah.
And if you went to your right on the other side, there were people standing there watching, right?
I think so.
Right. And cars were driving by and buses were driving by, right? And sometimes cars, we see in your video, they would stop for quite some period of time and then drive off, right?
Yeah.
And would you also agree that as this incident progressed, the crowd of people started becoming more and more vocal?
Like, what do you mean? Like,
well, they started yelling more.
I think so.
Right. So, like that first video when you step outside and there's fewer people, there's not as many people yelling, right?
Yeah.
But by the end, when the ambulance takes Mr. Floyd away, there's a fairly large crowd out there, right?
Right.
And there's a lot of people yelling.
Okay.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And those people, some of those people, you could tell were upset, right?
Yeah.
I think you said that a lot of people were yelling and fighting, right?
Yeah.
So you can get a sense that people were angry.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And that feeling of anger is different when you're there and watching it than when it is when you're here talking about it in the courtroom.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think if you're still upset about the situation, you're still going to be upset about it.
Understood. But in that moment, you would agree when there's people yelling and there's people driving by and there's people honking, right? That's a different feeling than you may still be upset here today in court, but it's a much different feeling now than it is then.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. And ultimately, again, you took these various cell phone videos, you provided them to law enforcement voluntarily, right?
Yeah.
And then you went back inside, you finished your shift, and then when you left, the scene was taped off because it was a crime scene, right?
Yep.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So when you saw the officers bring Mr. Floyd across the street, did you see Mr. Floyd struggle with or resist the officers?
No.
And when the officers first brought Mr. Floyd to the ground and you saw the 3 officers on top of him, there wasn't a large crowd at that time, was there?
I don't think so, no.
In fact, that didn't happen until much later, correct?
Yep.
And you never saw the officers get up off of Mr. Floyd until after the ambulance arrived, after the stretcher was pulled out. Is that right?
Yep, that's what it said in the video. Well, shows in the video.
All right, nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Mr. Frank.
The state would call Donald Williams to the stand.
You can stand behind the chair for a second?
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand.
The third prosecution witness, Donald Williams.
Penalty of perjury. The testimony
Prosecution putting the jury at the scene, first through a 911 dispatcher and second through the attendant across the street at the Speedway. Here's Donald Williams.
Give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Full name is Donald Wynn Williams II. DONALD WYNN. Last name WILLIAMS II.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors roughly how old are you?
33.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an entrepreneur and a professional fighter. And a father.
And a what?
And a father.
And that takes up probably as much time as all the others.
Yes, it does.
So you, by entrepreneur, you have some of your own companies that you run?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Various businesses?
Correct.
And tell the jury, if you would, sort of where you live, not your address, but the city or town where you live.
I'm in a unique situation, but I do have a place in Roseville in South Minneapolis.
And your place in South Minneapolis, well, are you familiar with Cup Foods?
That is correct.
And how far is your place from Cup Foods, roughly?
Not too far from Cubs.
Good enough.
So, literally, yeah, like on the next block, not too far down.
So how long have you lived in the Twin Cities area, the Minneapolis area?
Minneapolis, Twin Cities area for 33 years, pretty much, my whole life. I'm a city kid.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, well, before I forget to ask you, you've done some work in the security field.
That is correct. Been working in security for over 10 years.
And what does that mean? What do you do to work in security?
Fire security, private security. Worked at the clubs, at Pichaluches, different clubs downtown Minneapolis. Worked at Allied Security for a year before the situation as well. And I've done private security for the Mystic Lake kids as well. So I've been working security for quite a few years.
And so that means everything from, I suppose, being what we might think of as a bouncer to
so from being a bouncer to a private security, like I said, being a door guy to escorting some of the high-profile athletes as well too. Some of the comedians that came into Minnesota, and like I said, some of the high-profile kids from Mystic Lake that families own Mystic Lake. I have done multiple private securities for them as well on different events throughout Minnesota.
So for doing that job, do you have to learn some use of force?
Correct. Well, my uniqueness is I'm a wrestler from high school that developed into a martial artist. So that's what gave me more of the opportunity to be able to do the private security and things like that, and just certain connections from the mixed martial arts world, from my previous manager to the different friends inside of my circle.
And when you're doing security, do you sometimes have the opportunity to work with Minneapolis police officers?
That is correct. I have worked side by side with Minneapolis Police Departments and Minneapolis Police since I was 21 years old. And again, I'm 33 years old right now. I work downtown. Like Pichaluche brought me in a couple of years ago when one of the top guys, Antonio, left to go to Vegas and work out in Vegas. Pichaluche reached out to me and put me at the door, and I was able to control my city because I have a relationship with both sides of the city. It don't matter if it's business, streets, friends, different areas. My connection is pretty broad to the Twin Cities. So I'm able to talk certain people out of certain situations downtown from there. So, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so working security, you sometimes work with Minneapolis police officers who are also working security.
That is correct, off duty.
And sometimes when they're called in as police officers to an incident.
That is correct.
And since you mentioned the mixed martial arts, let's talk about that a little bit. You mentioned also wrestling.
That is correct.
And when did you start in the sport of wrestling?
I started in 7th grade, Your Honor. Or, sir, 7th grade.
Yeah, I haven't earned that yet.
Yeah, right. Hey, soon.
Somebody might be upset if you start calling me. But so you started wrestling at a very young age.
Correct.
And wrestling as a sport, what kind of things do you got to learn if you want to be a good wrestler?
That is correct.
What kind of things do you need to learn?
You need to learn one, the mentality of being a wrestler. You know, it's a hard pace, different grind. It's not really a sport; it's a lifestyle. You got to really learn the technique of wrestling. You know, and then it's different. You got to learn the different atmospheres of wrestling as well. You could be the top guy wrestling in an arena where everyone hates you, and you're wrestling against someone that everybody wants you to win. So you got to be able to absorb all that and be able to move forward and, you know, perform. So those three things, you know.
And how about the physical aspects of it? What kind of things do you need to do to be a good wrestler physically to beat your opponent?
Yeah, you have to be able to condition your body. You have to be able to do different circuits, different workouts, running, just conditioning your body to be able to be an elite wrestler.
Is there a lot of using your weight to control the other person?
That is right, correct. When you first start wrestling, you don't really understand the weight shifting. You're kind of like falling all over the place. But then eventually you learn how to control your weight off of someone else's movement and body movement and things like that. So you know the different pressures and, you know, different just movement, you know. And it's called flow wrestling. You eventually learn how to flow wrestle when it comes to that. And it's just like not being so resistant to everything, you know.
And so you're saying flow, F-L-O-W, not...
like flow, F-L-O, yeah, flow, W.
Wasn't sure if you said float or flow. So
flow, F-L-O-W.
So would you tell the jurors then about your wrestling career?
Yeah, I wrestled Minneapolis Edison in high school. Again, I started in 7th grade, so I had to fast track and catch up to all the kids that was already better than me because most kids started at 4 years old. So coming into Edison, they were a really good program at the time, probably the best one since 2006. I was able to transfer in, crack the lineup at Edison, and I was a multiple-time state entrant, a couple times sections champs, and I went on and wrestled in college as well at DCTC. I wrestled there for 1 year and then went over and wrestled at RCTC, which is another junior college. And from there, I've just been growing into wrestling, learning different wrestling. I coach youth programs since I got out of high school, and I currently coach my kids right now. They currently wrestle in different friends' kids as well, and help them develop their skills and to do different private lessons and things like that with them. So this all started from, you know, me being a 7th grader, playing in the backyard with some friends, and they.
Stop right there.
That's fine. He asked me to explain.
Yeah, but we're going to shorten it up a little bit because that's when you can ask him more questions.
Yes, sir.
It also helps our court reporter who is taking everything down on a stenographic machine. Correct. That way she can get a break between. So,
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I'm going to back you up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Just to ask you a couple specific questions. You mentioned DCTC.
Correct.
Can you describe for us what that is?
Dakota County Technical College.
Okay, so it's like a junior college wrestling.
Junior college, correct.
And the other was RCTC?
Yep, Rochester Community College.
Okay. And so you wrestled at the college level?
Correct.
Then at some point, did you take up mixed martial arts?
Yes, about sophomore year at Rochester. I'm in a unique situation. I have my kid with me, so we kind of shifted towards getting our grades together and trying to create a plan to be able to wrestle in college eligibility-wise. I end up finding martial arts from different friends like Marcus Levesters, Jack Zusila, Jafari Veneer, and Carey, and things like that were my coaches that wrestled. And they wrestled and coached me, and they ended up jumping into martial arts. And I came back to visit and kind of fell into the martial arts world with them.
So let me just cut you off.
So
you've done a lot in mixed martial arts.
Yeah. So
I'm going to try and walk you through it a little bit.
Yeah.
But what year was it that you started seriously training in mixed martial arts?
About 22, like 09-ish, like 09.
Have you been involved in it ever since?
I've been involved in it ever since, correct.
Continue to be involved in it?
Yeah, continue to be involved in it. As of the last 9 months, I have not been training.
Okay. And ever done the mixed martial arts, what we call it, a fight, professionally?
Correct. Amateur. I got 10 amateur fights and about close to 20 professional fights.
So about 2009 you start?
Correct.
Through 2020, correct?
Correct.
How often during that time period are you in the gym training?
Monday through Friday. Like, I devoted my life to mixed martial arts, and my kids' life to mixed martial arts. So it's a 40 hours or more a week job at the Minnesota Martial Arts Academy. I was in there the majority of the mornings from 10 a.m. to sometimes 3 in the afternoon, training for hopefully a fight.
So the Mixed Martial Arts Academy, that's the business where you trained?
That is the gym I train at, correct.
And when you were training there, did you ever did you ever train with Minneapolis police officers who were there?
Correct.
Describe that for the jury, please.
Not everybody, they don't always let you know that they're a cop or CIA agent or FBI agent, but we all kind of link together because they're trying to learn how to be able to defend different chokes or be able to detain different people. So Greg Nelson, which is the head professor there, he's a unique guy. He's been able to work close with the military and the Army and the combative team. So we get a lot of Army combative people coming in and training with us just so they can learn how to, defend yourself in war. I'm taking it, and so I've been training next to some of them for, like I said, a decade.
And some of them are Minneapolis police officers training there.
Yep, that is correct. And they're not all Minneapolis Police Department. They're from all different precincts, all different backgrounds of the law enforcement.
So when you're training in mixed martial arts, is part of the ultimate goal to get the other person to submit?
Yeah, that's the goal of it. Everybody gets into martial arts for different reasons. As you're rolling and understanding it, yes, your whole thing is to be able to get the person to submit when you do put a choke or a different submission on them.
So let me talk to you about that. So you're trained on what are called chokeholds.
Correct.
And what kind of training do you receive to do a chokehold?
You go into a basic class. They teach you the basic techniques of jiu-jitsu, how to be able to defend yourself on the back, how to be able to defend off of a choke, and how to be able to put someone in a choke as well. And those are some of the basics that we learn from them.
So if we talk about specifically chokeholds involving the neck,
correct,
did you also have to learn about the structures in the neck that can lead to a chokehold?
Correct. And different. There's air chokes and there's blood chokes and there's limb chokes.
So explain the first two.
Air choke is more of like choking someone, they still have air to breathe in there, and they're able to, absorb it and feel it, and then you also have a choke where it's a blood choke where it specifically attacks the side of the neck and it specifically cuts off the circulation of your arteries and stops the different blood flowing from top of your head to the bottom of your head. And sometimes you could get in a blood choke and not know you're in a blood choke until you're unconscious.
In your training, have there been times when you've been rendered unconscious through a chokehold?
Correct. I have been submitted on a professional level in live matches, and I have over 30 jiu-jitsu submission matches where I have got caught in submission before on a rear naked choke and a front choke. Only have been only choked out twice in the jiu-jitsu side, but on my martial arts on the fighting side, I've been submitted maybe 3 times on a side choke.
So in that training, do they have to teach you what that's like so you know to avoid it?
Yes, correct. So it's a uniqueness. You have to kind of like be acceptable to being choked. You can't just it's not normal people can just really get choked. You got to relax. You got to be able to breathe. You got to be able to let the choke happen, and you got to be able to know when to actually tap out on the choke because you're in practice. You're not trying to put this person to sleep, but you're trying to get them to understand how it feels to be choked. So we do go back and forth choking each other. Sometimes you'll see white stars when you get choked, and it kind of like helps you understand, when you went too far, and some people choke tolerance is higher than normal. Some bottom or really low, where when you do put a blood choke, they're tapping right away, and some people will be able to absorb it and actually meditate there because they want to be able to be comfortable in the choke and be able to get out of it in live action.
So you use the term tap out, and what does that mean?
So tap out would be, for instance, so if I have you in a submission and I feel like it's getting to a certain point where it's not comfortable for me, I just tap my opponent, and my opponent releases his choke, and then we're back to grappling again. And I catch him in a submission, and if he's not comfortable, he taps. And this goes for the neck, limbs, and all that, so you don't harm each other during practice.
What can happen, have you learned through your training and experience, if you don't tap out, if a choke goes too far?
If you don't tap out, you can lose consciousness, and you can develop different, I'm not a doctor, but sometimes from your brain to your body because of lack of oxygen and things like that.
So we talked about that a lot, but I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Correct.
We'll come back to that in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I want to take your attention back to May 25th of 2020. You remember that day?
Correct, I do.
And on that day, at some point, did you go to Cup Foods?
Correct.
And prior to going to Cup Foods that day, had you done any activities with, for instance, your son?
Correct. Yeah. So earlier that day, I just went fishing with some wrestling friends, wrestling family, me and my son, and we came. Caught maybe 3 bass throughout that whole day of fishing. It was a beautiful day during the day, so everybody was out on the lake. So we went fishing and caught 3 bass. After we got done fishing, rolled around a little bit, had to fish in a little bowl on the side, the boat swimming around the water, uncomfortableness. And once we got done fishing, we had to, drain the water, take our fish, and find somewhere to actually transport our fish back home on, safe way, I guess, to their death. So we put them in a bag and tied them up, and we pretty much suffocated them on our way home for our ride.
So that you could enjoy them later.
Yeah, so we can actually cut them up, eat them, and freeze them, which are still in the freezer for.
And so at some point then you decided to go to Cup Foods. Why did you decide to go there that day?
So I went to Cup Foods because I haven't cut a fish up in since I was about 23, working at a butcher at Solo grocery store. So me and the fish had we were going through some things of watching this fish actually die and watching him lose his air and watching his eyes actually roll back in the back of his head. So after we got done cutting them up, me and my son was actually watching on a YouTube channel trying to figure out how to actually cut the fish the proper way and make sure that we're doing it right, cutting the fins off, chopping the side of the head off, filleting the fish. So after I got done doing that, I just needed air for myself. So I went to the store to go get something to drink at the time, and I kind of just snuck out from the family once I got done cutting the fish.
So did you drive there?
That is correct, I did drive.
Okay, I'm going to show you something we've already received as Exhibit 1 on the screen. Can you show Exhibit 1, please? Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Correct.
All right. And this is the intersection of 38th and Chicago where Cup Foods is, correct?
Correct.
And you will notice on the bench in front of you one of these little styluses, hopefully.
Correct.
And you can draw on this, and I'd ask you just to show the jurors where you drove up and where you parked.
Is it showing up? Is it showing up on there or no?
I don't see it yet.
I don't see it either. Oh, there it goes. Came from that angle. So I parked somewhere in here.
All right. So for the record, you drove down 38th Street towards Cup Foods and parked on 38th next to Cup Foods.
That is correct.
All right. And I'm going to show you some photographs to sort of help illustrate what you did that day, all right? And I'm going to first, Your Honor, offer Exhibit 18.
objection.
18 is received.
Okay, can you put 18 up, please? Now, do you recognize this photograph?
Correct.
This is something we had shown to you before.
That is correct.
And who is that in the photograph?
That is Donald Wynn Williams II, which is me.
Okay. And is that you parked, the area where you parked on 38th?
That is correct.
And that's you walking up?
That is correct.
And can you describe for us what you're wearing, the sweatshirt that you're wearing?
Northside Boxing Club.
Okay. So that's not the academy where you train, that's just another club?
No, that is not. It's a youth gym for boxing.
And so when you decided to go to Cup Foods, did you get all dressed up and get ready for going out?
No, not at all.
Okay. This is just an outfit you threw on?
That is correct.
All right. When you were on your way to Cup Foods, did you grab your cell phone and take it with you?
That is correct.
You had it with you?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And so after you got out of your car, as you walked up towards Cup Foods, did you notice any police cars in the area?
That is correct, I did.
Okay, and describe for the jurors and kind of what you saw as you're walking up.
As you can tell by my face expression, I was kind of like, oh, the police is here. And I noticed that there was 2 police squad cars out there. And I just had a look on my face like, oh, we're in the city, something else is going on. Should I get back to my car or not?
Okay. And what did you decide to do?
My energy just kept pushing me forward, and I kept walking.
Okay. And so you kept walking towards the store?
That is correct. I started walking towards Cub Foods entrance.
And did you end up going into Cub Foods?
No, I did not make it into Cub Foods.
Why not? What stopped you?
My energy stopped me. The surroundings stopped me. The energy of the air, just me as a person, if people know me personally. It's just the energy was off. I couldn't get in the door for some reason. And then once I realized why.
So when you came around, so Cup Food sits on the corner, correct?
That is correct.
So 18 shows you walking up on the 38th Street side.
Correct.
When you get around the corner, what is it that starts to affect your energy and your decision to go in the store or not?
Yeah, so I was just sitting at the door, just like, man, there's so much going over here. Do I involve myself? Because I'm usually, I pay attention to my city. So I was contemplating with myself, do I involve myself or do I go inside the store? I started hearing different voices from people that they know, telling someone that they just calm down, everything's gonna be okay. And then I heard, some people saying that, I'm looking for some point for their mother, and I heard another voice just saying that, you should let him up and that he's not resisting arrest. And there's just certain things that just kept boop, 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 hitting me while I was standing there, like, should I go in the door or not?
And did you go into the store then?
I did not go into the store.
All right. So now I'm going to show you, well, first I will offer Exhibit 19.
Any objection?
No.
19 is received.
Put 19 up, please. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
That is correct.
And is that you then walking along Chicago?
That is correct, walking on Chicago.
All right. So when you get into this area, is this, well, what are you experiencing right here where you're walking along?
Again, like I said, I was just hearing different emotions, different comments, and at this point I just was kind of like deserted. So I kind of like slowly trotted over there.
And we can see in Exhibit 19, there's a couple other people on the sidewalk here. Did you know any of those people as you walked up?
No, I did not know no one out there at all.
The first people that you see while you're there, well, you stayed at that area for quite a while, correct?
That is correct.
So the people that you first see as you're walking up, can you kind of describe how they looked or how they appeared to you, who they were?
Correct. Again, I don't know none of them. I just remember off of certain visualization that it was 3 people outside. It was an older guy, a younger lady, and maybe one more other gentleman out there. And yeah.
And then this photograph also shows in front of you a person with a green shirt. Do you remember seeing that person?
Not at all.
Okay.
Like she wasn't like him, she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. And so you Well, from where you are in this photograph, where did you go? What did you end up doing?
I believe I ended up probably standing next to this little spot right here where she's standing at the point. I probably was standing somewhere in here after I came from this way, and I just sat there and chilled right in this area for a second, observing like security officers do. I observed the scene first before I spoke.
And as you observed it, what are you seeing and hearing?
Well, once I get there, I hear an older guy saying it's going to be okay, quit resisting arrest. They're going to get you up and put you in the car. And just hearing people, different people actually vocalizing their concerns to the officer, and hearing George on the ground pretty much pleading for his life, saying he's sorry, I can't breathe, I want my mom, just please let me up, and things like that.
So, while we still have Exhibit 19 up, can you show the jury after you got done observing, where did you go from there?
I've ended up somewhere in this vicinity throughout the whole time.
Okay. And so when you went over by the curb area there, what did you see happening on the ground behind the squad car?
Well, before I walked up, I noticed there was an officer standing right here, kind of pretty much dictating the crowd from only standing on this curb right here where they're at. Noticed that part right away. And then I finally noticed it's going to be on the opposite side, but I noticed George's head was kind of sticking out from the side of the car. And then I noticed Officer Chauvin right here with his knee circulated on George's neck. But this is all happening on this side of the car.
All right, we'll get to that in just a second while we're still on this photograph.
Correct.
When you went over there initially, did you leave the curb and go onto the street?
There is a possibility that I was battling with myself to stay on the curb and throughout the time. Correct.
Okay. We know later you went into the street area, but when you first got there, did you stay on the curb?
Yeah, when I first got there, I stayed right here. I didn't move too much right there. I stayed here, and I might have stepped down once or twice back and forth, but I can't 100% remember.
And you saw an officer standing in that area you showed us before.
He was about like somewhere.
Did you learn later that officer's name?
Yeah, I read his badge. I read his badge. Can I say his name right now? No. But at the time, I think I called him by his name from his badge, just from visualization, reading his badge.
Was it Officer Tao?
Correct.
All right. And you were able to read that from his badge on his uniform?
That's how much respect I tried to give him at the beginning.
And so you saw him there?
Correct.
And what did you understand his role to be when you were observing?
He was a dictator. He dictated what went on the curb. He controlled the people. He controlled me, and he was the guy that let it go on while it went on.
Now, you mentioned Mr. Floyd.
Correct.
Where was this individual you referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Can you please repeat that?
Sure. Where was this individual that you have referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, again, was on this side of the car, angled down by the tire area in this area, but on this side of the car.
And at this time, prior to coming into court, did we show you a photograph of the officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, prior to court today, did we show you a photograph of that officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
That is correct.
And that photograph, did it fairly depict what you saw when you got there first?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, to that extent, I would offer Exhibit 17.
Any objection? 17.
Now I'm going to show Exhibit 17 on the screen, and so this is what you saw when you came to that area on the curb there.
Yeah, this is what I saw, and the only reason why he's looking at me right now is because I told him it was a blood choke.
Okay, we will come back to that in a little bit. When you were there, was Mr. Floyd able to speak?
That is correctly. He was speaking in a distress way.
And what kinds of things led you to believe he was distressed?
He was vocalizing it to the officer. He said, "My stomach hurt, I can't breathe, my head hurts, I want my mom," yeah, those are the things that he repeatedly said. He wanted to get out the car. He said he's sorry for what he did. He pleaded with my mans and told him, like, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't pretty much have to die."
And so did you feel like you could have walked closer from this vantage point on the curb?
I could have. I felt that way in a way, but it's a fear factor as well.
And at this time, so you had seen Officer Tao, and you had seen this officer in Exhibit 17.
Correct.
On Mr. Floyd. Did you see any other officers at the scene at that time?
No, I did not.
All right. Were you? And so this in Exhibit 17 shows the vantage point you had, the view you had from where you were standing.
Correct. I only had that side view of the two officers and the shoulder length of George Floyd's head. Nothing else.
And when you were in this location, can you describe for the jurors what you saw about Mr. Floyd, how he appeared? Well, let me back up just for a second. You've used Mr. Floyd's name. Did you know him at the time?
I did not know Mr. Floyd at all. No real connection.
So you're using his name because you've learned since then who he is?
Correct. Can't go too many places without not knowing his name or seeing his face in Minnesota.
So when you're in this location, you first come up and you're seeing him, he's able to speak.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw of Mr. Floyd's condition as time progressed here?
As time progressed, so when I first arrived on the scene, Mr. Floyd was vocalizing his sorriness and his pain and his distress that he was going through. The more that the knee was blocked on his neck and shimmies were going on, the more you seen Floyd fade away and slowly fade away, and like the fish in a bag, you seen his eyes slowly, pale out and again slowly roll to the back of his eyes. And he, so this is what I seen, this is what I heard, and that's how, what it was. Like, he was going through distress because of the knee, and he vocalized it that I can't breathe, I need to get up, and I'm sorry. And his eyes slowly rolled to the back of his head. You seen the blood coming out of his nose. You heard him tell him before he stopped speaking that my stomach hurts. And those, most of the time, is the last bowel movement of your life. So from there on, he was lifeless. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't have no life in him, no more on his body movements.
During that time period, did you notice anything about his breathing that was significant to you?
Yes, just like in MMA, you could tell when someone gets tired, or you could tell when someone's getting choked out or things like that. His breathing was getting tremendously heavy and tremendously harder for him to breathe, and you actually could hear him. You could see him struggling to actually gasp for air while he was trying to breathe. And I mean, he barely could move while he was trying to get air.
As you were standing there, did others gather around?
Correct. At the moment, I was the most vocalist person out there pleading for Floyd's life because I felt like it was definitely in the wrong. And there was, at one point in time, a medic came on scene, and she spoke on checking pulse, what made me even go even more harder because I heard it, and then I registered it, and like, oh, you do need to check his pulse. Oh, he is not moving. Like, oh, you just killed this man, And so her expertise was like, look, he's fading away. You need to check his pulse. She's asking him multiple times. I'm asking him multiple times. No one checked his pulse.
Do you remember Officer Tao saying anything during this time period?
Yeah, he did what American does, and he blamed it on drugs for being a black man on the ground.
Let me just tell you.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
What did he say about drugs?
He said, "This is what drugs do to you," and I replied, "This is not what drugs do to you."
So, did that Officer Tao saying that help the situation?
No, it didn't. If I'll be honest with you, it pissed me off more because that wasn't the case. You know what I mean?
So, when you were there, seeing this, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to draw some conclusion about what this officer in Exhibit 17 was doing?
Can you go ahead and repeat that?
Yep, it's kind of a long question.
Yes, it was.
As you're standing there, seeing what you've described to the jury, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to get an idea of what this officer was doing physically there?
Correct. Yeah, so like as I'm standing there and observing everything, before I even spoke, if you've seen the video, I watched what was going on, and as he's positioned here before I even spoke to the officer, I watched the position, one, of where the position of the neck or the knee was on the neck, you know, two, what body movements was going on while the knee was on the neck, and then three, what was the condition of George Floyd while he was going through this torture. One was that the neck was diagonal across the throat, which on a blood choke you would tack the side of the neck, you know, and which you're in a Kimura or side chokes or things like that, you want to tack the side of the neck to cut the circulation of the breathing from your person, and then to get the choke tighter, you hit different shimmies, which I felt the officer on top was shimmying to actually get the final choke in while he was on top to get the kill choke, because a side choke or a blood choke can ultimately turn into death, and that's what we've seen here.
And so,
jury is to disregard the last statement by the witness.
and just for the record, the last statement about leading to
the last statement. Proceed.
Sorry. And so, did you think, you know, based on your training experience, that this looked like a blood choke?
That is correct.
And did you say that to the officer?
That's correct.
And how did he respond when you said that to him?
He looked at me right here. It's the only time he looked at me. When I said it was a blood choke, it's the only time he looked up. We looked each other dead in our eyes. Yeah, and when I said it, he acknowledged it.
And
like we're looking at each other right here.
Okay.
The last statement is sustained as non-responsive.
And so when, I'm sorry. And Mr. Williams, from that vantage point depicted in Exhibit 17, that officer, do you see that person present in the courtroom today?
That's correct. He's standing right there.
In order to ask the record to reflect he's identified the defendant?
It will so reflect.
When you were there at the scene, did you at one point tell the officers that you were trained at the academy?
That is correct.
And what did you mean by academy?
A shortening for the Mixed Martial Arts Academy.
Now, as this was happening, did other people eventually come to the scene?
That is correct.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 184. Before we put that up, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 184. It's not on there? All right, we'll come back to that later. When this crowd was there, do you recall roughly how many people were there?
No, I do not.
All right. At any time, did you hear anybody threaten to harm the officers?
No. Well, I wouldn't say harm. I mean, some kid came, the kid that might have called the police, I'm not sure exactly from when I talked to him after the situation, but he did come out once he realized what was going on, and he almost like tried to rile the crowd back up, and I just kind of like, nah, just chill out. It's too late. You can't do that. Just go back inside. So that was the only incident I recall of.
And when you did that to him, did he go back inside?
Yeah, he went back inside crying. It was a younger kid.
Okay. Now, earlier you mentioned the term shimmy.
Correct.
Which I've just been spelling SHIMMY. Good enough?
Yeah, good enough. I never gave a spelling of it, but yeah, shimmy.
And so that's a move that you learned in your training for mixed martial arts holds.
That is correct.
And what's the purpose of doing a shimmy?
To get the choke tighter, to close the gap of the air between your arm and the neck.
And were there times that you saw things that you thought you recognized as a shimmy by this officer on Mr. Floyd?
That is definitely correct.
Your Honor, just for the record, we are going to show a portion of a video that I think counsel will stipulate to its admissibility. We'll lay full foundation for it tomorrow, and I'm only going to show a portion of it for this witness today. And that's Exhibit 15.
Any objection to the partial? Exhibit 15 will be received, subject to later foundation.
Now, Mr. Williams, you did not take any video at the scene yourself.
That is correct. No video.
We had an opportunity to show you a video earlier, and did that video fairly and accurately depict what you were seeing there?
From a live angle, yes. From myself, yes.
All right. What I'm going to do is play a portion of Exhibit 15, and it's the time period roughly when you are there. And while we play it, I would just ask that you explain to the jury the things that you saw you would consider a shimmy, and just sort of explain how what it is that you're seeing to make you think that.
Correct.
Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. So we'll do Exhibit 15 starting at 44 seconds.
Let me breathe, please, man. I've been trying to help out with you. So I breathe with this man. We're not holding that behind you in that room.
See, like he just did it right there. You can see his foot is on there, his toe is pointed down, and you will see a small gesture in his back foot like this. And that's just the pressure you push more down between his knee, George's head, and the concrete, and cut off circulation.
All right, and we'll continue on that, please.
Yeah, he just did it again.
And we saw that movement there that moves the knee on.
And his foot, this time his foot came up off the ground, so no foot on the ground, so all the pressure is on his neck.
And you're talking about the foot on the same leg as the knee?
Yep, so correct. So the same foot on the knee. So it's like this is a choke here. So this is, for instance, my neck here. And then for me to close this, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy. And now I close the choke on the side of the neck.
And just for the record,
shimmy.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just for the record, you're demonstrating with your arms.
Yep, I'm demonstrating with my arms. So that's choke, from neck here. And for instance, my neck would be from here, so I would have this across from here. And then I'm closing it off here, pretty much the angle of his knee. And then every time I'm shimmying, I'm getting this right here to close the gap closer within my neck. And it's the same way that you can do without having the neck across here.
So we'll continue on with the video then.
What do you want? I can breathe.
So he just did it again. He did it again. He did it again.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man. I will. Get up, get in the car.
It's just a small gestures, and then you'll see his shoulders slowly swag. Sorry.
Okay. So.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll wait. Now we've stopped the video at this portion, and if you could just explain what you're seeing here.
Correct.
That leads you to believe this is a shimmy type move.
Correct. So explain now.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So the gestures and the movements is from his shoulders and the top, and he's just doing it with his knees. Not, it's not an actual choke on with the hands out. He's actually putting the same pressure as you would with your neck. And like I said, every time his shoulders moving, he's pushing that pressure down on his neck from the shoulders to the knees, all the way from his ankle. And you will see his shoulder shift, then you'll see the bottom of his knee shift, and his foot come off. The one time he took his foot off the ground and put multiple pressure. Now his foot's not on the ground. He's driving off his far foot.
And, as you're seeing this, are you also seeing things on Mr. Floyd's face that you testified to earlier?
Correct.
All right. So let's continue with the video then.
Get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car right. I can't. Get y'all an opportunity to get in, bro. I told you can't win. My knee. You can't win, man. I'm through. I know you didn't never you didn't listen. That's the movie. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts.
It looks like we may have temporarily lost signal from the courtroom there in Minneapolis, just as the witness Donald Williams, who was a bystander, was testifying about the video with a degree of expertise that he has. He's not been qualified as an expert in the court, and that is the general procedure. But he did testify at length that as a former wrestler and mixed martial artist, he knows what kinds of holds can lead to danger. He's been trained to recognize that some kinds of restraining holds in those sports are known to lead to dangerous situations and perhaps death. And he's looking at the infamous video there, and he is identifying what he believes Derek Chauvin is doing, suggesting even that it may be deliberate, that Chauvin has his knee on George Floyd's neck and is rolling his foot a little bit to increase pressure on a crucial point. That is, as I say, a level of expertise about what would be a technical move in some ways in mixed martial arts or in combat. And it remains to be seen if Derek Chauvin had any experience in that regard or any training in that regard. But it is very strong stuff from the prosecution here. Also, Donald Williams, an eyewitness. He came upon this scene. He was going to go in to the Cup food store right there. He said he had his hand on the handle of the door when he heard what was going on the other side of the parked police vehicle. He could hear someone crying for their mother, George Floyd. He could hear people telling the police officers to stop. And he says he thought for a moment, do I really want to get involved in this? And it was one of those things he did. He felt he did. And so he walked up, intervened, warned the police officer. He said, that is a blood choke. Once again, a term of art from his experience in mixed martial arts. He says Derek Chauvin looked him right in the eyes and nodded his head. That, once again, if it stands unchallenged, is going to be very strong evidence for the prosecution. We have, as I say, lost the signal from the courtroom while they were playing that video. And excuse me, and Donald Williams, this third prosecution witness, offering this testimony. Do we have Kenneth Moten in Minneapolis? And let me go to Kenneth
Terry,
about that. Yes, I can. This is chilling testimony, Kenneth.
Terry, and it's fascinating, right? Because when the witnesses take the stand, we see, again, that methodical setting up. When we have these big trials, Terry, I think people sometimes go back to those Law and Order episodes and think that they are similar. The drama doesn't come that quickly when it's in real life. And in real life, these lawyers, these prosecutors, the defense, they have to set up and establish these witnesses. And so when this latest witness was up, this eyewitness, I was like, where are they going with this? When they were asking all these questions about their experience with mixed martial arts and wrestling. And then they finally got there, you mentioned, Terry, and really this person is somewhat of an expert here. And this is what the prosecution is doing here when it comes to these types of witnesses, because soon we're going to get to the portion where it's the medical examiner, where it's more the scientific, and these witnesses that really the jury, while it's important for them to pay attention to these people, sometimes the scientific, the jargon, they can get lost in that. And for lack of a better word, it's a boring witness. But here you have a layman, you have a person who was there. This could have been one of them. One of those jurors could have been the eyewitness walking by Cup Foods at the time when they saw this incident going down, when they saw George Floyd laying there on the pavement with a knee in his neck from police, gasping for his final breaths there, gasping for life. And so they're putting these folks up like this latest witness who was your average Joe, but yes, some training in mixed martial arts and knew what a chokehold looks like, what doesn't look right, how someone could literally be suffocating in that moment. They're putting these people up, these real people, and it's having a profound impact in this testimony. And so now the question is, will the defense question him? How do they combat what this strong state witness is saying?
And that is really a very difficult challenge for them if it goes unchallenged. As I say, Kenneth Moten, thanks very much. This level of expertise that he's discussing is usually in courts, needs to be established outside the hearing of the jury, that the witness does have such a background, does have sufficient expertise under rules of law set down in precedent, procedures, and state laws. That off to the races in this case, and it certainly seems like Donald Williams knows what he's talking about. And Eric Wilson, who is the lawyer for Derek Chauvin, is at this point accepting a couple of objections. We're going to take a break right now while they try to get a handle of what is going on in the trial of Derek Chauvin. The cameras went down momentarily. We'll be back in just a minute.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough. You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
24 hours, assault on the Capitol. The ABC News original, exclusively on Hulu. Now streaming. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's
Good Morning America. ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for overall excellence in television. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Welcome back. It looks like they've got the technical problem finished in Judge Peter Cahill's courtroom in the trial of Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis. Let's go back in. It sounds like the day is coming to a close.
And do what you can not to talk to people about the case. And thank you so much. Yeah, leave your notepads and we'll collect them. And counsel, let's go in the chambers after.
All right, so that is the conclusion of day one of the trial of Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd last May 25th after Chauvin kneeled on George Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes. It has been an eventful day. There you see the 3 counts: second-degree murder, unintentional killing, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, a depraved mind, and the count 3 is the manslaughter charge, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk of death. That's what Derek Chauvin faces. We heard opening statements from both prosecutors and defense lawyers today, and 3 witnesses. The third not yet concluded. That is Donald Williams, who I think had the most compelling testimony of the day from witnesses. He is the former wrestler. He's a security entrepreneur, a father, as he said. He was just in the neighborhood. He wanted to walk into the Cup Food to get a beer. He's kind of getting away from his family for a moment or two. He had his hand on the handle of the door, and he heard what was going on. Thought, I can't walk away from it. And in some ways, that was this theme of the first 3 witnesses: a 911 dispatcher, a woman who was a clerk across the street at the Speedway gas station, all 3 seeing something. The 911 dispatcher on her screen, the woman across the street looking at it from a distance, and now Donald Williams walking past it. They could not turn away. It was something strange. That has been an eventful day one in this trial, and I want to go out to Kenneth Moten, who is with us in Minneapolis. So it looks like they've wrapped up now. And Kenneth, what's your sense of the first day?
I would say that it was quite emotional, especially this morning. Obviously, we started to get into the trial, started to hear from those witnesses, those who were there, those who have a lot of credibility, especially when it comes to that 911 dispatcher. The prosecution asking, have you seen types of incidents like this before in your experience as a 911 dispatcher, as you're watching that surveillance video, that surveillance camera from that intersection there on Chicago Avenue outside of Cup Foods. But I have to go back to this morning, because I think for those jurors, when they go home, because yes, they're not being sequestered, they're allowed to go home, what will likely play in their mind will be those opening statements and how the prosecution in this Derek Chauvin murder trial really laid it out about what they were going to do throughout the next few weeks or so, talking about protocol and policies. But then we also got to that video, and we knew the video, the cell phone video of George Floyd dying, would be the critical key piece of evidence here, Terry, but to hear it, to see it, to hear the cries from those witnesses who were trying to get the police officers to let up, to hear that rhyme, that phrase from Jerry Blackwell, the prosecutor, saying that Derek Chauvin, there was no let up or get up. I think that phrase will be in their heads, not only tonight, but throughout the rest of this trial, as they continue to put up more witnesses, but definitely emotional moments inside that courtroom. And I believe that even though there are very few people allowed in that courtroom, obviously the cameras are bringing it to Minneapolis, bringing it to the world here, bringing it to this country so they can see what's happening inside. I think that's going to spill out into these streets. We've seen small demonstrations, part of that most likely because of COVID, but also the temperatures here. But people, they are watching this. They're watching every single word of these witnesses and hearing from these attorneys inside the courtroom, and even looking at how Judge Peter Cahill is handling this case. There's no nonsense judge who is ruling pretty decisively when it comes to any arguments that come before him. And again, we started with 15 jurors, 1 was dismissed. We've got 12 who are deliberate, 2 alternates in this case. And so as we move along, we do expect to hear from some more powerful witnesses. Also on the witness list, Terry, family members of George Floyd. As the prosecution continues to try to humanize this person, we know that when it comes to the defense, they will probably go the opposite way. Again, talking about his drug use, talking about his heart problems. And I say that knowing, Terry, that these are things that average Americans typically also deal with. And so when you talk about humanizing a person, there's a fine line the defense has to walk as well, because they could say something that could really move this in the other direction in a juror's mind. You know that, Terry. And so there's a fine line when it comes to the racial reckoning and talking about police bias. A lot of this country, many people in this country have woken up in the past 10 months or so. And so a lot of those jurors during the jury selection, we listened to the questions that were asked of them. There were some key important questions in there about, well, what do you think about Black Lives Matter? What do you think about Blue Lives Matter? What do you think about police and policing in Black communities? This is all very crucial in this case, and we're going to see it play out over the next few weeks, Terry.
Kenneth, it's a great point about the defense and the challenge that they have ahead of them as they try to answer these charges. Kenneth Moten in Minneapolis for us. Thanks very much. Well, outside the courtroom today, not far from where Kenneth is, in an interview with ABC, we also heard from George Floyd's young daughter, Gianna, and her mother, Roxy Washington. You may remember Gianna. She was just 6 years old when her father died last year, and she said just days after his death, "My daddy changed the world." Here she is earlier today.
Those police did something that was bad to my dad, and so this is why we are gonna go fight for justice for my daddy, and we're gonna, when this is over, we gonna have happy memories with him. And I wanna be an artist that can paint pictures of my daddy around the whole world. He used to call me Buttercup. I liked that name, Buttercup, because I was his baby, and that we had all the happy memories together.
Well, God bless Buttercup then. What we've been watching today is the criminal trial, but already there has been a measure of justice imposed in this case. The Minneapolis City Council unanimously approved a $27 million settlement to the family of George Floyd in response to their lawsuit against the city and the 4 officers involved in Floyd's death. Ben Crump, the Floyd family attorney, said the settlement sends a powerful message that Black lives do matter and police brutality against people of color must end. So for more on this aspect of the case, I want to bring in trial lawyer Robert DiCello and attorney Walter Madison. Thanks both for being here. And Walter Madison, who represented the family of Tamir Rice, the 12-year-old boy who was killed by a police officer outside of Cleveland. And I want to ask you about this settlement and what it represents about justice in Minneapolis and whether it marks any kind of change in these cases from the ones you've seen before.
Certainly, I do believe that it is a signal to all law enforcement agencies, municipalities throughout the United States of America that simply enough is enough and the voices can no longer be ignored. There are injustices and crimes being perpetrated against Black people at the hands of those who are there to protect us. And it just has to stop. And that verdict certainly is doing its part. That's the first installment. And if the state of Minnesota has its way, the second installment, I think we're all watching unfold before us.
All right. And let me bring in Robert DiCello. trial lawyer, also former prosecutor, and I want to ask you about the day's events, one in particular, and that is this testimony of Donald Williams, the bystander who came upon the scene, saw what was happening. As a former wrestler, mixed martial artist, and security entrepreneur, he sensed something very wrong. It almost seemed to me for a moment he was testifying as an expert witness. A couple of objections from the defense on that, but he did bring his own sense that what Derek Chauvin was doing was not only dangerous, but it sounded as if he was saying deliberately so, that it was the kind of restraint that will cause death, and that he said that to Chauvin.
Terry, he did, and what it demonstrates for the insider's point of view, the trial lawyer's point of view, is the idea that the judge here is allowing a certain amount of leeway with the rules of evidence and with these opinions of Mr. Williams, who offered powerful testimony. I mean, let's remember, he said that he saw George Floyd fade away like a fish in a bag. That kind of language, that kind of firsthand account is unbelievably powerful for the prosecution. And to turn to the defense for a second, how do you deal with something like that? Well, you're going to have to find something extraordinary about this witness to pick on, something extraordinary to expose, something that maybe shows he's there just to win the fight for the Floyds and the Floyd family and for that whole cause, that he's there somehow to exaggerate, or that he wasn't a very good fighter. So I can't honestly tell you what could come, but it would have to be pretty extraordinary. The other thing that's hanging over this trial right now that we haven't talked about, but we need to go back to the openings to see, is the statement made by the defense attorney regarding the drugs found in George Floyd's mouth and the way in which he's trying to offer an alternative storyline here, that the drugs are what killed George, not the actual moves that certainly Mr. Williams is talking about and that we've seen in the video. So it's going to be a powerful and very difficult job for the defense counsel to carry through on that promise. I mean, it's going, he's my colleague, and certainly all these colleagues that you've heard speak to you today that I happen to know, and of course Ben Crump, who I spoke with back in December, as I do civil rights litigation as well. We all recognize that there are times when you have to carry through on your promises, and I'm going to be holding my breath to figure out how it is that the defense can carry through in an alternative causation issue like this. And what I mean by that is this: if you're going to say that George Floyd didn't die by what we just saw Mr. Williams say over and over again, he witnessed a man dying like a fish in a bag, his eyes rolling back, the life literally coming out of his body from a maneuver on a man's neck. If he's going to talk, or if the judge is going to allow that kind of opinion testimony to come in, both from the wrestling standpoint and from the kind of, man on the street, I'm seeing it in real time standpoint, boy, I tell you, the defense has a terribly difficult job ahead.
It certainly seems that way. And let me go back to Walter on the question of the danger for the defense in trying to climb that hill is that they'll be seen as just dirtying the memory of a man who did not deserve to die in this way, that'll just blow up in their faces.
That's correct. It's an uphill battle for sure. However, you got to remember, and being fair to the defense, they made it very clear, and they made it very much a matter of fact defense. They're saying that there are more than just 9 minutes and 29 seconds, which is sensationalized and sparked a revolution worldwide here. They're offering, and they're going to go, and I suspect that they'll turn heavily to the autopsy report, where there are no extremity or external injuries to the neck as well as internal. I think they're going to really, you can expect them to pound really hard on the fact that there are no signs of facial, there are cutaneous injuries to the face, which are essentially scratches on the face, but you can expect them to have to drill down on that very, very hard, because you're correct. The imagery that was invoked by Mr. Williams, talking about the fish, and he happened to be fishing that day, happened to be strolling down the street. I believe one of his socks were mixed matched, and he just happened to be an MMA artist or fighter, and he happened to be the one who deliberated. He thought, which is a contrast to what's being suggested that Mr. Chauvin did. He didn't think there was the depravity there. There was that intent. And then you can also see that Mr. Williams involved Officer Tao, because he puts him in by saying he did nothing, and he made the comment, which was formed in his mind before it came out of his mouth, that this is what drugs do to you, seemingly to suggest that his life is invaluable, or excuse me, not of value. And that is I think that plays to the hand of the prosecution in saying that Black Lives Matter, which is a very central theme through all of this. So the defense definitely has its work cut out for it, but I can only imagine that they'll lean heavily on the autopsy report, which is absent of what we would particularly expect to see in an asphyxiation case, the petechiae, which are the tiny blood vessels bursting in the eyeball, and the injury on the neck, which would suggest that there's enough force to cause the asphyxiation. This is just fascinating stuff, and the drama is set, and I believe that the prosecution has very meticulously laid out their case, and the marvel of these witnesses and the perspective is very, very immersive.
Well, thank you. Let's take a listen for a moment to what Donald Williams had to say. Once again, this entrepreneur and father who just trying to get to the store so he could grab a beer, and he heard what was happening, walked around to where Derek Chauvin was kneeling on George Floyd's neck, and he told the jury and the world what he saw and heard.
As time progressed, so when I first arrived on the scene, Mr. Floyd was vocalizing his sorriness and his pain and his distress that he was going through. The more that the knee was blocked on his neck and shimmies were going on, the more you seen Floyd fade away and slowly fade away, and like the fish in the bag, you seen his eyes slowly, pale out, and again slowly roll to the back of his eyes. And he, so this is what I seen, this is what I heard, and that's how, what it was. Like, he was going through distress because of the knee, and he vocalized it, that I can't breathe, I need to get up, and I'm sorry. And his eyes slowly rolled to the back of his head. You seen the blood coming out of his nose. You heard him tell him before he stopped speaking that my stomach hurts. And those, most of the time, is the last bowel movement of your life. So from there on, he was lifeless. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't have no life in him, no more on his body movements.
Just a chilling description there from eyewitness Donald Williams. Robert DiCello, one of the things that we're looking at here, as we do in every trial, is competing narratives, right? With the facts. The facts the prosecution are relying on are the eyewitness accounts and what we all see on that video. And then the defense, as Walter suggests, is going to go at that physical evidence in the autopsy that doesn't seem to match a theory of the case that this man was asphyxiated. One has an emotional power that is undeniable and a common sense power, but how big of a problem for the prosecution do you think that autopsy might be?
Terry, it's going to completely and utterly depend on how the experts interpret and speak about that specific testimony or that specific aspect of the case. The initial forensic examiner who did the workup and did the autopsy is going to be a very, very important witness, because he seems to offer commentary that's favorable to both sides of this. On the one hand, he makes the statement that he doesn't see the specific kind of physical injury that we would see that's normally associated with asphyxiation. However, he finds that there's a homicide. He also finds that there's actually a homicide caused with officers subduing a human being, in this case, George Floyd. So, we're going to find a common tug, and I liked exactly what my colleague before me just said, that we're going to see, the defense lean hard into the scientific kind of details of that. But when we get to the actual focus of how it is to explain the life leaving the body of George Floyd, then we're going to consider the other witnesses who are being brought in. And those witnesses are going to be the, as they said, family witnesses, the ones that the families went out and got, the other autopsy results from. It was noted by the defense counsel that these were witnesses that the state paid for, that the government found to kind of corroborate their case or to deal with the original autopsy report. Some fascinating observations about the initial report. It's not as bad for the prosecution, I think, as the defense would hope it to be. And I think the defense is going to have to lean into that information and try to pull out those details and show that there wasn't the physical signs of asphyxiation. But boy, that's tough in light of what the overwhelming evidence that we're seeing here is saying. And then finally, I'll say this as the causation of death. Remember, we were told by the prosecution early on, we're going to approach causation, they said, from the standpoint of all of the testimony, all of the information, all of the evidence. Of course, they're preparing for that hard attack on the autopsy report, which seems to, again, eliminate some of those telltale signs that you would look for in an asphyxiation event. Now, the other piece of it, the pancaking, the fact that the man's diaphragm is not able to expand. George is not able to take in air because he's pressing, his body's being pressed down onto the cement, onto the concrete. All of these kind of medical facts will come through those medical witnesses, and they're going to have to carry the day for either the prosecution or the defense.
Absolutely. The battle lines drawn today on day one. Robert DiCello and Walter Madison, thanks both. And we'll be right back.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's
Good Morning America.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source. Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True Crime 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, with America's most watched newscast. #1 in late night versus the competition. The #1 news magazine on Friday nights. #1 in politics across this historic election versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuing coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin, charged with murdering George Floyd. Day one wrapped up a few minutes ago. George Floyd's death, of course, spurred this nationwide wave of protests over police brutality and racial injustice in this country. Earlier this afternoon, ABC News Live anchor Diane Macedo spoke with Sonia Pruitt. She's the president of the Black Police Experience, and also with former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce. And they discussed that infamous video of Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes.
Well, what's surprising, Diane, and to me when I saw this was that the question is, did Derek Chauvin step over those guidelines? Surprising to me was the fact that the Minneapolis Police Department still okayed that type of restraint, which is a suppression on the neck, as part of policy. And we see this from time to time. New York City Police Department stopped any neck compression in 1993. Chicago followed many years later in 2012. And then there's other departments across the country still have not done that. But nonetheless, did Derek Chauvin step over those guidelines? Did he do that? The 8 minutes, the 9 minutes that he was on there. After he was cuffed, and that's a key element here, he was handcuffed. When you handcuff a perpetrator in the street you just fought with, now all of a sudden you have to make sure that he is able to breathe right, is treated well. So that little section right there, that little checkoff, that once he's cuffed, things change. So I think Mr. Blackwell has really pushed that point today. I think he's going to keep showing that video as much as he can, because it's a terrible optic. It's horrible for American policing. It's changed a lot in the way we do in training, and how we treat people once they're handcuffed, once they're in custody, because we still don't have a response for people in mental distress in the street that we meet to recognize it immediately. This is what it is. Clearly he was, and what to do and how to handle that person once we have them in custody.
Here's something that I have been noticing since before I even left policing. This thing where officers will place their knee on someone's neck and head. And I had been seeing it so much so that I'd asked a colleague who worked at our police academy, hey, are they training this across the country? Are we training to use our knee to restrain someone? Because I've never been trained personally that way as an officer. Is that something new that I'm missing? And he says, absolutely not. You can kill someone with a blow or enough pressure to the head, neck, or spine. So that's the first piece. Secondly, I just want to skip real quick to the part about the defense's opening statement, and where he talked about common sense. That, I guess, that is going to be the thread through his defense. But it is common sense as a human being. Let's just take police officer out of it. As a human being, that when you hear someone say that I cannot breathe, that you take note of that. There is, as a police officer, a duty to not only intervene, but there's a duty to care for the people who are in your custody, whether they are a suspect or a witness or a victim. And we just don't see that here, at least not when we watch the video, we don't see that. And so then we talk about reasonable. What's reasonable? Is it reasonable for a police officer? Because there's a little bit of a different standard by the Supreme Court. They actually leave it wide open what's reasonable for a police officer. But I still contend that as a human being, and you are dealing with someone else that you see as a human being, if they say they can't breathe, then you check that and you make sure that they get appropriate care.
That's part of the discussion that this trial is generating, and I want to bring in ABC News contributor Lee Wright-Rigueur. She's the professor of public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government for more on this issue of police brutality in America. Lee, it's great to see you. And I want to just put this, it's great to see you. And I want to just put this to you, it's power, about police power over black lives and black bodies, and over the state's power to hold police accountable if that power is abused. How do you see this working its way through the justice system and our wider society?
Well, Terry, I think one of the big things about the case that we're seeing right now is that it's not just about George Floyd, that it actually came on the heels of a moment where the nation was grieving several other cases that had questions or posed questions about how policing works, about how justice works, and how race works in this country. So Breonna Taylor in March 2020, and of course Ahmaud Arbery in February 2020. And so what George Floyd's death did, and what the incident with Derek Chauvin did, and this all being caught on technology, on camera, is bring these issues to the fore in the midst of a global pandemic and force the entire country, if not the world, to watch. And what it told us is that our institutions are failing us, and not just failing us in the effect of, poor policing and the problems with corruption and police brutality that have really plagued this country for over a century, but also the way in which institutions like Congress, like state and local legislatures have failed, right? Because these are the institutions that put these laws in place, that put these protections in place, that allowed for something this disastrous to come to the fore. And I think what happened is that we looked at George Floyd, and people could project onto George Floyd these inequalities and inequities that have really been plaguing this country. So unemployment and underemployment, we see that George Floyd is in Minneapolis looking for work when this happens. We also know that he has COVID-19 in his lungs when he dies, right? So as we're watching this in the middle of the pandemic, we also know that it's true that George Floyd is afflicted by a pandemic that disproportionately that has hurt the most marginal, the poorest, the working class, and Black and brown people in this country. So we're seeing all of this in this moment, and it is, I think, teaching us and bringing to the fore a lesson about race and injustice, a very old lesson about race and injustice in this country.
And on the other side of the equation there, the police, I lived overseas, I lived in Europe for 5 years, and many people there are really stunned at the powers, the authority, the power, the use of force, the authority to use force against citizens that American police have in so many ways, and the difficulty of overcoming the presumption that the police acted properly. How big of a hurdle is that here, not just in the courtroom, but beyond?
So it's a huge, huge hurdle. And I want to point out that the United States is unique in two respects. One, in the kind of policing that we have amongst developed nations, or to say it otherwise, first world nations, but also the amount of people that we incarcerate, but that also are involved in police brutality. So in a lot of ways, we are a mass incarceration nation. And so George Floyd was just an example of that. It was one of many, if not hundreds of instances that have really plagued our country for over a century. And so as the world is watching, what they're seeing, and I love the example that you gave, Terry, about being overseas and how we are unique, how the United States is unique and how the world sees us. What the world is seeing is a hurdle of sorts in terms of justice. Because the last thing that's really important here is this, and I love that the clip earlier pointed this out, but the last thing that we see here, too, is that police officers, because of the Supreme Court rulings, are held to a very different standing than the rest of the world, but also the rest of people in this country. So if we were talking about Joe Blow from down the street getting into this incident, we wouldn't be having this kind of conversation. We wouldn't be talking about the high barrier to convict a police officer, which almost never happens. But instead, because we're talking about these special privileges and rights that police officers, that the Supreme Court has deemed that police officers have, even in cases of excessive use of force and death and murder, we're all of a sudden having a very different conversation. And it's also a very, very difficult path to justice.
Let's talk about a subject that is uncomfortable for a lot of Americans, perhaps myself included, white power. White privilege and the way that it works through police authority, has in our history, in many instances still today, and through the justice system. We talk about a reckoning that we're going through, supposedly, hopefully, in this moment. In the mundane details of the trial as the witnesses come forward, do you feel that at all?
So I think certainly for the past year, we've been going through a kind of reckoning, and that the nation, and because it's been forced to watch this, live in HD in color, has kind of started to come to terms with the moment that we're in. Do they recognize that white privilege, white supremacy, I think white power in respects is a real thing? Again, George Floyd put that on full display. But you know what else put that on display? We had a series of incidents leading up, right, to the 2020 election and actually surpassing the 2020 election that put that into stark relief. So we saw, for example, Kyle Rittenhouse in these kind of riots that we see in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where he shoots and is involved in several shootings, including the death of someone, and police just blow by him. He's not treated in the same way. We see on January 6, 2021, in the Capitol riots, the Capitol insurrectionists, that they storm the Capitol and they actually kill a police officer. And yet they aren't treated in the same way. They're given the benefit of the doubt in the way that they are treated. So we see this discrepancy happen over and over and over again. The difference now, I think, is that we're beginning to be aware, but that's only a first step, because there's really so much more in order to get to the kind of justice that people on the streets that are marching, that are protesting, that are really trying to change our system are calling for. There's so much more to go in order for us to get there.
And progress on this issue for America has never been easy. Makes it even more worthwhile, I suppose. Leah Wright-Rigueur, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, you've been watching ABC News Live's complete gavel-to-gavel coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin, and we're going to have a complete wrap-up of today's events on ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis tonight right here at 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning for day 2 of the trial. I'm Terry Moran. Thanks for joining us. Have a good evening.
This has been a special report from ABC News Live.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than